Chapter 181 There are so many human civilians. In that case. Chong Jianlong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a deep voice. Then surrender. The group directors on the left and right of the conference table looked at him blankly, neither objecting nor agreeing. Chong Jianlong knew what these old guys were waiting for, and said, I will contact him again to see what conditions he can offer. Go, old man. Chong Jianlong cursed secretly in his heart, communicated with Li Qing again, and said straight to the point. We are the Dark Tide Group, the rulers of 57 City with Dark Tide City as the center. With our cooperation, you can conquer this area with minimal loss. Are you so decisive? Surrender was expected by Li Qing, but it was a little unexpected that he surrendered so decisively. As long as they have any brains, they will surrender, there is no doubt about it. They have been trapped in this mobile fortress for more than 7,000 years. They have no resources, no technology, no development, and no way to leave here. If no outsiders come, they will be trapped here forever. Everyone wants to be free, even the ruler in this small world wants to be free, and wants to breathe the breath of life. You must know that this thing is just a mobile fortress, there is no soil inside, no other flowers and trees except for a few ornamental plants, thousands of years of stereotypes are lifeless, and even the ruler does not want to stay here forever. Given the chance to secure their wealth and status and get out of here, they wouldn't hesitate. Li Qing also understood this, so he was not too surprised, but asked blankly. What do you want? We need you to swear with the will of civilization that you will never cross the river and tear down the bridge. To ensure our power and status, we need to occupy a core seat in your territory, and we need the power to independently build a fleet. Li Qing thought for a while, then nodded. Yes, I swear in the name of the will of human civilization that I will absolutely guarantee your power and status, and promise the Undertide Group a core seat in Jolin, and give you the authority to independently build a fleet. He looked at Chong Jianlong's projection with a smile on his face, and asked again. Are there any conditions? Chong Jianlong was stunned for a moment, and asked tentatively. I think the core seat is designated for me. Sorry, I am only responsible for giving you a core seat. Who will represent you as your own internal matter, and I will not interfere in your internal affairs. Then, there are no other conditions. It is not an idiot who can become the CEO of a group. He will not be greedy and put forward more conditions like ordinary people. For them, it is the greatest benefit to be able to guarantee their original power and status. With power and status, most of the interests can be guaranteed. Swearing in the name of the will of civilization, this is the highest oath for them, and it is absolutely binding. Soon the two sides ceased fire and began the substantive negotiation stage. Li Qing personally drafted an agreement document and submitted it to the Undertide Group, and the Undertide Group responded quickly. Li Qing did not appear in person, but on behalf of General Milo, who was in charge of attacking this direction, he signed a surrender agreement with the representatives of the Undertide Group at the former City Hall of Jianyu City. Li Qing didn't look down on these old world dignitaries at all. They were corrupt, greedy, and cruel. He didn't even give a place as a servant of light. As soon as the agreement was signed, the two sides officially ceased fighting. Then the Undertide Group signed an administrative order to mobilize many cities under its jurisdiction and prepare to move away. This is part of the agreement, and the Undertide Group actively cooperates with the mobilization. But before that, an official engineering team belonging to the Undertow Group set out first and came to Jianyu City. They passed through a super large metal portal with a height of thousands of meters built by Li Qing. Inside was the gate of the black hole, and behind the gate was the high-dimensional one of the habitable areas inside the fortress. The engineering team entered the site first, preparing to clear part of the virgin jungle in the livable area, and plan a large urban agglomeration that can accommodate up to 600 million people. Yes, the Undertide Group has 57 cities with a total population of 600 million. This was beyond Li Qing's expectations. There are 600 million people in just one group. According to the Undertide Group, there are a total of 22 groups in the Cybertron world. Wouldn't this add up to tens of billions? He simply asked the Undertide Group for information on all the groups in the Cybertron world, and was going to study it, so that he could launch a targeted attack at that time. But before he could research anything, the army commanders in the other two directions sent him messages, saying that the ruling groups on both sides also sent news of peace talks. Li Qing didn't handle it personally, but let the two commanders take full power to handle it, and the conditions were the same as those of the Undercurrent Group. A group of decaying old antiques, The first one was just out of curiosity and only dealt with it himself, so I don't have the time to negotiate with each other. The first batch of engineering teams assembled, and after getting ready, they carefully opened towards the huge portal. Li Qing explained to them that this is a portal, and behind the gate is a planet of life. The leader of the engineering team is a deputy director of the engineering department of the Undercurrent Group, named Yon Ziyu, who belongs to the third-level executives of the group. When he passed through the gate of the black hole with the huge engineering vehicle, there was a crisp cracking sound in front of him. The sound, and then a very strange smell hit his nostrils. He felt his nose sore instantly, and felt like crying. When the engineering vehicle completely passed through the gate of the black hole, what appeared before him was an endless primitive jungle. Big trees in the sky, thick vines, huge green leaves, clusters of weeds, butterflies, flying insects, poisonous snakes entwined on the trunks of vines, various poisonous insects, frightening birds on trees, etc. Which can only be seen in movies and games. The reality was presented in front of them. 10 seconds after everyone was shocked and unbelievable, suddenly a member of the engineering team lowered the window glass, and the mechanical fingers turned into sharp blades to cut off a branch that protruded and stuffed it into the entrance. The metal teeth, after chewing for a few times, an astonishing light burst into his eyes. My God, it's true, this is really a living planet. As soon as the voice fell, many engineering team employees who entered earlier opened the car doors one after another, picked off the vines, branches or grass on the side and stuffed them directly into their mouths, chewing slowly as if they were eating some delicious food, with excited expressions in their eyes. It's really a planet of life, it's all living plants. I never imagined that I could really get out of that cage in my lifetime. It's really great. Look, what's that? Everyone looked over. Probably too many people were frightened when they saw it. A black panther with a strong figure slid down from the tree and was about to escape. A guard soldier reacted very quickly, leaping 4 or 5 meters high, and then there was a flame from the soles of the metal feet. Rushing more than 20 meters with the help of force, the right-hand machine turned into a gun barrel, and there was a bang. A thick flame shot out and hit the panther. A large group of flames exploded, and the black panther was blown to pieces. There was a few seconds of silence, and immediately a large group of people hurried back into the car, took out the fire extinguishing equipment and rushed up to put out the fire. A soldier who looked like the captain walked up to his hand and beat him back with a big punch. Asshole, who told you to use this weapon? 70 to 80 fire extinguishing devices spray out mist, which can easily extinguish the dead branches that have just been burned and turn them into a big ice lump. The soldier who was beaten didn't complain, but instead showed a look of guilt, as if he deserved to be beaten. A group of soldiers happily recollected the fried black leopard meat, cleaned it up simply, stuffed it into their mouths, closed their eyes and chewed slowly, enjoying it. I bet, even the top executives of the group can't eat such delicious meat. After getting a small piece of meat and experiencing the unprecedented deliciousness, the deputy director of the engineering department discussed with the captain of the guard in a low voice for a while, and at the same time ordered all guard members not to use explosive and flame weapons at will. This is really a world of treasures. A researcher with the team pinched a beetle that looked like a longhorn with 2 metal fingers and observed it carefully, and exclaimed, "If this little beetle is brought back to our world, it can be sold for at least 10 million or more. More than that, this is the beginning of a new species for our world. Don't even think about it if it's not more than 10 billion. Just finished speaking, when he saw his companion take out a transparent test bottle and prepare to put the longhorn beetle in it, he shook his head speechlessly and said, "But now that we have this whole world, it's worthless." The companion did not stop the action, but continued to put it away, stuck the transparent test tube in the metal slot of the right arm and covered it, saying, "My own collection." The companion spread his arms and said nothing. Then the engineering team continued to move forward. Construction machinery vehicles with a height of more than 10 meters came out of the black hole gate, and gathered in a pile in the jungle near the black hole gate. There was no big movement for a long time. What should I do now? The deputy director of the engineering team, Mizu, looked at the map in front of him and was worried. The leaders of the other teams in the car were also worried. One of the researchers from Shaoqing asked in a low voice, "Are we really going to shovel this jungle and build a city?" The security captain, who has always been good at destroying and killing, also showed hesitation at this time. "It's a pity. It's a pity. Such a big jungle, so many fresh lives, it's a pity to shovel it. But if you don't shovel, there will be no place to build a city. Building a city doesn't mean we're going to shovel it all. Maybe we can try to coexist with the jungle and build a forest city." The idea is good, but there is not enough space to coexist. Then what to do? Send the news back, let those big bosses have a headache. This kind of situation is not only in the Undertide group, but also in the other two groups. After being poor for more than 7,000 years, when suddenly seeing a vibrant ecological world, the first reaction is not to destroy it, but to cherish and protect it. And this is exactly what Li Qing expects. Only attractiveness can make common people willing to give up their existing ones and enter the new world. As the scenes were transmitted from the new world, a large number of trees, plants and various creatures from the new world were transported out and exhibited for publicity. Almost all civilians were looking forward to the start of immigration. The top management of the Dark Tide also struggled for a week at this time, and finally made a city plan, and reluctantly shoveled out part of the forest to build a city. With a decision, the outline of the city was quickly established in the hands of high-tech and large-scale engineering teams. The first immigrant city was in the Undertide headquarters plus 57 branches. The total number of nearly 10 million super engineering teams plus buildings regardless of cost under the supply of materials. It took only 2.5 months to build under the ultra-high efficiency, and the first batch of immigrants began soon. In the early morning of this day, all the lower-class and middle-class citizens of Jianyu City got ready early, either sitting in a car, or carrying bags and packages, gathered in the central square of the city, and formed a long queue. Li Qing sat in the city's central municipal building, looking at the flow of people in all directions, with a smile on his face. Jianyu City alone has a population of nearly 10 million according to statistics, and he would have to spend 10 trillion yuan to immigrate outside. These civilians here are worthless, he hardly paid anything, and even the engineering team for building the city was brought by themselves. The city located in the number 1 livable zone is built in the southeast corner of this area. The plan of the Undertow Group is to build a city in each of the 8 directions of the world to accommodate the 57 cities of the Undertide Group with a total population of about 600 million. The center is the ruling area, which is directly under the Undercurrent Group. Li Qing didn't interfere with their plans. What they did was their business. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, they wouldn't object. Anyway, let's get people in first. Wait until all the people come in the future, and then formulate the distance, then they will not be able to control it. He will not go back on the agreement, and will guarantee their power, status, and wealth, but the rules are up to him, which is not part of the agreement. It only took 5 days, and nearly 10 million people in Jianyu City moved here through the gate of the black hole, and happily entered their own rooms in the new city. The new city is planned in the manner of a metropolis. There are skyscrapers and suspended platforms with hundreds or even hundreds of floors everywhere, dividing the entire city into several levels. If the urban planning is the same as before, it is a huge steel jungle, and the original jungle is basically cleared away, leaving only a large number of urban green belts and urban parks, which seem to be not much better than before. However, in the name of the Lord's mansion, Li Qing sent a Lord's plan to all civilians who entered the Palm universe. The plan shows that the floor they are on is an urban area, and everyone lives on this floor, but there is an entire layer of primitive ecological area above them that will not be planned for the city, and will be used as an ecological area shared by all people in the city in the future. All civilians can go up and play at any time through the elevator that runs through the entire floor. They can freely edit the ecological zone of that layer. In addition to prohibiting urban transformation, they can freely transform it into a large-scale grassland, primitive jungle, mountains, snow-capped mountains, rivers and lakes, etc. terrain. Li had already planned for them early in the morning. A super livable area is 1,000 kilometers long, wide and high, divided into 10 layers of ecological zones. He plans to develop only 5 habitable layers in each area, and the other 5 habitable layers will not be developed as ecological layers. For example, the areas on the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th floors are super residential areas, which are full of cities and can accommodate tens of billions of people. Civilians relieve work and life pressure. Chapter 182 Boring, Simple and Unpretentious 22.8 billion cyberhumans. With such planning, a super livable area can accommodate a population of about 50 billion. He now has 11 super livable areas available for immigration, planning to accommodate up to 550 billion people. The place is ready, but there is a shortage of people. At the same time, on the 3rd and 5th floors of the same super livable area, the metropolis belonging to the Qiandu group and the Tianu group is almost completed. Li Qing nonstop went to the city that the Qiandu group first captured, preparing to open the door of the black hole to receive immigrants. The urban planning of Qiandu and Tianu is the same as that of Undertide. They are unified in the shape of a meter and can limit the use of regional land to the greatest extent. In fact, in the future, all regions will unify this style for easy management. While the immigration here is in full swing, other groups in the distance are contacting them one after another. Of course, the large-scale immigration of the three groups such as the dark tide cannot be concealed from the groups in other regions. It can make the three groups give up everything they have and leave. This aroused their great curiosity. Group Director's Desktop. After curiosity, there are different thoughts. Those who have the same thoughts as the Undertow group, they still exist in order to ensure their wealth and status leave this favor, which makes them very excited, and this accounts for the majority. But there are also those who have the opposite idea, or they are not reconciled to the benefits Li Qing promised, and they want to get more. Li Qing maintained a welcoming attitude towards these contacts, and he guaranteed that those who were willing to surrender would have the same treatment as the undercurrent, while those who wanted to gain more benefits, he simply rejected them. Now is different from the past. If it was the first contact, he might not agree. But now a large number of groups have surrendered and are willing to enter the Palm universe, and now urban citizens have gathered to wait for immigration. At this time, the demand for population is not as urgent as before. Of course, if someone surrenders, they will agree that the more the better for ordinary human civilians, but don't think about asking for more benefits. Those who agreed sent representatives to negotiate, and those who disagreed died down. In just half a month, as many as 17 of the 22 groups expressed their willingness to surrender to him, which was beyond Li Qing's expectations. It seems that they have underestimated their yearning for freedom. Obviously, they don't want to stay in this cage that has bound them for more than 7,000 years. Even the dignitaries in high positions are willing to give up their supremacy, and they would rather leave here with a lord who controls them. Li Qing has not been imprisoned for so long, so it is difficult to understand this feeling. Before that, he had prepared for a long-term battle, prepared for the heavy losses of the ground troops, and prepared himself to take action himself when the time came, but none of these came in handy, and he just surrendered inside, which was easier than he expected, out of expectation. But this is a good thing. There is no war, and the safety of civilians can be guaranteed as much as possible. The more people who survive, the better for him. Whether it is a human or a machine has little effect on him. The civilians in the cyberworld all take the route of mechanical ascension, all of which have undergone mechanical transformation and prosthetic plants. The proportion of flesh and blood in the body is very low, and some of the whole body has been modified, only the brain inside the hard alloy skull has not been completely replaced. The core of distinguishing between humans and machines is brain modification. As long as the brain is not modified, it is a human being. If the brain is replaced with a mechanical brain, it is not a human being. Li Qing's plan is to issue an administrative order prohibiting comprehensive transformation after everyone is included in the Palm universe. The current generation is all that matters. The new generation is absolutely not allowed to do any mechanical transformation and implantation of prosthetic bodies. Of course, if a soldier is disabled due to war, he can have limited mechanical transformation and prosthetic implantation, but at most it is not allowed to transform more than 50% of the body. When the second generation is born and grows up, it will be more than 10 years later. At that time, the genetic technology of the territory will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, the people of the territory will directly let the people of the territory take the route of genetic and spiritual ascension. Only by changing the ascension route and completely giving up mechanical ascension can they bid farewell to the past and integrate into the human civilization system. It is basically difficult for the first generation of immigrants to have the opportunity to leave the universe in the palm of their hands. After passing the inspection, some civilians who have not undergone deep mechanical transformation will be relocated to Jolin. Large-scale immigration of Jolin is only accepted by the new second generation. It can only be released after complete human education. As time went by, each group reached a cooperation agreement with the territory, and began intense and orderly immigration preparations. The situation is very good, and Li Qing is in a good mood to receive this mobile fortress faster and more smoothly than he imagined. Even if he will be trapped here for more than a year, he will be happy. It's like writing a novel. If you don't get good grades, you don't want to write it until you have 4,000 words to make up for full attendance. But if the grades are very good, and there is a $1 manuscript fee for each word written, at this time, no matter how tired you are, you will spend tens of thousands of dollars every day, writing forever, and writing until the website goes bankrupt. However, the world is not completely smooth sailing. On the day when the 12th group started to emigrate, he suddenly received a private message from an anonymous player, saying that several top consortiums with ancient histories in the center of the Cybertron fortress were planning to join forces to implement some plan. Li Qing immediately became vigilant and ordered all places to be vigilant. Those consortiums are indeed a bit strange. Before he rejected the additional conditions of their several consortiums, he didn't follow up. Now it seems that the internal party feels unwilling and wants to make some small moves. But he couldn't think of any tricks they could do. Insufficient strength, they are not allowed to make big moves. Small actions can't change the overall situation except to annoy him, so it's meaningless. Although he received the news, Li Qing did not take any action except to warn his subordinates to be more vigilant. He did not send a reconnaissance team, nor did he ask those group directors who surrendered. I have absolute strength, as long as I remain unchanged to respond to all changes. What small actions they want to do, as long as they implement it, there will always be movement, and when the time comes, they will know what they want to do. Moreover, this news is just a private message from an anonymous player, and there is no conclusive evidence. The credibility is not very high, and it is even more impossible for him to take the initiative to make any movement before they have any movement. Super Livable Zone Number 1, the first floor, on the edge of Longwy City in the south, a logging team drove into the virgin jungle outside the existing city ring, and giant logging tens of meters high enter the jungle-like hills, stretch out a mechanical arm to cut off a thick log from the root, put it down, and then use the gear to push the tree to the other end of the mechanical arm. The sharp blade in the mechanical arm cuts off all the branches and leaves only the trunk, and then saws lost to the ground in pieces. Immediately afterwards, a crane came over and lifted the tree trunks piled up on the ground and moved them to the huge belly compartment of a large transport aircraft not far away. The two pilots in the cockpit of the aircraft looked at the thick and severed logs below, and their eyes were full of sighs. The world is really unpredictable. Half a year ago, I couldn't imagine that such a thick original tree could be used by ordinary citizens. Another driver was biting down a large piece of roasted meat that was scorched and tender, nodded in agreement and said, "Who says no? I, a low-level commoner, never dared to eat such delicious natural barbecue." He took a hard bite, and said somewhat vaguely, "I lived to be 45 years old. The best meal I had before was a roast chicken made with cockroach larva meat mixed with carrageenan. It cost me half a month's salary at that time. Thinking back, the best meat that commoners could eat was the meat of larva. Now it's wonderful that commoners can easily eat natural barbecue. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Praise Your Royal Highness." Such situations have occurred in different livable areas, ranging from powerful and noble people, middle-class citizens, and low-level civilians. Although the class has not changed, life and environment have undergone earth-shaking changes. Among them, the most emotional changes are still at the bottom of the common people. Not only the change of living environment, but also the most motivating thing for them is that they now have the opportunity to change their class. The original solidified class changes with the change of the environment, and breaks with the breakdown of the closed social structure. Now, as long as you work hard, you can get the harvest corresponding to your hard work, instead of being unable to get the corresponding harvest no matter how hard you work like before. When they realized this, the slight discomfort that many people at the bottom had felt about the first immigrants disappeared, and now they are full of expectations for their future life. As time went by, more and more humans immigrated to the Palm universe. Li Qing went back to the territory during this period, mainly to receive some supplies and the second repayment. This time they almost went bankrupt, took out the remaining 60 trillion on hand, and sold some of the refined steel and alloys on hand to make up 15 trillion. Each person paid back 15 trillion, and only owed 24 trillion in half a year, pay off. In addition, now he can inspire 3 servants of light every month. In the past few months, he has accumulated more than a dozen and used them all. A few battleship chief engineers and a few scientists were selected for enlightenment. In the end, with the addition of the original ones, a full 20 battleship chief engineers were assembled, and a batch of 200 battleships could be built. In addition, with the orb people becoming his vassals, some talents of this race can also be used. In addition to 200 teams of battleship engineers, Li Qing also allocated 500 teams of cruiser engineers and 500 teams of destroyers, construction engineers, and 2,000 groups of frigate engineers. If it weren't for the limited shipbuilding materials and limited blueprints for battleship weapon accessories, he would have to double the cost directly. In addition, the batch of warships that Commander Yu Qingzi ordered from him, a Titan super flag, 2 dreadnoughts and 2 aircraft carrier flagships, and the super order of 1,000 battleships were finally more than half completed. 2 flagships and 2 aircraft carriers are about to be completed, and 1,000 battleships are also about to be completed. The construction will definitely be completed by the end of the year, saving a lot of engineers to start building their own battleships and flagships. As for the Titan super flagship, it will take about half a year to complete. The construction of the super flagship is too long. Even if the speed of shipbuilding is further improved by being promoted to the negative star, this improvement has just started. Didn't stay in the territory for long, only supplemented some supplies to deal with the backlog of the territory. He returned to the isolated star field and started working again. As soon as he returned to the Cybertron fortress, he has been busy going to various places to open the gate of the black hole and bring the immigrants in each city into the super livable zone. Every time it is opened, it can accommodate at least a few million people, and the most cities have nearly 20 million civilians into the POM universe. Besides, he was also careful to guard against possible problems. Although the previous anonymous warning was ignored verbally, he still took it seriously in his heart. But after more than half a year, nearly 6 billion civilians in more than 500 cities have been successfully accommodated in the POM universe, but there is no abnormality. Just when he was wondering if the anonymous person was deliberately sowing dissension, one day, the immigration headquarters suddenly received surrender documents from the top financial groups located in the center of the fortress. After thinking about it for more than half a year, when Li Qing had collected most of the cyberhumans in the outer circle of the fortress into the universe in his hands, they seemed to finally be unable to sit still and decided to surrender. This is quite surprising, and of course it is a good thing. Now that part of the conquest is missing, this mobile fortress can be completely captured. At that time, nearly 10 billion human population will be obtained, and a mobile fortress that is roughly intact will be obtained, perfect. The same conditions and the same process as other groups surrendered, and Li Qing did not treat them particularly harshly because they surrendered late. Life is beyond their control. He is not afraid that these groups and financial groups will play tricks on these civilians. Even Li Qing doesn't pay much attention to these tens of billions of cyber-human civilians. The second generation of natural humans born in the super livable zone, those are the focus of his attention. Another month later, the portals within the sphere of influence of the last few big consortiums had been built, and Li Qing became busy again, going to various places to open the gates of black holes, and taking away batches of civilians. There were no accidents during this period, and the 5 major financial groups cooperated very well. Normal, the absolute difference in strength. As long as the brain is normal, you can only surrender. It was more flat than expected. When he first discovered that there were ancient remnants in this mobile fortress, he thought about whether the remnants would resist strongly and whether it would cost a lot of money to capture it. Now it seems that he thought too much. Compared to the fact that the outer forces of the Cybertron fortress are called cliques, and the internal forces are called consortiums, the 5 major consortiums not only have far stronger overall strength than the cliques, but also have far more territory and population than the cliques. Like the Undertide group, there are 57 cities in total, with a total population of 600 million. Any one of the 5 major consortiums owns hundreds of cities, and any city has a larger and more prosperous population than the Undertide group. The population is at least 1.9 billion, and the maximum is as high as 3.1 billion. These consortiums alone have contributed 11.2 billion people, and the 17 groups all add up to only 11.6 billion people. Chapter 183. It's a matter of course. Good guy. Initially, Li Qing estimated that the population of the Cybertron fortress was only 1 billion. When he got to know a little bit more, he raised the estimated number to 5 or 6 billion people. After the complete conquest, the population was as high as 22.8 billion. This gap is a bit outrageous. Putting it all together, this small mobile fortress with a diameter of only 1,000 kilometers has a population of 22.8 billion, which is simply terrifying. For Li Qing, it felt like a dream. The territory just created was short of people, and immediately had a population of more than 20 billion. It was a coincidence that it was deliberately arranged. To be honest, if he was in the world of Shenxia, he would definitely doubt whether he would be a chess piece of some ancient boss, and doubt whether everything he owns now has been arranged. But in the current interstellar era, there is no such possibility. With the strength of his current psychic power, no matter how strong the evil is, he can't control his destiny without knowing it. It is also impossible to be the previous owner of the universe in the palm of his hand. After officially becoming the master of the universe in the palm, he has confirmed that the former star-bearer has indeed disappeared completely, and now he is the new star-bearer, the complete successor. There is no other successor. In other words, this is indeed a coincidence, and it is a manifestation of his strength. After all, if you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to catch the blue bird, let alone learn the coordinates of the isolated starfield from her. The cause has been planted a long time ago, and the fruit has not been reaped until now. The water course will come naturally. In addition, there are a total of about 700,000 players in the entire Cybertron fortress, which is basically the upper middle class in the Cybertron world, and all ruling classes have player identities. It is estimated that the activity area is limited to this small mobile fortress. There are no resources in the galaxy, and even a warship cannot be built. Among the 700,000 players, there is no one who has the talent related to naval command, but other types of talent unaffected, any type can be found. 4 months later, that is, the 9th month since Li Qing started to attack this Cybertron fortress world, and it is also the 6th year of development. Before I knew it, another year had passed. He also saved a full 10 quotas for Servant of Light Enlightenment, 12 quotas for Psychers, and 1 quota for negative star conversion, all of which are temporarily saved, and none of them are given to players in this world. Besides the disdain, the main reason is that these 700,000 players are all trash, without even a green name, so what's the use? There is no living planet. This mobile fortress is neither a miracle in the galaxy, nor even a space habitation station. The people born in this world are basically gray names, only a very small number of white names, and the entire world with a population of 22.8 billion people above the green name cannot find 228. Just know how outrageous it is. Such a white-named player has no future and no special skills, and turning into a servant of light is a waste of precious quota. It's better to wait for them to breed a new generation in the high-dimensional fortress. The super livable area in this high-dimensional fortress must be similar to the miracle of the Star Sea. The offspring born must be qualified. Beautiful. Seeing that most of the population has entered the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing immediately ordered the maintenance fleet parked outside the fortress to prepare for the repair of the mobile fortress. Fix the inside first, and talk about the outside later. They have been floating in the void for more than 7,000 years. Don't care about this moment. Let's clean up the inside of the fort first. This is a big project. This thing was originally a war fortress, but now they have transformed the inside into a mess. It needs to be cleaned up from the inside to the outside, and most of the densely packed city inside will be demolished. The reason why not all of them were demolished was because such a huge fortress required a large number of crew members, and several urban areas had to be left for the crew to live in. Such a huge guy, without tens of millions of clone crews and tens of millions of senior crew members, can't play at all. The maintenance fee and the monthly living expenses of the crew alone are an extremely terrible expense. This kind of big guy, even if a normal player opens the blind box, he will only end up selling it, and he will definitely not be able to support it. After the inner city of the fortress is demolished, various communication facilities, energy transmission facilities, and all the abandoned weapon pits need to be rebuilt, and then various weapons can be reconfigured. Repair the outer armor of the fort and relocate the energy shield generators last. The original energy shield generator is gone, and must be reconfigured. For such a huge mobile fortress, if you want to configure a shield generator that fits its size and scale, you must prepare at least tens of billions of funds. It's just scary. But Li Qing spent the money like a sweetheart. If this big guy is repaired again, it will be his foundation in the future, an invincible killer. Apart from other things, at least no one in the Zutar star field can block the front of a high-level mobile fortress. Coupled with the fleet he owns, the combination of the two, as long as there are no waves, there is basically no worry before being promoted to the military leader. The situation is very good. Li Qing smacked his lips, planning to take the time to go back to Jolin and dispatch another batch of maintenance workers from the orb people. I have to say that although these orb vassals are not very useful, they are still good to be used as labor coolies and cheap workers. At least there are enough basic workers like this, as many as you want. It is not enough for a single administrative order to go on, and a large number of temporary training can be immediately used on a large scale. Li Qing ordered that the star-bearer Long Yu temporarily preside over the maintenance of the mobile fortress Seboden, and 4 servants of light assisted in the maintenance. He was going to return to the battleship outside the fortress and prepare to leave. As early as half a year ago, Several star-negative people had woken up from their deep sleep. However, as soon as he left the house, he received a message from Wang Xiaofeng, the CEO of the SEBO consortium, which ranks first among the 5 major consortiums. Your Majesty, I have good news for you. I just received a piece of information from the core control room in the center of the fortress. The automatic maintenance of the core control room has begun every 10 years. This is the best opportunity to enter the core control room. Quote. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, and asked, this fortress still has a core control room. Can it still control the fortress? The other side quickly responded. The core control room is no longer able to control the fortress, but the core control room is the last sleeping place of the God General of Cybertron. It is said that a large amount of ancient technology and treasures are stored there. At the same time, although the core control room cannot control the fortress, it can control the core of the fortress. A super weapon. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. When Wang Xiaofeng said this, an inexplicable thought appeared in Li Qing's mind, this is a trap. When the psychic power is strong enough, there will be this kind of mysterious feeling. When someone has malicious intentions towards oneself, there will be this kind of subtle induction. His psychic power of more than 16 million is already very powerful, he can be called a super psychic, and his spiritual sense is even more immortal, so he is naturally very powerful, and he can sense the warning in an instant. Interesting, is this their plan? Surrender directly to lower your vigilance, and then seduce yourself to a dangerous place in the name of ancient treasures. It doesn't necessarily have to be fake. The ancient treasure is likely to be real. After all, it is the legacy of the ancient Star Sea Lord. He was trapped in an isolated galaxy for more than 7,000 years and could not get out. There must be technology left over from ancient times. Let me think about it. Should I cooperate with them? Li Qing rubbed his chin, thought for a while, then shook his head, and replied to Wang Xiaofeng. I'm not free right now, wait until I get back. Wang Xiaofeng was surprised and said again, Your Majesty, the core control room only has 7 days to open each time. If you miss it, you will have to wait another 10 years. Li Qing smiled and said, It's okay, anyway, it will take more than 10 years just to repair this mobile fortress, so we'll talk about it next time. Your Majesty, the core control room has a large number of Star Sea Lord level technologies. Without these technologies, this mobile fortress simply cannot exert its maximum power. No need to say any more, I have made up my mind. After speaking, the communication was disconnected. Boom. Wang Xiaofeng slapped the table with a slap, and several black figures who couldn't see clearly in the secret room all looked up, and one of them asked in a mechanical voice. Is he not interested? Yes, he said that there is no time now, and he will go there when the core control room reopens 10 years later. Another shadow asked, Are you sure you're not interested, or have you discovered something? I don't know, but I think it's possible. After all, we weren't active in surrendering before. It's normal for him to be wary of us. The black shadows were silent, and one of them said, If he is not fooled, we have no other way to deal with him with sufficient certainty. There was another silence. After a while, one of the shadows said, Since he is not fooled, the plan is temporarily shelved. You want to go in? All the shadows looked up. The speaker paused and said, If we don't fight back now, it will be difficult for us to be able to fight back 10 years later. But there is no way, if we want to leave here, we can only enter there. For ourselves and for our future generations, we must leave this cage. So we have to advance and retreat together. We must firmly control our subordinates, ensure that our power and status will not be lost, and form a fleet that belongs to us, and strive for independence when the time comes. On the other side, Li Qing has already left the fortress, left the isolated star field on the Black Eagle frigate, and jumped back to the Jalan Galaxy. He didn't really care nothing about the legacy of the Cybertron God General. The main reason was that he knew there was fraud, so how could they get what they wanted? Of course, he didn't mean to go in 10 years, he couldn't wait that long. His idea is to repair the fort first, and then the whole fort must have been cleaned up. The so-called core control room will naturally be invisible, and then slowly find a way to open the core control room. As long as the core control room is within the fortress, there is no way to hide it, it can always be found, and a way can always be found to open it, so there is no need to wait 10 years. At this time, the territory is developing rapidly with the gathering of a large number of players and the continuous support of the Jinmin Yu clan and Qinghe Li clan. After Li Qing came back, he had some tenderness with his two girlfriends first. Half a year ago, Yu Yuyao, who felt bored and went back to the territory of Cybertron Fortress, went out 4 months ago, and she didn't know where she went. Xiao Bisheng is newlywed, so it is a hearty battle of the intestines, a communication between the soul and the flesh. It took 3 days of non-stop playing around the clock to satisfy the lovesickness of the two women, and only then did I have time to understand the situation of the territory during this time. It has been nearly a year since the establishment of the territory. First of all, the orb star located on Jalan 2 has been roughly remodeled, and the first batch of immigrants began a month ago. Thanks to the orb people themselves having a large number of workers and machinery, the construction speed of the new orb star is very fast. A total of 10 super engineering teams will start the construction of 10 metropolises at the same time, and each metropolis will only use 2. It can be preliminarily completed in about a month and can be used for immigration. The first batch of 10 metropolises with a total of 1 billion immigrants have migrated there, each with a population of about 100 million, and the construction of the second batch of metropolises is now underway. According to this efficiency, it is estimated that it will take about 5 years to complete all immigration. The premise is that there are sufficient funds. Li Qing checked the income and expenditure of the territory, and felt a little suffocating. Building a metropolis is not just lip service, it requires a large investment of real money, whether it is building materials or artificial salaries. Manual salaries are not much. Orbs are vassals, and their salaries are low. In addition, the extensive use of clones and robots can save a lot of expenses. The monthly salary is about 200 billion. Building materials are hard inputs. Meteorites can be pulled directly from space and crushed into sand and gravel, but there are not small gaps in other materials such as cement and concrete. Li Qing checked it out, and it was mainly shipped from Jinmen. The big chamber of commerce established by the Yu family in Jinmen has been transporting all kinds of building materials in addition to food this year. And all the money earned by the territory these days has been invested in it, and there is still a huge gap. And these gaps are still owed, yes. Li Qing took a look, and now the territory owes about 48 trillion yuan to the Yu Chamber of Commerce, and owes Qinghe Li a total of 50 trillion interest-free loans. Li Qi went to the merchant 3 times in the past 9 months, and went back and forth in about 3 months. The first time he ran the merchant, he sold all the rare crystals, and the total amount was about 27 trillion yuan. He took the money and went to several provinces to buy it all for food, a total of 27 trillion kilograms, which eased the food consumption of the territory. According to the average daily consumption of 1 kilogram of grain by a population, there are about 37 billion orb people in the territory, 37 billion kilograms per day, and a total of 13.5 trillion kilograms of grain will be consumed in 365 days a year. This amount of food is enough for 2 years, and 2 years is enough to develop several food areas in the high-dimensional fortress to produce food. You must know that the 22.8 billion people he received from the planet Cybertron in the past 9 months are not completely dry. In addition to building their own homes, he has also successively mobilized a large number of people. Deployed to open up farmland and pastures. He directly issued administrative orders to the major groups, and the major groups then allocated manpower to work, so the wages were paid by the major groups, and Li Qing did not pay a penny. This is also a necessary contribution for the major groups to ensure their power and status. Since the power and status are the same as before, it is necessary to produce food and meat for yourself. Chapter 184 The threat posed by the Shadow United Empire. The major groups are very cooperative on this point. After all, they used to eat food made of various bugs, or artificially synthesized food. The taste is simply indescribable. Even if the powerful and noble people in Cyberton have better food, they are not much better. Now that there is ample land to grow all kinds of delicious foods that were only recorded in historical materials before, they are more energetic than anyone else. Up to now, there are 5 super agricultural areas in Galway Fortress. Each area has 10 floors, and a total of 50 floors have been reclaimed, or some have been reclaimed and various food crops have been planted. The reclamation conditions of pastures are far lower than that of farmland. 3 animal husbandry areas, each with 10 floors, a total of 30 floors have also been reclaimed. A batch of livestock genes have been cloned and cubs are being raised. The fastest growing ones, small poultry such as chickens and ducks, have been out of the pen once. Other aquatic areas and economic crop areas are also being developed and planted at this time, and the first batch of crops will definitely be produced within 2 years. That is to say, the food crisis in the territory has actually been resolved at this time, and soon there will be surplus that can be stockpiled or sold. This is not a small income. The total area of the agricultural area in the super livable zone is 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers equals 1 million square kilometers, and each square kilometer equals 1,500 acres. There are a total of 1.5 billion acres in one layer. The average grain yield per mu at this stage is about 2,000 kilograms. China's grain output is about 3 trillion kilograms. Considering the problems related to land fertility and other reasons, the food grown in agricultural areas is 3 seasons a year, that is, the annual output is 9 trillion kilograms. The average price of the grain market is only 1 star yuan per kilogram, and 9 trillion kilograms is only 9 trillion yuan. However, he has a total of 50 agricultural areas here, which add up to 450 trillion kilograms, worth 450 trillion stars. Sure enough, it's not that farming doesn't make money, but that you don't grow enough. So much food is definitely not enough to use up. Even if the Orb and Saibo people can use about 44 trillion kilograms a year, even if some 50 trillion is wasted, there will be more than 400 trillion kilograms of extra food. Store part of the grain is a strategic reserve, and the other part is sold, which will be regarded as a major financial pillar of the territory's income in the future. The food has been solved, the most difficult part has actually passed, and most of the others can be solved with money. What should I do if I don't have so much money for the time being? Then slow down. Eat as much food as you have, and do as much as you have. And after solving the biggest problem of food, the rest is a matter of time. According to the funds you currently have, budget your expenditure and income, and then decide the speed of development. Li Qing briefly glanced at the territory development plan for the past half year. Under UFA's management, the territory's construction is not bad under the condition of ensuring stability. Thanks to his decision to place the headquarters of the expeditionary force in the territory galaxy, the territory is now a gathering place for many players. Although there is no way to collect tax from players, with players there, basically all the output of the territory can be sold. After resting for 2 days, Li Qing contacted Yu Qingzi, and visited in person the next day. It was still the same office. Yu Qingzi personally made tea and pushed it in front of him, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a long time, where did you get rich?" Li Qing picked up the teacup and took a sip. Feeling that the taste was better than last time, a smile appeared on his face. With the successful establishment and stabilization of the territory, the status will naturally rise, and at this time, the status is not inferior to the commander of the expeditionary force. Or from the perspective of the entire United Empire of Mankind, he is even higher, because he is an official planet lord and ranks in the Senate of the Empire, and Yu Qingzi, the commander of the expeditionary force, is not included in it. After drinking 2 cups of clear tea, Li Qing raised his head and said to Yu Qingzi, "Let me tell you a piece of good news first. The batch of warships you ordered is almost completed, and there is still about a month left before the Titan super flagship can be completed." Yu Qingzi stopped making tea, and his face showed a slightly shocked look. "So fast?" He nodded. "Right. It's less than 2 years now, right? I remember that the construction time of a super flagship is usually 10 years, and you have only completed it in 2 years, which is too much." Li Qing smiled slightly, with a hint of complacency on his face. "In just 2 years, my super dock comes from an ancient super civilization. The shipbuilding speed is very fast, and it can be completed in only 2 years." Yu Qingzi was shocked and speechless. After a long silence, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "It's so good, I'll go to receive the completed one first, and then receive the Titan in a month." Li Qing nodded. "Anytime. By the way, are you still taking orders? I want to order a batch, including blueprints for 2 flagships." Li Qing thought about it, shook his head and said, "I have a batch of battleships and a few flagships on hand. I will build mine first and build a standard brigade-class fleet." This is only part of it. He is also planning to take the time to update Querta's garrison division to increase its combat power. Yu Qingzi didn't insist, but nodded in understanding and said, "Indeed, the strength of your own fleet has not increased for a long time now. At least a brigade-level fleet should be formed to maintain the suppression of the orbs and face the counterattack of the Shadow people in the future. By the way, there is one thing you may not be clear about. In fact, the Shadow people have completely defeated the Shar civilization more than half a year ago. After the main force vacated their hands, the Red Moon team's independent plan in the western provinces has failed. Now the main force of the Shadow United Empire is attacking the Zivis civilization, and at the same time, a large number of troops have been added to the Lock Fortress, and now there are 3 full divisions stationed there. Oh, Li Qing was a little surprised, and also a little thankful that the Shadow civilization did not send troops west to attack their territory. It seems that they want to settle down first, defeat the Shar and cities first, digest the two civilizations, and then deal with us. Yu Qingzi nodded and said, "The great emperor of the Shadow United Empire is very talented and capable. He is the son of destiny that is rare in the Shadow civilization for 1,000 years. Under his iron fist, he unified the 8 tribes that were originally fighting separately. The strength of the empire skyrocketed, and it faced 3 battlefields at the same time. Fight and win. Now that the Shar people have been annexed, Civis is not their opponent at all. Judging from the information we have now, the Civis civilization is estimated to only last for 1 or 2 years. In addition to digesting the 2 civilizations and preparation time, there will be more time left. We don't have much time to prepare, at least 3 years, and at most 4 or 5 years, they will definitely launch an attack on Jialan Ling." He looked at Li Qing and said in a deep voice, "According to the worst-case scenario, you now only have at most 2 years to face the unified Shadow United Empire, are you sure?" Li Qing pondered for a while, raised his head and asked, "Uncle Qing, do you have detailed information about the Shadow United Empire? How many troops do they have now?" "The information we have now shows that the Shadow United Empire now has only 1 division of troops stationed in the eastern province, and 2 in the western province. But when the embers of the rebellion are completely wiped out, 1 will be transferred away, and the northern province has 2 divisions. 2 divisions, the central province has 2 divisions. There are 3 divisions in the Lok province, and 8 divisions in the expeditionary force to the Civis Council in the north. In summary, the entire Shadow United Empire has 18 divisions, 5 of which are enhanced divisions, and the strength of the central division is comparable to 3 standard divisions, and they are all equipped with the latest 4th-generation technology." Quote, "4th-generation technology." Yu Qingzi nodded and said, "You heard me right, the Shadow civilization has actually studied the 4th generation of technology a long time ago. With the continuous annexation of the 2 major civilizations, the fire of civilization is boiling, and the destiny is coming. The research will be completed soon, and it will not take 10 years. You can change the weapon to the 4th generation first." Hiss. Promoted from the 3rd generation to the 4th generation. It seems that only the weapon accessories have been changed, and only 1 generation is distinguished. In fact, it is a qualitative change. A single warship of the same level has a 3rd-level technology and a 4th-level technology. The 4th-level technology will be stronger, but it is limited, and it can use tactics and command capabilities to compete head-on. But when a civilization has 18 division-level fleets and is fully upgraded, the increase is exaggerated. At the same time, the 4th-level civilization can already try to design a Titan super flagship or a super carrier. Given enough time, they can also build a Titan super flag belonging to the joint civilization of the Shadow tribe. By then, their advantages will be further improved. Zoom out. Li Qing said decisively. They cannot be given this time to develop. Yu Qingzi nodded and said, "The same is true for the resolution of the Expeditionary Army Presbyterian Council, so after the restrictions are fully relaxed 4 years later, the 3 major legions of Jinmen will be introduced into the arena, and they will try to defeat this civilization with strong potential before they fully change their costumes." After returning from the headquarters, Li Qing told Yu Yufei and Ding Yoren the news. Did not tell other corps members, it is not necessary for the time being. But in his heart, this matter has been mentioned to an extremely important level, and he must prepare now. Tisk tisk, a little exciting. Thinking that 3 years later, he would face a full-scale attack by a fleet of 18 divisions, Li Qing felt his scalp tingle. With their current strength, they definitely cannot beat the siege of so many fleets. Chu Yuan, or no matter how good he is, he will be 1 against a few, but the problem is that the gap between the 2 fleets is dozens of times. We have to hurry up to build a fleet. Li Qing returned to the universe in his palm, first dispatched the ordered fleet of the expeditionary force that had been accumulated before, and handed it over to the people sent by Yu Qingzi, earning a total of 14.75 trillion stars in foundry fees. Then re-enter the palm universe, and start counting the warships built during this period. No battleships. During this period of time, all the battleships stationed belonged to the expeditionary force, and the ones he built next were his own. Half a year ago, there were only 100 groups of cruiser engineers, and a batch of 100 cruisers could be built in 2 months. A total of 9 batches, or 900 cruisers, would be built in 1.5 years and 18 months. But a year ago, he was promoted to star negative, and the speed of shipbuilding has greatly increased. It only takes 1 month to build a cruiser, and 6 more batches in half a year, that is, 600 additional cruisers. In addition, he went back to the territory half a year ago and assigned a full 500 groups of cruiser construction engineers, 6 rounds in 6 months, 500 ships per round, a total of 3,000 cruisers. So far, a total of 4,500 cruisers have been stationed in the Palm universe. As for destroyers, there are only 3,100 ships. It has nothing to do with the speed of shipbuilding. The main reason is that there are only so many destroyer blueprints. I am so busy these days that I don't have time to get them. But there are quite a lot of frigates. Originally, there were 500 teams of frigate engineers, which could be built in half a month, and a total of 36 batches in 1.5 years and 18 months, that is, 18,000 ships. Half a year ago, a large number of frigate engineers were added together, with a total of 2,000 groups. After being promoted to star negative, the shipbuilding speed increased again. 1 batch can be built in 10 days, and 18 batches in half a year and 6 months, a total of 36,000. 18,000 ships plus 36,000 ships, a total of 54,000 frigates. Due to the lack of blueprints for various accessories, most of these warships are bare ships. Only 1,500 cruisers and 3,100 destroyers are fully equipped, and they can serve with a good crew and captain. Li Qing suddenly discovered a very important problem. With the promotion of frigate and cruiser mother chips to level 5, the ship blueprints are sufficient, but the blueprints for weapon accessories are seriously lacking. Although there are trading markets for this kind of expeditionary force, there are very few. You have to go to the market in Jinmen to have a large number of blueprints. Because Yu Yufa was only in charge of territorial administration, not military, she didn't know that there were so many blueprints missing, and she didn't let the Yu family and Qing Heilis prepare. Got to go out, but not necessarily to Jinmen, to other provinces in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind. Because of the expeditionary force here in Jinmen, the battles are relatively frequent, the loss of warships is also large, and the consumption of these blueprints is also large, so it may not be possible to get much. It's better to go to the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind, those relatively peaceful provinces, where there are few wars, players don't have a high demand for these blueprints, and they can buy a large number of blueprints at once. But before that, you have to prepare a sum of money. Now the treasury of the territory has about 64 trillion yuan, but it owes 48 trillion yuan to the Yu Chamber of Commerce and 50 trillion interest-free loans to the Qing Heili family. This money cannot be moved. Even if he has extra money, he has to add it. Individuals have 17.1 trillion in cash, and 98 trillion worth of standard alloys. There were 13.7 billion left, and a large part of it was used up in shipbuilding. I don't have much cash on hand, but it's not a big problem. I really can't sell the materials. Standard alloys that have been smelted are very sought-after materials, and they can be sold at a high price anywhere. Moreover, Li Lai and Hong Chengfeng have not been idle in the past 9 months. It just so happens that there is no war. They and most of their subordinates spend most of their time mining outside except for patrolling the core galaxies in the territory. Now they have accumulation in 9 months. About 2.7 trillion cubic meters, there are all kinds of mines. It has been counted before, and about 300 billion cubic meters of it is high-value mines, which adds up to 500 billion cubic meters of the previous 200 billion cubic meters. The remaining 2.4 trillion cubic meters are limestone and other worthless mines, which are specially used to convert into rare crystals. Based on the conversion of 50,000 cubic meters of raw ore into 1 cubic meter of rare crystals, 2.4 trillion cubic meters of rare crystals can be converted into 48 million cubic meters of rare crystals. Based on the unit price of rare crystals of 800,000 cubic meters, the value of these 48 million cubic meters of rare crystals is 38.4 trillion. He collected these mines, and as a price, he distributed 1,000 of the 1,500 cruisers and 2,000 destroyers among the 1,500 cruisers on hand, and distributed them according to the raw ores they contributed. It is equivalent to directly exchanging the mined ore for the ship. Considering that there were only 3 months left before the 1-year repayment period, Li Qing sent a message to each of the 5 creditors, explaining the situation, and repaying the money only after he came back. 3 months is enough to go out for a while and then come back, but he is afraid of accidents and delays, so let's talk about it first. Chapter 185 Ding Yoren's thoughts and going to the United Empire of Mankind. After that, Li Qing didn't do anything, just stayed in the territory to accompany the two daughters Yu Yufei and Ding Yuan, making love with each other every day, and accompanying them well. That night, after another gut-wrenching battle, Li Qing held Ding Yuan in his arms and whispered, "When I come back next time, I will go to your house to propose marriage." She raised her head, stroking the wet hair on her forehead with her fingers, pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around and put her arm around his neck and said, "I had an idea a long time ago, but I never told you. You say, I want to build a fleet myself. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. She said seriously, I want to form a fleet, and I also want to capture a living planet." Li Qing looked at her in surprise, immediately understood what she meant, thought for a while, and said, "If you want to seize a living planet, it is still too late, but you must first break away from Jialin like Wang Yanqing." She nodded and said, "I think the same way. First break away from Jialin collar, get part of the compensation to build your own fleet, and then seize a living planet in the war a few years later. When I win a living planet, we will get married again, and then we will be able to control 3 living planets. Coupled with the geographical advantages of the Galan galaxy, other people will not be able to match us even if they unite." Looking at her serious face, Li Qing suddenly tapped her nose and said with a smile, "This should be just one of the reasons." She shrank into his arms, nodded unabashedly and said, "Jalan collar was established by you and him together. Jinmin Yu clan played an important role in it. Compared to me, I am far behind. I don't want our future children to suffer in this regard, so I also need to win a living planet will be merged into Jalan collar, and then my children will not suffer." Li Qing was taken aback when he heard this, and rubbed his head. One thing to say, this angle is something he didn't expect. He roughly guessed that the reason she did this was because she wanted to increase her importance in the territory, and she didn't want to make Yu Yufei and the two sisters too bad. Guessed some, but not all. He couldn't refuse this, and it was also a good thing for him. If there was one more living planet, it would be of great benefit in the future. Holding her tightly, Li Qing thought for a while and said, "In this way, if you are not in a hurry, I will build a flagship for you in another year or so. If you are in a hurry, you can take any flagship in the fleet if you like it. Now the fleet has 2 dreadnoughts and 1 Consul-class aircraft carrier. Anyway, there is no war in the territory now, so it doesn't matter to assign another one. Treat it as an investment. The planet she captured is actually owned by Jia Lanaling, and she will definitely help with all her strength in the future. Once she captures it, there will be 3 living planets in the territory. Although the Palm universe has a large number of super-habitable zones, after all, there are many differences between the Palm universe and the outside, and they will be relatively independent places in the future. It is equivalent to that he has 2 territories, one is the inside of the universe in his palm, which belongs to his whole card, and the other is the outer territory of the universe in his palm, which is a tool for him to improve his identity and status and external resources. Both are very important and indispensable to him. Ding Yuan thought about it, and chose a dreadnought. She thought the aircraft carrier's deep space fighters suffered too much damage in battle and maintenance was too troublesome. It is worth mentioning that the 2 fearless flagships under Li Qing's command and the half of the Titan super flag have not been idle all the time. Li Qing had asked Long Yu, the negative star, to modify and strengthen them himself a long time ago. Dreadnought Shenqi class Dreadnought is a super battleship with stronger armor and firepower than battleships. It can be loaded with T-slot super weapons and has the terrifying firepower to destroy a main battleship with one shot. Attributes: Basic hull, 800 million. Basic armor, 800 million. Basic shield, 800 million. Basic speed, 60,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics: ultra-long range heavy artillery tactics. Fleet slot size, 500. Dreadnought bow core default, center heavy artillery core default, central heavy artillery core default, stern heavy artillery core default. Components: energy core, superluminal components, thrusters, detectors, combat computer, flagship halo. Weapon slots: T3, X60, L700, G500. Universal slot: X3000, A40. Corrections: hull regeneration, 5,000 points per second. Armor regeneration, 5,000 points per second. Shield regeneration, 5,000 points per second. The biggest change is that the basic armor shield has been strengthened from 500 million to 800 million now. Then added 2 new T-slots Doomsday Lance, added a large number of weapon slots and general slots at all levels, and the hull regeneration was also enhanced from the original 3000 to the current 5000 regeneration. In general, the combat effectiveness of the Dreadnought ship at this time has more than tripled under the personal modification of the Starbearer Long Yu. The Titan Super Banner's incomparably powerful attributes, under Long Yun's careful design, soared so much that Li Qing almost didn't recognize it, because he had never heard that a Titan could be modified like this. Titan God Envoy, the flagship of the super strategic class, the most powerful warship in general. Attributes: basic hull, 12 billion. Basic armor, 12 billion. Basic shield, 12 billion. Basic speed, 40,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics: Titan Ultra Long Range Heavy Artillery Tactics. Fleet slot size, 1500. Titan Axis Base Bow Core Default Central Titan Core Default Central Titan Core Default Central Titan Core Default Titan Stern Core Default. Components: Energy Core, Superluminal Components, Thrusters, Detectors, Combat Computer, Titan Halo 2. Weapon Slot: T7, X1000. General Slot: X20000, A120. Corrections: Hull regeneration, 30,000 points per second. Armor regeneration, 30,000 points per second. Shield regeneration, 30,000 points per second. It seems that a large number of slots have been added, just 2 new T slots, which seem to be the same as those 2 dreadnoughts. But in fact, only 5 of the 7 T slots are Doom Lances, and the other 2 are Titan Lances. That's right, under Long Yun's design, this Titan Super flagship can be modified to add a new T-slot Titan Light Spear, which is simply unheard of. Li Qing has never heard that the Titan Super flagship can be equipped with 2 Titan Light Spears. Spear is simply ruthless. This is the power of a super flagship engineer who has surpassed the golden legendary level and reached the immortal level. Even mobile fortresses, battle stars and other super war weapons can be designed by themselves, so what is the transformation of a mere Titan? In fact, the Cybertron interstellar fortress that is currently being repaired is being repaired and remodeled at this time. After understanding the internal structure of the entire fortress, Long Yun will prepare to redesign the fortress structure and directly strengthen and modify it in one step. Maybe this thing has been modified and strengthened by the designer when it was first built, but Li Qing is quite capable of Starbearer Long Yun, so there is definitely room for substantial modification and strengthening. At that time, the combat effectiveness of the newly designed Cybertron Star Fortress will definitely be stronger than the original version. Give one of the dreadnoughts to Ding Yoren, and add 100 battleships, 200 cruisers, and 500 destroyers to her. She will have 1 dreadnought, 175 battleships, 336 cruisers, 815 destroyers, and 3,147 frigates. The remaining fleet of Jolin Collar at this time is only 1 Titan, 1 dreadnought, 1 aircraft carrier, 372 plus 46 battleships, 1498 plus 91 cruisers, 3024 plus 223 destroyers, and 1047 plus 1630 frigates. But the problem is not big. Li Qing now has 2 blueprints of dreadnoughts and 2 aircraft carriers, half of which are the previous spoils of war, and the other half is the support of Jinmin Yu and Qinghe Li for their couple this year. Li Qing has already asked Long Yu, the negative star, to redesign it, to ensure that it will reach the best state in one step after construction, and there is no need to refit after completion. In addition, he still has 2,500 plus 372 battleship blueprints in his hand. The front is a full set of configurations, and the back is the previous spoils. There are only battleship blueprints and no weapon accessories. In addition, there are unlimited blueprints for cruisers, unlimited blueprints for frigates, and more than 1,000 for destroyers. Based on the number of engineers he currently has, the shipbuilding capacity and shipbuilding speed, 4 flagships can be launched at the same time, and they can be completed and put into service within 1 year. A round of 200 battleships can be built in 3 months, and 800 ships can be built in a year. The existing drawings can definitely be completed within 3 years. At that time, there will be more than 3,000 battleships, nearly 100,000 large and small battleships, plus 6 flagships and a Titan, and the most critical Cybertron mobile fortress will be in place. At that time, basically. No, I could have designed and ship at that time. The mother chip of the destroyer has already been in place. Thanks to the efforts of many scientists, it has been upgraded to level 4. It is only 1 step away from the level 5 mother chip. Just wait until the level 5 is reached, and the 3 basic mother chips are in place. It will be ready immediately started the design of the frigate. Once the design is successful and it is updated, the combat effectiveness of the territory will soar again. Very good. Very energetic. A week later, Li Qing arranged all the affairs of the territory, and left most of the fleet in the Jialan Galaxy, led by Chuyuan. After preparing everything, he left the Galan Galaxy alone with only a few warships. First, it jumped back to the isolated star field, and brought the last batch of Cybertron remnants into the Palm universe, and then the frigate jumped out of the isolated star field again, and jumped to the north. The powerful talent of the Negative Star Master endowed his warship jump engine with super-penetrating power, and the huge nebula covering the entire Zutar starfield was beyond his reach at this time, and he could easily penetrate it. However, although his transition distance is very far at this time, he did not directly cross the star field in one breath, but slowly transitioned there at a constant speed, only jumping a distance of 50 to 100 light-years at a time. In addition to observing the galaxies along the way, I mainly want to see if I can find some suitable galaxies to establish a fixed base, so that if the technology level improves in the future, can I establish a stable business route deep in this nebula. It would be great if we could open a business path in the Zutar Nebula that can be jumped over by the leap engine of human level 5 technology. Connected to the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind, there will be a steady stream of players and caravans coming, which will have a very good boost to the economy of the territory. And if the normal channel can be opened, the United Empire of Mankind will be able to start a strategic offensive against the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire in the southern part of the Perseus Arm, which is also a good opportunity for the development of the territory. Although the Jinmin Yu clan at the farther south will benefit the most at that time, the Jinmin Yu clan is too close to the front line. Although the Kelzaka Xinghai Empire is not a player civilization, its comprehensive strength is completely comparable to that of human beings, or even stronger some. It's just that the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire is located in the first star field of the Perseus spiral arm, and further south is the galactic core area. This powerful civilization itself has been fighting a powerful civilization in the galactic core area, so that human civilization has a chance. The powerful Bruin Alliance in the north, and the equally powerful Kelzaka Star Sea Empire in the south, the United Human Empire is surrounded by two strong forces, and must find a way to break the situation, otherwise it can only be confined to the middle. Don't say whether it is dangerous or not, the Xinghai is already in danger, and there are powerful civilizations everywhere. Not to mention the many player civilizations that are naturally hostile to humans, there are also a large number of ancient and powerful civilizations that have existed for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years since humans entered the new universe. These are all dangers that humans need to face. It is impossible not to develop because of the external crisis, but to develop even more, to seize more territory and resources to strengthen itself. A week later, Li Qing left the star field he was familiar with before, and came to a completely unfamiliar star field deep in the Zutar star field. Here, the jump distance is reduced, and every time it jumps to a place, the spacecraft will enter the normal speed, and occasionally enter the sublight speed state to pass through the galaxies, looking for possible suitable places, or searching for any remaining relics. Don't look at the Zultar star field covered by nebula, it is extremely desolate, but it doesn't mean there is nothing in it. It is desolate now, maybe there was some brilliant civilization millions of years ago. The universe is a reincarnation. No civilization can exist forever. The civilizations as powerful as the star-bearers have disappeared. I don't know how many civilizations will disappear silently in the starry sky after thousands of years and millions of years. So, in a seemingly desolate star field like Zutar, there must be civilizations or relics left over from ancient times. In particular, the Zutar star field is covered by thick nebula, and humans cannot develop it. Only a very small number of adventurers dare to enter it to explore, and the probability of finding relics is much higher than that of human activity areas. Of course, there are many wild monsters in the starry sky. In remote galaxies like this, wild monsters wandering in the galaxies can be seen from time to time. Most of them are various pirates, and these things can be found in any corner of the universe. Not limited to humans, but all races. Like this deep place far away from the joint civilization of humans and Shatta, most of the wild monsters and pirates that appear are robots, are some unrecognizable races. Pirates are most likely to be the prototype of the race that once appeared in this star field. That is to say, if there are unknown alien pirates in this star field, and there are many of them, there is a high probability that this race once appeared in this star field in the distant era, but it is now extinct. Li Qing didn't just drive a Black Hawk frigate this time. The risk was too great. If he came out of the hyperspace channel and encountered wild monsters guarding the gate, it would easily capsize. He is headed by the modified battleship, 5 cruisers, 20 destroyers, and 50 frigates, all the battleships he took with him this time. Chapter 186 Super Abnormalities and Unknown Distress Signals. The small fleet slowly passed through a meteorite belt and appeared in a starry sky. After sailing at a super fast speed for 2 hours, it appeared in front of a wormhole hidden in the meteorite belt. The fleet plunged into the wormhole and entered the hyperspace channel. After half an hour, it crossed the hyperspace channel and appeared in another galaxy. The huge energy fluctuations attracted a small pirate wild monster near the wormhole, but before the wild monster approached, the fleet escaped from the wild monster's field of vision with super fast speed, and quickly disappeared. The cold starry sky is boundless. Loneliness and cold are the eternal themes. The fleet travels through the galaxy. There are no living things except wild monsters and occasional anomalies, and it is too far away from Jolin, even the shadow of the player cannot be seen. It's not that there are no players at all, it's just that there are very few players who dare to come here, and if they are scattered in the vast void, there will be basically no players. Just one galaxy is so huge. The distance from one end of a galaxy's gravitational well to the other is tens of billions of kilometers. Players may not be able to encounter it in the same galaxy, let alone a huge number of galaxies. Li Qing didn't do such a detailed search. Every time he jumped to a place, he made a rough turn, usually in about 2 or 3 days. If he didn't find it, he jumped again and left to the next place. Unknowingly, after 1 month, about 10 transitions also span thousands of light years. This place is far away from Jolin Collar. It can be regarded as the deepest part of the Zutar star field, covered by thick nebula, and the normal 5-level jump engine can no longer be used in many places. Basically, few players can come here. Warning: you have entered the range of the Interstellar Fortress subspace force field, reducing your sailing speed and turning speed by 20%. Warning: you have entered the range of the Interstellar Fortress suppression force field, damage to enemy ships -30%. Warning: we have entered the Doomsday Halo range of the Interstellar Fortress. Our battleship's hull value, armor value, shield value -10%, attack -10%, hit -5. Wow, the fleet just came out of a wormhole in an unknown galaxy, and when they saw a huge mobile war fortress anomaly floating in the starry sky not far from the wormhole entrance, they received this series of Halo suppression reminders. This is a super anomaly. A mobile fortress with a size of more than 1,000 kilometers is the core, and a large number of fleets are moored around it. There are more than 20 giant battleships equivalent to the size of a Titan super flagship. Count. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but this super anomaly is located near the entrance of the wormhole, and its force field has already covered the entrance of the wormhole. Any battleship coming out of the wormhole will be trapped in the force field. In less than a minute, Li Qing saw a small fleet around the fortress star leaving its patrol position and rushing towards this side. If you can't leave before the patrol fleet arrives, the end will be ugly. Li Qing snapped his fingers, and a super powerful spiritual energy field with an intensity of more than 16 million exploded around him and covered the fleet, directly forming a transparent bubble of light to envelop the fleet, directly leaping over the fleet. More than 1,000,000 kilometers away. This did not exceed the range of influence of the mobile fortress Halo, but at the speed of a small fleet, it would not be able to catch up for a few hours. Of course, he can still be easily hit with the range of the main gun of the mobile fortress, but generally speaking, the T-slot main gun of this kind of mobile fortress cannot easily fire at his small fleet. The fleet was moored in the void, and his eyes fell on the projection in the center of the bridge. The super abnormal fleet was shrunk by an unknown number of times, and the huge mobile fortress was in the center. Quite a bit excited. Because such a huge super anomaly is different from ordinary anomalies, if it can be defeated and the mobile fortress in the center is sunk, there is a high probability that a complete mobile fortress manufacturing blueprint can be obtained. But he doesn't have this strength. Even if all the fleets in the entire territory are transferred, they will not be able to defeat them. Because the strength of this super anomalous fleet is unusually ferocious, its weapons and ship configuration are definitely level 5 technology, not inferior to human beings, and its commander is not too weak, plus it is comparable to the specifications of 2 divisions. Large and small warships, the territory must not be able to beat. Unless the Cybertron mobile fortress can be repaired a few years later, and then the fleet at that time, as well as the Quierta garrison division, can be sure to get this fleet. There is definitely no way now. Li Qing thought for a while, and the fleet stopped here to observe the movement of that fleet. After waiting for 2 days, this super abnormal fleet slowly arrived in front of the wormhole, and after a series of reconnaissance, the super huge fleet began to pass through the wormhole and enter the next galaxy. This exception is a bit unusual. This is the first time Li Qing has seen an abnormal fleet that can cross galaxies. He has seen many large anomalies before, but they are all limited to the birth galaxy and cannot leave. Considering the strength and composition of this fleet, Li Qing guessed that in ancient times, there was probably a civilization with a technology level of 5 in this star field. The civilization is estimated to have been destroyed long ago, but the influence is still in this star field. This also means that there is a high probability that this star field can still find the remnants of that civilization. Interesting. Li Qing pinched his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed, slightly twisting the direction of the void. In the next second, infinite spiritual energy gathered, and soon condensed into a spiritual energy entity exuding strong spiritual energy. The strength of the psychic energy it emitted soared from the beginning of 100,000, and soon exceeded the million mark before stopping. Theoretically, the upper limit of the condensed psionic entity is determined by the psychic and the psionic saint. His personal psionic strength has exceeded 16.5 million, but the psionic saint only has more than 5 million, so the condensed psionic saint, the upper limit of strength cannot exceed that of a psychic saint. But in fact, if the psychic energy entity with a psychic energy intensity close to 5 million is condensed, it will affect the stability of the psychic saint, so it is impossible for him to condense such a strong psychic energy entity, at most more than a million. 1 million psychic saints are already very powerful, and the psychic field that naturally emanates after forming has begun to affect the electronic equipment inside the battleship. Until it is condensed and formed, the electronic equipment in the battleship bridge is directly scrapped. Li Qing ignored these, just stretched out his hand and pointed at the psychic sage, and with a thought, he began to turn him into a servant of light and named him Li Ling. The servant of light, whose psychic power exceeds 1 million, has surpassed Li Yuan in individual strength. After enlightenment, Li Qing gave him a mission to drive a frigate and follow the super anomaly that just passed by in the following days. This super anomaly is extraordinary, but he doesn't have the strength and time strategy right now, so he can only leave a mark here, and come and solve it when he has time and strength, and see if he can get a blueprint for an advanced mobile fortress. In addition, following this super anomalous fleet may have the opportunity to find the ancient relics of the past. The remnants of a civilization with a technology level of 5 levels are still worth digging. Assigned a Black Hawk frigate to Li Ling, and ordered him to follow the fleet, and disappear into the wormhole visually. After Li Qing repaired the damaged electronic equipment in the battleship, he also led the fleet to jump away from this star area. Jumping again and again, he actually appeared in an area where the density of nebulae was so high that he was stunned. Not only was the interference intensity as high as level 8 or 9, but the dust had already turned into substance, and flashes of lightning could be seen from time to time in the void. The various systems of the battleship have been interfered with extremely outrageously here, and he feels that the degree of suppression here is even more outrageous than the edge of the isolation interference zone on the Jalan Collar side. Obviously, this place has reached the center of the Zutar Nebula. Felt that even the flying speed was greatly suppressed, and it would take a lot of time to explore here. Li Qing left a mark on this galaxy on the star map, and led the fleet to leap away from this galaxy. In the depths of this kind of nebula, no spacecraft has come for many years, so it must be worth exploring. But nebula is too suppressed, and exploration is too time-consuming. I don't have that time now, and I'll come back later when I have free time. With this galaxy as the core, you can obviously feel the intensity of the nebula slowly decrease when you make the next leap. After more than 2,000 light years along the way, the fleet suddenly received an encrypted signal belonging to humans after a leap. Someone set up a base here. Receive the signal and start decoding with the decoder. Li Qing opened the star map. On the top is the southern end of the huge Perseid spiral arm. To the north is a bright star field of the United Empire of Humanity headquarters. To the south is the equally huge Tianjin star field. A large block and several small blocks have been explored in the middle. The big one is Jinmen province, and the small ones are several enclaves of Jinmen province. Further south is the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, which occupies the first Timor starfield of the entire Perseus spiral arm. The star map shows that in addition to completely occupying the Timor starfield, a large part of its territory has extended to the center of the galaxy area. Between the two star fields is the Dark Zutar star field, on which only the outposts and Jalan Collar, and part of the Shatta United Empire have been explored. There are only a few sporadic dots between the huge Zutar star field. It is the place where he jumped through on the road. He is currently in the northern part of the Zutar star field, only about 1,300 light-years away from the Emperor Seat star field where the United Empire of Mankind is located. The entire Zutar star field is about 7,000 light-years from south to north. This area already belongs to the edge of the nebula, and the nebula interference is not much different from that of Jalan. It is not surprising that some players come to explore. The decoder quickly decrypted the information, and when the content was presented in front of him, Li Qing sighed lightly. This is a message from a caravan named Sanhua Trading Group, saying that something that cannot be explained by physics happened when their caravan passed through this galaxy, and crew members continued to die for inexplicable reasons. Search the entire caravan, can't find the reason either. By the time the distress signal was sent, most of the tens of thousands of crew members of hundreds of large and small merchant ships in the caravan had died. Li Qing looked at the coordinates of the signal, and ordered the fleet to adjust its direction and fly there. According to the convention of the Age of Discovery, if you encounter this situation, you must go and have a look. You don't have to be asked to save people. This cannot be forced. After all, the starry sky is too dangerous to force others to die. However, it is generally necessary to look for distress signals like this to understand the situation. The signal is located in the center of the galaxy, and it seems that it is not very far from the main sequence star in the center of the galaxy. It is estimated that the caravan was an accident when it was preparing to pass through the galaxy. It is worth mentioning that the main sequence star of this planet is a white dwarf star, and the light that blooms is extremely dim. Most of the planets in the planet are frozen planets covered by thick ice. After traveling at sub-light speed for more than an hour, the fleet came to the starry sky not far from the signal coordinates, and saw a large caravan parked in the starry sky drifting aimlessly from a distance. There are about 50 warships, including 2 battleships, and about 110 caravan transport ships, all of which are large or larger cargo ships, including a huge transport ship with ridiculously large specifications. You must know that the ferry-class transport ship that can hold 500 million cubic meters of cargo at a time is only a super-large size. The Giant is a super transport ship that is far larger than the ferry-class transport ship. The total capacity is as high as 50 billion plus, and the price is as high as 500 billion won, not even Li Qing's territory. Not to mention other things, the transport ships of this caravan alone are quite a fortune. The fleet approached slowly, and Li Qing keenly noticed that there were many ships that did not seem to belong to the caravan on the edge of the caravan. It looks like the fleet that received this distress signal, but they are all folded here. Interesting. Li Qing stopped the fleet first, and then the battleship sailed to the caravan alone. There are too few ships on hand, whether they can sink or not. Anyway, I am strong. As long as I don't go to the subspace to die, it is difficult for anything in the material universe to hurt me. The battleship quickly approached the caravan, and he immediately felt an inexplicable cold attack. No, it should be that I am approaching a mass of icy breath. The fleet did not respond to his approach, as if there was no one inside. Li Qing stood on the bridge with his arms around him, golden light flashed in his pupils, and the super-powerful psychic perception swept across the entire fleet in an instant. Nothing was sensed. The inside and outside of this huge fleet was directly penetrated by his super psychic power, without a trace of secrets, but no existence was sensed. This surprised Li Qing. With his current psychic strength, there are only 2 possibilities in this situation. One is that he encountered a psyker or subspace existence stronger than himself. But this possibility is very, very small, almost impossible. The second situation is that there is really nothing in it, and the unknown crisis kills all living things in the fleet and leaves directly. It is impossible to hide anything hidden in it but can hide it from his spiritual perception. Even those immortal level beings with more than 100 million spiritual power strengths are at most much stronger than him, but it is difficult to hide it from himself. He is not a simple psychic. He is already a negative star, and he also has an immortal soul and will, which are essentially the same. So, this is an empty fleet. Li Qing raised his brows. According to the default gauge of the United Empire of Mankind, such unknown ships belong to him in this case. Although this is only a drop in the bucket compared to his assets, this is a free benefit, which is equivalent to picking up money on the road. Chapter 187 Misfits in the Heartland of the United Empire of Mankind. The battleship slowly approached and frigate at the very edge of the caravan. As the distance approached, the cold feeling from the depths of the heart became more and more serious, but I still saw nothing. Li Qing thought for a while, stretched out his hand and opened the universe in his palm. The door of the black hole opened in front of the frigate, and the powerful attraction actively pulled the battleship to slide towards the door of the black hole. At the moment when the gate of the black hole entered the frigate, suddenly a substantial cold wave visible to the naked eye gushed out from the frigate, forcibly pushing against the frigate and stopping its descent. Sure enough, there is something. Li Qing stretched out his hand and pointed. A circle of transparent distortion exploded in the direction of the frigate to disperse the blue tide. The frigate shook violently, the shield was directly shattered by the horror invisible to the naked eye, and the armor quickly collapsed to reveal the distorted hull. The hull was twisted and torn by invisible forces, the pressure inside and outside the hull was unbalanced, and a large number of items inside the battleship were pulled out and quickly shattered. Invisible power turned into a transparent halo that enveloped the distorted warship, and the fragments ejected from the tearing of the warship were bound in this area and could not leave. Li Qing carefully looked at the chaotic transparent circle of light, and soon found a clue in the tide formed by the chaotic ice-cold blue gas. There is nothing inside these blue cold waves, but the body of the blue cold wave. As the hull twists and tears, this thing wraps the twisted hull like some kind of life to maintain its shape. Many shattered armor fragments rushed out, but were bound by the blue tide not far away. Li Qing didn't notice this before, but only when he realized that the cold wave itself was abnormal, this thing seemed to be alive. With a thought, he activated his psionic energy again, forcefully dragging the broken warship into the universe in his palm. Boom! There was a slight shock at the door of the black hole. And the blue cold wave inside the ball of light exploded steeply, and there was a hissing sound, and then groups of cold waves gushed out from the warships and cargo ships floating quietly in the void in the distance, quickly distorted and deformed, merged and joined together to form a blue tide thousands of kilometers in length and width, and an extremely cold and huge wall also formed in the blue tide, roaring angrily at Li Qing. Don't hide it at this time. This thing becomes extremely obvious in Li Qing's psychic perception. It is a very powerful subspace entity. Its body is between reality and illusion, and can be freely transformed between reality and illusion. In the illusory state, even Li Qing couldn't detect its trace for a while, and its hiding ability is very powerful. There is only one thing, so what Li Qing forcibly collected into the universe in his palm just now is only a part of this entity. Obviously, this caravan was unlucky to encounter this unknown subspace entity, and all GG. If Li Qing hadn't arrived, this guy would have been hiding in the caravan and constantly seducing passing fleets, devouring souls. Either eat and drink enough to leave automatically. Either encounter a powerful psyker like Li Qing, or run away, or be caught, but it is impossible to be killed. Because part of this guy's body is hidden in the giant transport ship, from Li Qing's psychic perspective, his body hidden in the giant transport ship is actually hidden in the subspace, not in the physical universe. It's not impossible to kill him, but it's very troublesome. He has to enter the subspace to find his body to kill him completely. But the subspace and the physical universe are in different dimensions. Although he has the ability to easily tear apart the physical universe and enter the subspace, he is not familiar with the subspace, and there is still a lot of risk in entering it. So, he directly used the method of psionic resonance to send a message to expel the psionic entity to leave. Psionic resonance is the common language of subspace. Anyone can understand it, and this unknown monster also understands it, but instead of leaving as he expected, it roared angrily at him, and its body quickly stretched and opened towards battleship's come. Looking for death. Li Qing was extremely energetic and pensive, and no longer concealed his own strength. In an instant, infinite light rose into the sky, quickly bloomed and rushed together with the blue tide, and instantly made a violent, zzz, sound. Circles of golden light bloomed in the icy starry sky, slowly forming a golden lotus flower that spanned millions of kilometers. Circles of flame spread outward, and a huge golden light man phantom slowly stood up from the lotus flower. The golden face is extremely handsome, and the golden flames in the eyes look down on the world like a god. Li Qing looked at Lan Chao, who was startled and began to shrink expressionlessly, and slowly stretched out a big hand to press down. Boom! A circle of golden flames mixed with shattered blue fragments exploded, and the golden hand broke through the shrinking blue tide and stretched into it. Ignoring the giant transport ship, it directly penetrated the crystal wall between the real universe and the subspace and protruded into the subspace, grabbed a ball of crazy twisted blue light and tore it outwards forcefully. Boom! The real cosmic space shook violently, and the space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was obviously arched upwards, as if the surrounding soil was brought up when weeds were pulled, and the violent ripples caused by the space fluctuations swayed layer by layer, reaching hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The golden giant is like a god, with one hand passing through the real universe, reaching into the subspace, grabbing the body of the unknown subspace, and forcibly tore it out of the subspace, tightly usurping a group of blue octopus like the twisted tentacles frantically whipped the big golden hand, and golden streamers kept flying with the whipping. But the difference in strength is too great, not at the same level at all. The golden giant grabbed the unknown monster and stuffed it into a huge black hole, and the world was clean. The two negative stars, Zhaofeng and Qingluan, who were staying in the universe in the palm of their hands, showed their real bodies, and gave this guy a violent hammer, and quickly smashed into sky blue fragments. Wait for Li Qing's real body to slowly retract and return to the universe in the palm, where his psionic energy is increased by 10 times. What is the concept of the strength of more than 160 million psionic energy? A mouthful of golden flame was sprayed down, directly burning it into nothingness, and refining it into pure spiritual energy. Wait until it is completely burnt to ashes, turning into a blue bead the size of a fist in your hand. Pure psychic elite rare item, a strange item formed after a powerful subspace evil is forcibly refined. Effect 1. Use it directly to forcibly awaken the psionic power and gain 100,000 units of psionic power. If the psionic power has been awakened, it can increase the power of 150,000 units. Effect 2. With the psionic elite as the core, gather a powerful and permanent psionic entity. Well, it's okay. 100,000 power points is nothing to him. After all, he knows how to hack and doesn't have much idea of the difficulty of improving psionic power, but it is a fetish to other psionic users. Imagine that Yu Yufei's current psychic strength is only in the early 10,000s, and her psychic improvement speed is still relatively fast. For example, 2 of the original core members of the Legion were psychic users. They couldn't use it and could only rely on their own training and improvement. Now the psychic strength is less than 1,000, and it is less than the rigid conditions for a period of psychic ascension. This shows how much this thing has improved. If it is placed in the auction house, it can sell for at least 10 trillion yuan. It is worth mentioning that although Li Qing's psychic strength has already exceeded 1 million, after he was promoted to the negative star, he no longer needs psychic ascension. The star negativer itself is a very powerful ascension method, which belongs to the ascension method of the star negativer race. After killing this unknown subspace monster, Li Qing then opened the door of the black hole and took this batch of transport ships and about 50 warships into it. A huge transport ship with a capacity of up to 50 billion, 22 super large transport ships of the Watson class, and 110 large transport ships. In addition to this, there are a large number of large trailer bays behind these transport ships. After counting, these transport ships and trailers are all loaded with ore. In total, there are 221 billion cubic meters of refined ore, most of which are refined steel. There are a total of about 150 billion cubic meters, with a total value of about 59 trillions, a small part or other high-value minerals, with a total value of about 18 trillion. The combined value of the two is 77 trillion yuan, plus the transport ships with a total value of nearly 1 trillion yuan. This wave is quite profitable. In addition, he found a coordinate in the star map stored in the battleship computer. There is a strange star field only tens of light years away from here. The nebula over there is extremely thin, and the ship is there can sail freely. Many players discovered this place and established a personal base there. Although the nebula is thin, there are no living planets, no special resources, not many players gathered, and there is no big team, but the combination is also of great value. When there are more people, there will be a market. Some merchants will take the initiative to build a star castle there to gather nearby players, and then build a purchase station there to buy ore from the players there at a price lower than the market. The owner of this caravan, the Sanhua Trading Group, is one of the most active chambers of commerce in that area. The ore ship had just bought back from there, but an accident happened on the way. Li Qing thought about it, and just marked that area on his own star map, and copied the star map on the ship, which happened to be that he did not have the star map here. Go to the United Empire of Humanity first, and then visit there after finishing the trade and return. If possible, it can become one of the transition points of the route through the Zutar star field of your own territory. The battleship merged with the fleet, slowly turned around and prepared to speed up, and suddenly received a strange communication. Li Qing subconsciously turned around and looked in a certain direction, and his super spiritual sense quickly sensed a fleet coming from that direction. Turn on the communication. A man in uniform with the emblem of the Sanhua Trading Group standing in the center of the bridge, asked in a not very polite tone. There was a large fleet here just now, do you know where it went? What fleet? Li Qing said inexplicably. I just came here, and I didn't see any fleet. The man looked at Li Qing suspiciously, and said in a deep voice. You wait here for a while, and wait for us to come and check. Li Qing frowned slightly, and said. You can see that all my ships are here now, what do you think you can hide? If you tell you to wait, just wait, how can there be so much nonsense? Li Qing suddenly felt an unknown fire rising, and said bluntly. What are you? What qualifications do you have to make me stop? Grass Nima. Li Qing directly shut down the communication, and ordered the fleet to jump. 10 minutes later, a group of more than 200 large and small warships headed by 15 battleships rushed over. They first circled around the place where the caravan disappeared, and then stopped at the place where Li Qingyu left. The fleet has completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Are you sure it's here? It's impossible to get it wrong. After a moment of silence, someone said, write down all the specifications and appearance marks of the fleet just now, and send it back to the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce, so that the brothers behind can intercept it and ask about the whereabouts of the fleet. At this time, Li Qing had directly jumped over a distance of more than 1,000 light years, crossed the remaining distance of more than 1,000 light years in one breath, and directly jumped into the territory of the United Human Empire, in a star field of a military outpost on the border. Stopped. Although it is possible to forcibly penetrate the interception system at the border and continue to leap forward, it is the first time for Li Qing to come here, so he should honestly register in the entry galaxy to avoid unnecessary trouble later. There was nothing unexpected about the registration. Although the young lady in charge of the registration was very shocked and curious that he ran across the Zutar star field, she was just curious and let him go after the registration. No matter where he goes next, as long as he does not commit a crime, no one will stop him. The border galaxy is just a transit galaxy. There is a star city and a star gate. There are a total of 3 waterways that can be directly transmitted to the 3 centers of the southern province of the local town through the star gate. Zhenan Province is the southernmost province of the United Human Empire headquarters. It is jointly ruled by 3 military masters, so Zhenan Province has 3 central star fields. The teleportation distance of the star gate itself is actually very far. In theory, it can be teleported to other nearby galaxies in the province, but ordinary players cannot do so, and it has nothing to do with the distance. Li Qing checked the 3 central galaxies, and randomly chose the most prosperous cloud galaxy. Yunfu Galaxy is one of the 3 cores of Zhenan, ruled by the Yunfu Yi family. This Yi family has no relationship with the Nanshan Yi family, but has the same name, not a branch of it. Although there are many surnames in human beings, some big surnames have too many names with the same name. It is not surprising that there are several military masters. It's like there are 4 surnamed Li among the main clans of the various armies, and they have no relationship with each other. Transport directly through the Stargate of the Frontier Galaxy. In less than a few minutes, it traveled a distance of hundreds of light years and appeared in a strange galaxy. The first reaction is prosperity. When you come out of the Stargate, you will see densely packed spaceships. The regional channels are full of trade-related information. Unlike Jia Lanaling, most of the channels you open are related to war. It is estimated that it is in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind, and the Zutar Nebula in the south cannot pass through. I don't know how many years there has been no war. The economy and trade in the southern province of Zhenan are extremely prosperous, and most of the ships that shuttle back and forth in the Stargate are civilian ships. Various custom-made private ships, or large tourist ships, are equivalent to private cars. Armed warships are rarely seen. His dozens of warships are particularly eye-catching among the many spaceships in the Stargate. Chapter 188 The Northern Border of the Empire. No need to look, he could feel the curious gazes from the spaceships around him. Feeling the strange gazes of the crowd and the incompatible style of the spaceship, Li Qing felt like a country bumpkin entering the city for no reason. Li Qing regretted that he didn't put most of the ships into the universe in his palm first. If there was only one ship, the target would be much smaller. A wolf got into the flock, and the fleet flew to a certain berth in the galaxy under the guidance of the dispatch tower. In the words of the dispatch tower, military warships cannot berth at the same location as civilian spaceships. After finally mooring the fleet in an empty starry sky, Li Qing reported a Black Hawk frigate, and drove the ship back to Star City, where the Galaxy Trade Center is located. This is a galaxy similar to Jinmen. There is only one living planet, but there are a total of 11 transformed planets, including 5 large planets, 6 satellites, and a large number of habitation stations. According to the data, This galaxy is the core of Yunfuyi's core, and there are a total of more than 50 billion people living in this galaxy. The Yunfuyi family has been a military leader for longer than the Qinghe family and the Jinmin Yu family. It has a history of more than 2,000 years. It is a senior military leader. The Yu clan of Jinmin, who is full of martial arts virtues. After the battleship approaches Star City, the local trading network can be opened. He checked the prices first. Refined steel at 390 yuan in Jinmin only costs 388 yuan and 20 fen aside, which is about 2 yuan cheaper. There are not many alone. If there is a trillion in inventory, you can earn 1.8 trillion for nothing. Similarly, the standard alloy priced at 820 star yuan in Jinmin is only 817.7 star yuan here, which is more than 2 yuan cheaper. I looked at other basic materials, and the prices are cheaper than those in Jinmin. It is worth mentioning that most of the prices in Jinmin are integers, and the prices here are determined by the big market of the United Empire of Mankind, so there will be various mantises after the decimal point. Within the United Empire of Mankind, the price of goods will be determined by the output of each place. Where the output of basic materials in this area decreases, the price will rise, but generally it is a short-term increase, because the Stargate connection can be adjusted from other places at any time. When the goods come, neither the increase nor the decrease will be very long. However, there are still many big businessmen who rely on their huge financial resources to travel back and forth, or directly manipulate prices in the stock market to earn profits. Of course, Li Qing has no interest in reselling this to make a profit. After learning about the local market, he began to check the blueprint prices of various warships and weapon accessories in the local area, and found that they were not much different from those in Jinmin. The price is uniform throughout the empire. It is estimated that there is no major war here, and the demand for this area is not high. There are a large number of blueprints for frigates and destroyers on the market. Excluding those that were too expensive, there were a total of 118 ships, and he took them all in one go, totaling 124 billion stars. Then searched for 118 plus 369 equals 487 battleship supporting systems, a single set of 6 billion, and a total of 2,922 billion star dollars was spent. In this way, he has a total of 2,500 plus 487 battleship blueprints on hand, all equipped with weapon accessories, and can be directly built and equipped with weapons at that time, and they can serve immediately as long as they are equipped with crew. The cruiser blueprint is not needed, he has it himself, but the blueprint of the cruiser weapon accessories is not. A set of this thing is about 320 million. He bought 7,000 sets in one go, spent 2.24 billion star dollars, and almost cleared the local inventory. It may be that he swept too many goods at once, and soon attracted a visit from a chamber of commerce called Yunfu, but Li Qing guessed that it should be a member of the Yunfuyi family, only they have so many redundant blueprints on hand. He bought 13,000 sets of cruiser weapon accessories at the same price, and spent another 4.16 billion star dollars. Then, they directly purchased 100,000 sets of destroyer blueprints plus matching destroyer weapon accessories, 70 million sets, and spent a total of 7,000 billion star dollars. And a full 1 million sets of frigate-related weapon accessories, half of the guard module, half of the sentry module, the unit price is 9 million sets, and a total of 9 trillion star dollars was spent. Although there are many blueprints, they are nothing to a military leader who has existed for more than 2,000 years. They don't need to go to a few places, and they are enough to gather them locally. This trip cost 124 billion plus 2,922 billion plus 2,240 billion plus 4,160 billion plus 7,000 billion plus 9,000 billion, a total of 25,446 billion stars. Of course he doesn't have so much cash, but such large transactions can be bartered, as long as the goods recognized by both parties can be exchanged for each other. Li Qing took out refined steel of the same value to this batch of blueprints, which happened to be the goods in the large caravan he encountered before. Leave the Yunfu galaxy first, find an uninhabited galaxy and enter the Palm universe, and transfer the goods in the incoming merchant ship to the transport ship stored in the Palm universe before driving out, so as not to be recognized by others. All the refined steel worth 59 trillion yuan was pulled out, returned to the Yunfu galaxy, and sold directly to the Yunfu Chamber of Commerce at the market price. Not afraid of being seen, he jumped thousands of light years to Zhenan province in one go. Even if the Sanhua trading group realized it at that time, the news would probably still be on the way. 59 trillion refined steel is the market price of Jinmin. According to the local bank, it is only worth about 58 trillion. After deducting the payment for goods, there is still 32.554 trillion stars. As soon as he got the blueprint, Li Qing immediately started the construction of the shipyard in Galway Fortress. So many blueprints have to be produced, whether for personal use or for sale, they have to make a lot of money. With so many blueprints, it can be said that it will be enough for a long time. Next, Li Qing directly left the Yunfu galaxy, and flew to the United Empire of Humanity through the local star gate. His destination is the Tianya Galaxy, the capital of the Tianya province, one of the largest provinces in the southern part of the United Empire of Mankind. He heard that there are some auctions there every month, and he plans to go there to see if he can buy some weapons or accessory mother chip. Buying it all the time is not an option, it is better to produce it yourself, and get more weapon master chips to upgrade. Learning from the previous lessons this time, he left when transiting the galaxy, put the entire fleet into the universe in his palm, and only drove one frigate back on the road. Actually, the large southern province of the empire is not Tianya province, but Nanshan province. The Nanshan Yi family where Yi Xiao and his son are located is more prosperous. But Li Qing has a grudge against Yi Shi, so it is not convenient for him to go to his home planet. While they are less likely to engage in petty tricks, it is always inconvenient to be recognized. Although Tianya province is slightly worse, it is also the top economic center in the south of the empire, not much worse. Besides, if there is really no place, you can change the place. Anyway, there are stargates everywhere in the hinterland of the United Human Empire, and as long as you have money, you can quickly shuttle around. It is worth mentioning that whenever Li Qing went to a place, he would visit the local market and buy all the blueprints of battleships that were not expensive locally. Other battleships have mother chips, and the mother chips of destroyers have been upgraded to level 4, and they are only one step away from level 5. There is no need to buy them. Now there is only a shortage of battleships. There are not many battleship blueprints in most places, at most 200 or 300, and at least 100 or so. Many of them are expensive and not worth buying. I transferred 7 stargates all the way back and forth, and bought a total of 785 battleship blueprints. Including accessories, a total of 5,495 billion stars was spent. 1.5 months after going out, Li Qing finally came to Tianya Galaxy, the capital of Tianya province. Out of the Stargate, one can see a huge mobile fortress slowly passing through the Stargate, surrounded by a huge number of fleets, surrounded by hundreds of large and small flagships, like a god. From the discussion of the players in the regional channel, we know that this kind of grand event happens only when the local garrison fleet changes defense. Although it is only a conventional mobile fortress with a diameter of only more than 300 kilometers, its combat effectiveness is still very fierce. This fleet can basically sweep the Shatta Tribal Alliance at this time. Well, the premise is that the Shatta United Empire does not have any hidden trump cards, such as some kind of state-defending artifact. Generally, civilizations developed with luck will not be simple. Powerful relics are not exclusive to players. All intelligent life can actually be used, but there are not so many of them. The entire Tianya galaxy has 3 star cities, 2 ordinary star cities, and 1 super star city. The so-called super star city is an upgraded version of Star City. The armor shield is thicker, and it can be equipped with more Star City Doomsday arcs. The combat effectiveness is extremely powerful. The 3 star cities are in the shape of a character, less than 10,000 kilometers apart, and countless spaceships shuttle back and forth between them. After Li Qing came out of Stargate, he found a local consulting company, spent 100,000 star dollars to inquire about the auction situation, and spent about 4 million to buy tickets for 7 auctions. These 7 auctions are of different sizes, belong to different chambers of commerce or financial groups, and are held within a week. There was an auction that day. He took out the ticket to look at the auction site, and flew straight to the auction site. Compared to the crude black market auction in the outpost, the auction in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind is much more high-end. It is an ordinary auction held once a month. After downloading the auction items, Li Qing fell silent. The first auction starts, a painting from a master artist 5,000 years ago. The starting price is 100 billion, and the price increase should not be less than 1 billion each time. It's hard to say the value of things, but auction a painting in the auction house. To be honest, Li Qing was not very used to it for a while. Suddenly ran from a war zone to a peaceful country, and didn't react for a while. Looking at other auction items, most of them have nothing to do with the war. He knows that this situation is normal in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind, especially in the southern provinces far away from the war. The northern province is better. After all, it is close to the Bruin United Civilization in the north, and the atmosphere of war is relatively strong. The southern province hasn't had a war for thousands of years, and its economy is prosperous, but it has nothing to do with war. From the fact that few warships can be seen in the galaxy with such a huge flow of people, it can be seen that peace is the mainstream here. In places far away from the Tianya galaxy, at most you will encounter some pirates or criminal groups, and the combat effectiveness is limited, so there is really no big war. Li Qing looked back and forth among these lots, and there were really not many items he wanted. He was completely disappointed when he saw the last lot. The fourth finale of the four finale. A piece of land of 7.8 square kilometers located on Tianyixing, the capital of Tianya province, located in a prosperous metropolitan area of this living planet, including 3 skyscrapers with hundreds of floors. The annual rent is as high as 5 billion plus. The auction base price is 5 septillion. Sitting speechlessly on his seat, he watched the auctioneer passionately introduce the lots and auction them one by one. At this time, Li Qing's mind was no longer in this auction house, but went to other places. Not surprisingly, the odds of the items in the other auctions are similar, but the tickets are all bought, so if you don't go, you won't go for nothing. But when it was over, he was going to leave here for the northern border of the United Empire of Mankind, which was close to the Bruven Union. 2 powerful civilizations with comparable strength fought in the star field at the junction of the 2 civilizations all year round. The atmosphere of war was very strong. Thousands of years ago, the military focus of the United Empire of Mankind has been placed there, resulting in the average strength of the military leaders in the north being stronger than those in the south. At the same time, you can buy more military-related things there, such as flagship blueprints. They appear there from time to time. As long as you have money, you can buy it. This is not a foul. As long as you can get the money for the purchase in accordance with the rules, it is not a problem. After that, it took him a week to attend all the auctions that bought tickets. As he expected, it was basically the kind of auction that had nothing to do with the military. Occasionally, there were a few related items, which were not very relevant. Some tasteless, and did not buy. After the auction, he was not in the mood to listen to the consulting company saying that there would be a big auction every 6 months, so he left the Tianya galaxy on the same day, and jumped directly without going through the Star Gate. However, after only jumping twice, after jumping nearly 3,000 light years and crossing the range of several provinces in one breath, when I stopped by an active galaxy, I received a message from the military headquarters of the 5 provinces passing by in one breath. Ask about the newsletter. The meaning of the communication is the same. He directly jumped across provinces without reporting in advance, which violated the regulations. At first I didn't understand it, but later I realized that this is one of the many basic laws of the United Empire of Mankind. The main purpose is to prevent people from randomly scurrying between different provinces, thus causing some unnecessary misunderstandings. It is important to know that although the United Empire of Mankind is a whole, the internal military lords are independent, and many military lords are hostile to each other, so it is not allowed to jump across provinces at will during non-all-out war. This provision sounds troublesome, but it is necessary. Fortunately, Li Qing was a first-time offender, and he was still in the 10-year development period, so he was fine after a verbal lesson. So in the future, he can't jump so casually, he can only jump through the Star Gate honestly. Although it is a bit slow, I just took time to buy battleship blueprints in the galaxy. I have to go through more than 20 provinces along the way. It is estimated that I can gather 2,000 to 3,000 sets of battleship blueprints. Hurrying all the way, it took more than half a month to finally arrive at the Shanhaiguan Fortress Galaxy, one of the 3 core fortress galaxies in the northern border of the Empire. Chapter 189 Shanhaiguan Super Fortress. The Shanhaiguan Fortress Galaxy is one of the 3 core fortresses in the northern border of the Empire spanning more than 14,000 light-years from east to west. The position is located on the east side of the spiral arm, more than 3,000 light-years away from the eastern edge of the spiral arm, in the middle of the upper and lower sides of the spiral arm, at the key intersection between the star field where the human territory is located and the star field beyond the human border. Human beings have spent thousands of years deploying a large number of 6-level technological interception systems in the uninhabited starry sky between the 2 star fields to ensure that the fleet led by the normal Titan Super Banner cannot penetrate the world without enhanced penetrating skills or talents. Through this interception system, As one of the three frontline fortresses against the Bruvan United Civilization, the Shanhaiguan Fortress and a total of 10 galaxies behind it all belong to the Shanhaiguan Fortress system. It is said that the Empire has planted an unimaginable heavy army there, and all the Star Sea Lords and Star Sea Lords of the United Human Empire are obliged to send a division-level fleet to the three major fortress galaxies to accept the three Imperial Marshals from the three fortress galaxies. Command. The three Imperial Marshals do not belong to any Star Sea Lord or Star Marine Master, and the fleet sent there will be completely controlled by the three Imperial Marshals and the military elders of the three fortresses during the service period. Mobilized. This also led to the gathering of troops near the three major war fortresses beyond ordinary people's imagination. Normal spacecraft cannot directly jump or teleport to Shanhaiguan Fortress through the Stargate. It must first pass through a transit galaxy, and the identity of the transit galaxy can be confirmed before teleporting there. It took almost a week for Li Qing to complete all the procedures, and then sent to the Shanhaiguan Fortress again through the transit galaxy. Normally it doesn't take that long, mainly because of his identity. Although he himself doesn't feel much about his status as the Lord of the Senate of the Human Empire, nor does he feel much about Jinmin, but it seems to be quite valued within the United Human Empire. After submitting his identity, it didn't take long for a major in charge of this aspect to personally handle it for him, and entered his identity into the defense system of the Shanhaiguan Fortress, and directly obtained the level of authority equivalent to that of a major general. To be honest, Li Qing felt the role of the Lord for the first time when he first saw this privilege. Before that, he really didn't feel much, and he really didn't feel it at Zutar. After having this privilege, he can then come and go to Shanhaiguan at will, and has a series of privileges that other players cannot have, but it will not take effect until entering Shanhaiguan. As soon as I entered Shanhaiguan, what caught my eye was a huge super aircraft carrier slowly flying not far away from the frigate less than 1,000 kilometers away. The huge super flagship slowly slid forward, the huge shadow covered all his vision, and it took 10 minutes of sliding before the huge size disappeared. At this time, I saw that I was in front of a superstar city. Looking left and right, there were densely packed warships everywhere. Compared to the Tianya Galaxy, almost all of them are strangely shaped spaceships, and returning to Shanhaiguan will instantly return to the familiar feeling. After being sent to Shanhaiguan, Li Qing received more than a dozen messages in an instant, most of which were attention messages sent by the Fortress Galaxy official, as well as free updates of the local star map. It is worth mentioning that this local star map does not refer to Shanhaiguan, but the entire northern border of the Empire. This is also the privilege of the Lord. Other players do not have this privilege when they come here. They can only update the rough star map of the nearby high-security area outside Shanhaiguan. It is impossible to update the entire northern border of the Empire with more than 14,000 light-year, as well as the entire northern border of the Empire and the Starfield star map of the battle with the Bruin United Civilization. Moreover, the information on the star map is very detailed. Except for some top-secret information that is extremely sensitive and even he is inconvenient to know, he can find out most of the content, including where living planets are found in the territories that are being contested outside the border, where are the rare resources and so on. In addition, he also has a privilege, which can be directly transmitted to the other two super fortress galaxies through the internal star gate of the fortress, and has the same authority. This privilege also includes direct transmission to most Stargate networks within the Empire through the Fortress Stargate. Yes, now he can teleport and jump across provinces, because the authority of the three major fortresses of the Empire is higher than the gauge of the major provinces. According to his current authority, the frigate left the queue without any restrictions and went to the center of the Fortress Galaxy, where there is a transformed 4-type planet, a semi-military fortress star, and also the trade area of the fortress, the area where players gather. The battleship flew on a predetermined route, and Li Qing opened the star map of the Fortress Galaxy, which showed the internal layout of the Fortress Galaxy in detail, including the route of the garrison barracks and patrol troops. This is of course kept secret from ordinary players, but it is not a top secret, because these are all displayed on the front, and anyone who is interested can find out the route. Li Qing was lying on the command chair, looking at the information he could find with great interest, and couldn't help clicking his tongue while reading. His eyes showed extreme envy. When will I be able to have such a strong strength? Not to mention the fleet. Each of the three core fortresses has gathered about 20% of the fleet of the entire empire. He doesn't know the exact number, but the basic defense system inside the galaxy, the core fortress of Shanhaiguan, is astonishingly strong. First of all the planets or satellites in the entire galaxy inside Shanhaiguan were transformed into fixed military fortresses. From the big planets to the satellites, all were transformed into military fortresses. Then, there are more than 300 star cities in the galaxy, all of which are super-star cities. Theoretically, all military leaders of the Empire can be contacted through these star gates. In theory, at critical times in the war, a large number of fleets can be immediately mobilized from all over the country to support. That is to say, if you want to capture the 3 super fortresses, you must have the strength to overwhelm the entire United Empire of mankind. Because of this system, humans and the Bruven United Empire have fought for thousands of years. The two sides fought back and forth in the star field at the junction of the two civilizations, but this line of defense has never been breached. Of course, the Bruin Union has almost the same super defense line. The two powerful civilizations have been fighting for thousands of years, and they have been back and forth, but they can't break through the opponent's defense line. The borders of the two sides have not changed for thousands of years. Not long after, the spacecraft suddenly issued a prompt. Affected by the gravitational field of the battle star, the battleship is about to deviate from the course. The battle is affected by the gravitational field of the battle star, and the battleship is about to deviate from the course. Li Qing raised his head in a daze, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. At this time, the battleship was passing a huge planet, and he could still see 3 satellites around the edge of the planet. At first, he thought it was a planetary fortress that had been transformed inside the planet, but he did not expect it to be a mobile battle star and 3 satellites. Month of War. An all-metal battle star with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers is made of hard alloy structure from outside to inside. The innermost part is compressed alloy, and the outer part is titanium steel alloy. Standard alloys are not suitable for use here. And the thick atmosphere outside is the energy shield of the battle star, and he can't imagine how thick the shield value is. This thing. It is simply not something that ordinary fleets can defeat. No need to attack, just urging the change of the gravitational field that comes with the battle star can pull the small and medium-sized warships so that they cannot attack. To deal with this kind of mobile battle star, you can only use a large number of battleships or flagships to face the bombardment, and it can be expected that you will have to pay a heavy price and may not be able to break the shield. This is outrageous. Li Qing couldn't help showing a smile on his face. He thought of the battle star in the isolated star field, which was floating alone in the void waiting for his excavation. That is a super battle star and a super mechanical battle body. Not only is it several times larger than the one in front of me, but it is also equipped with weapons and equipment that are stronger than the 6th-level technology that this one is obviously equipped with. After all, it is the main body of a Star Sea Lord. At the beginning, Lord Sen Luo fought against the United Human Empire alone. When he challenged the 3 Star Sea Lords of Kairzaka Star Sea Empire, the core combat power is this super battle body. When he gathers enough force to defeat Lord Sen Luo's personal guards, he will immediately dig out that battle star. The gravitational field of this battle star should not be turned on. At this time, it is only emitted automatically. The gravitational force is not strong. The frigate can be separated by adjusting the angle and increasing the power. Li Qing took one last look at the mobile battle star, and ordered the battleship to speed up. After a 2-hour voyage, the warship came to a star field full of warships, and saw a planet surrounded by 20 super-star cities, countless large and small warships dragging their long tail flames in and out of the planet. Opening the regional channel, a piece of information popped up immediately. Li Qing read it carefully. It was about the speaking rules of the local regional channel. Because there are too many players gathered, there will be various restrictions on speaking in local channels. Only players with the rank of 2nd Lieutenant of the Empire or above, or players with a trading level of 5 or above can speak on the main channel. Each person can only send 1 message per day, and it is not allowed to send some meaningless messages, such as chat messages. Blocking, and one of the speaking opportunities of the day will also be used up. Under the main channel, there are several major categories of channels, such as trade channel, team channel, war channel, etc., and each channel is divided into 100 sub-branch channels. Branch channels have no speaking restrictions. For example, Li Qing has the authority equivalent to that of a major general. He can speak 100 messages a day in the main channel. It can be said that as long as he does not use the main channel to chat, there are basically no restrictions. He was new here, and he didn't know what it meant, so he didn't pay attention to it, so he closed it after reading it, and started browsing the local main channel. Stick to the top. The first message comes from the military department of Shanhaiguan. Bruin's once-in-a-decade sweep is about to begin. Players who have established personal bases in the warring star field should be prepared to deal with it, and withdraw to the customs immediately in case of danger. Li Qing immediately connected to the internet to inquire about what a big raid is, and quickly understood it. The so-called Big Sweep means that the Bruin civilization sends a large number of small fleets into the star field at the junction of the two civilizations every 10 years, and sweeps up the personal bases of human players that are as numerous as locusts in this star field. The meaning of mopping up is not only to clear the human base in the star field, but also to plunder resources. Although most players do not have much supplies in their personal bases, there are too many players in this star field. The star field at the junction of the two civilizations is more than 14,000 light-years from east to west, 4,000 to 5,000 light-years from north to south, and about 3,000 light-years thick. This is the only area that humans can expand for thousands of years, which leads to this: for thousands of years, most of the pioneers have been in this star field. Tens of billions of players have mixed in this star field. I don't know how many personal bases there are. A small amount makes a lot. That is, a large number of human players are eliminated, and then hundreds of millions of personal bases are swept. Not many individually, but the sum is outrageous. Most of the information in the main channel is various transaction information in S, all of which are related to war. Li Qing glanced at it casually, and saw a large number of merchants selling blueprints of warships and weapon accessories, and all of them were big merchants with sufficient supply kind of. Many of these big merchants who specialize in selling blueprints or finished warships are themselves representatives of major warlords. This is also part of the support of the major military lords to the three core fortresses. It is said that the major military lords sell a certain percentage of the battleship blueprints they copy each year to the three major fortresses every year. It can be sold directly to the fortress, or it can be sold to players in this way of trade. However, like other places, although there are many battleship blueprints for sale here, there are still very few flagship blueprints. After browsing the main channel for a few hours, I found 5 posts selling flagship blueprints. 3 of them have already been sold, and the price of the remaining 2 is a bit outrageous. Because the target group is non-pioneers, there is no limit to the price of blueprints. Here, the price of a dreadnought blueprint is a bit ridiculous, as high as 10 trillion stars. Of course, these 2 dreadnought blueprints were not sold because they were too expensive. Although the flagship is rare, the price is too outrageous. At least Li Qing can easily come up with 10 trillion yuan now, but he will definitely not spend 10 trillion yuan to get a blueprint. Money belongs to money, but the brain is not bad. But there is no shortage of people in the world who are stupid and have a lot of money. Among the 3 flagships sold before, the most expensive one is 6 trillion yuan per piece, which shows that there are quite a lot of sons of stupid landlords. Li Qing spent nearly an hour searching through various S on the main channel and found 2 S for auctions that were very close in time. After a private chat, he registered first, then found a hotel, and rented a suite for a long time. It is estimated that he will stay here for a long time, and he cannot always live in the battleship. In addition to buying things, he plans to use the super melting pot in the Palm universe and the high-dimensional fortress to make a lot of money here. Directly use the current capital to purchase all kinds of cheap ores, and then convert them into rare crystals, and then resell them, which will directly triple the profit. There are too many players gathered here, and the capital flow is also high. The capital flow generated by various transactions every day is estimated to be in trillions, that is, more than billions of billions. He uses the Palm universe to earn hundreds of trillions, which will not cause much trouble. Chapter 190. Meeting Yi Xiao again at the auction. Early the next morning, Li Qing left the hotel in a frigate and headed to one of the many star cities around the planet. There was a large auction today, and he had signed up for it. Li Qing's Black Eagle frigate is extremely rare in Zutar, but it is very common here. Not to mention, it seems to like all kinds of modifications here, and there are all kinds of strangely modified frigates everywhere. It is not necessarily a combat power modification, many of them are simply modified to be more handsome and more individual. The frigate moored at the anchorage of Star City. After entering Star City, it took an unmanned aerial vehicle to navigate directly to its destination. This is a very professional large-scale auction house. It is not owned by any chamber of commerce. It belongs to the military industry. Any chamber of commerce can rent it out to hold auctions. Li Qing entered the venue. About 30% of the 3 floors of the auction room, which can accommodate thousands of people, have already been seated. At the same time, there are still a large number of players entering continuously. Randomly found a seat near the front and sat down. There is no real name seat here, so come and sit in the front first. There is a projector in front of the seat. When it is opened, a light curtain is revealed, which shows the organizer and auction information of this auction. The organizer is called the Westlake Trading Group. I have never heard of it, but the value of the auction item is quite high, and the first item is exactly what he needs. Third generation plasma launcher, mother chip. This is a powerful anti-armor plasma weapon. Li Qing's fleet is rarely equipped with this weapon, because although the plasma cannon has a damage bonus modifier of up to 100% against armor and a 75% damage bonus modifier against the hull, it is restrained by the energy shield and has a minus 75% shield damage nerf modifier. But if you use less, you should use less. The starting price of this mother chip is 1,000 billion star dollars, and the starting price of each auction is no less than 10 billion star dollars. Generally speaking, the specification of an auction can be seen only by looking at the first lot. Now Li Qing can be sure that the specification of this auction should be quite high. As he expected, although the following common lots were not as good as the first one, most of them were very good. It felt like they were auctioned on the black market back then. All the items in it were related to the military, and their quality was better than that on the black market. Every now and then hundreds of battleship blueprints start shooting in groups. Either the blueprints of tens of thousands of frigates start shooting in one set, and all of them are a complete set of ships plus weapon accessories. Or directly sell a batch of finished battleships, and some even help you match the clone crew and senior crew captain, and you can pull them back after buying and handing over. See below in one go until the finale. There are 5 finale pieces in total. The first one is a finished flagship aircraft carrier. 360,000 5th generation deep space ghost fighters are all equipped, and all crew members are in place. Buy it and you can go into battle. But Li Qing took a look at the starting price as high as 10 trillion yuan, and after each price increase was no less than 10 billion yuan, he wisely gave up his idea. Obviously, this is the normal market price of the flagship, and the price of the flagship at the outpost is abnormal. It's okay, but the price of the flagship is outrageous, and the prices of other types of warships are not bad. The market price of a finished battleship is also about 75 billion. If you think about it normally, according to the situation at Zutar, the cost of a bare dreadnought ship is only about 250 billion. If it is a complete set, without those expensive rare and powerful accessories, the total cost is only about 1.250 billion. It is much more expensive than the dreadnought to be equipped with 360,000 5th generation deep space ghost fighters, about 3 trillion. The price of about 40 battleships is worth a flagship aircraft carrier full of fighters, which is obviously unreasonable. It can only be said that this is a preferential treatment for the Blazers. Thinking about how outrageous the 2 flagship blueprints were auctioned on the black market for several trillions, it seems that it is actually a normal price. The second finale is the blueprint of a fearless flagship. The starting price is the same as the aircraft carrier. The third piece turned out to be a 5th generation frigate mother chip. I don't know where it came from. Anyway, the starting price is as high as 10 trillion, and each increase is no less than 10 billion star dollars. Li Qing couldn't comment on this price. At the beginning, what he bought was only a 2nd generation frigate mother chip, which cost nearly 5 trillion stars. Now this is the 5th generation mother chip, and the starting price of 100,000 is not outrageous. Although it seems easy for him to upgrade the mother chip, it is because he has a group of gold-named servant scientists of light and an immortal level negative star to study together, so it is fast. You switch to a scientific research team from another team to try it out, it's horribly slow. Unless civilization points are consumed to increase the speed of scientific research, or a large number of civilization points are used to force upgrades. But the cost of consuming civilization points will come up. So, this frigate mother chip Li Qing is not going to want. Already have it. The key point is that the price of this thing must be outrageous after the auction, and he has to buy other things. The fourth finale is a neutron light spear mother chip of the main gun of the battle line. The starting price is 20 trillion yuan, and the price increase is not less than 10 billion each time. The fifth finale is the 11% original shares of a living planet located more than 1,000 light years north of Shanhaiguan. Outrageous. Li Qing looked at the information with great interest. It was a large legion that snatched a living planet. Now the master of the legion is going to disband the legion and establish a territory, but the shareholder who owns 11% of the original shares is not satisfied with the distribution plan of the master of the legion. He was also unable to fight against the Lord of the Legion, so he simply threw the shares in his hands on the market to see if there were any big shots who could withstand the pressure of the Lord of the Legion to take the shares. This Li Qing is not interested, so he just skipped to check the finale king lot. Then his mouth opens in an O shape. 91 civilization points. The starting price is 910 trillion, and each price increase is no less than 1 trillion. This. It was completely beyond his expectation that civilization points could be auctioned directly, and there were so many more. Li Qing himself only has 32 civilization points. Originally there were 2 points, plus 3 points per year for my 5 negative star players. A total of 15 points were gathered last year. Orb people are 37 billion plus Cybotan humans are 22.8 billion, a total of 60 billion people, 63 equals 18 points per year. However, it has been less than a year since humans conquered Cybertron, and they actually gained 15 points, which adds up to 32 civilization points. The role of civilization points is very extensive. Creating regional channels is just a simple use. For the major military lords, the main purpose of collecting civilization points everywhere is to promote technological upgrades, condense mother chips or upgrade mother chips, and so on. In addition, it takes a lot of civilization points for a lord to advance to Starship Lord. Star Marine Lord needs a lot of civilization points to be promoted to Star Sea Lord. It is worth mentioning that humans have existed on Cybertron for more than 7,000 years. In theory, they should have accumulated a large number of civilization points, but these civilization points are not in the Cybertron fortress, and he did not gain any civilization points after conquering. The reason is very simple. The real rulers of Cybertron are not those financial groups or groups, nor are they the sleeping generals of Cybertron, but the sleeping Lord Senluo. Therefore, in theory, if he can successfully inherit the inheritance of Lord Senluo in the future, he can receive all the civilization points accumulated by the 20 billion people in the Cybertron fortress for 7,000 years, at least nearly 20,000 points, which is enough for him. The tone can be exchanged for 2 super technologies from the civilization of the negative stars. High-end is high-end, and it's too high-end. Li Qing thought that he was quite rich with nearly 5 trillion yuan in cash and more than 15 billion yuan in materials. He didn't expect that just participating in an auction would teach him a vivid lesson. Time passed slowly, and when the auction was about to start, the venue was slowly full of people, from about 30% at the beginning to about 80% to 90% when it was about to start. Not long after, Li Qing heard a crisp sound. Li Qing raised his head, and a figure wrapped in spiritual energy suddenly appeared at the auctioneer's position. He tapped the golden gong lightly with the golden hammer in his hand, and said loudly, "Good morning, distinguished guests. On behalf of the Westlake Trading Group, I would like to welcome you to this month's auction. Don't gossip, the auction starts now." With a wave of his hand, a long-legged beauty in a cheongsam with a slim figure came up with a crystal plate, and displayed a chip hanging in the air on the plate in his hand. The auctioneer stretched out his hand to signal, and said in a deep voice, "The first lot, a mother chip of the 3rd generation plasma cannon. The starting price is 1 trillion yuan, and each bid is no less than 100 million yuan. Now auction." Li Qing picked up the sign beside him, entered numbers on it and held it up. Just as he was about to bid, he heard someone bid faster. "Okay, there is a gentleman who bids 2 trillion yuan. I was speechless for a while, and re-entered the price on the sign. I just entered the first and last words and heard the auctioneer shouting, 'Very good, Mr. Number 784 bid 3 trillion. He buckled the sign and prepared to wait. As he expected, bids were made one after another, and the price was soon pushed up to more than 5 trillion. The bids were not so crazy, and began to slow down, and the price increases were not as exaggerated as before. At this time, he picked up the sign again, filled in a price and held it up. The auctioneer, who was watching all directions, immediately pointed to him and said, "Very good, Mr. Number 233 bid 5.5 trillion. It seems that this gentleman is very knowledgeable." In the next second, someone bids 6 trillion yuan. In the next second, this price is quickly covered by another bid. The price alternately climbed to more than 7 trillion in just 20 seconds. Why are so many people fighting? Li Jingtun squeezed his finger bones a little irritably, and whispered to his subordinates, 10 trillion directly. The subordinate listened to the order to report, and then heard the auctioneer's passionate voice shouting, "The gentleman in box number 15 bids 10 trillion yuan." After this bid, no one made a sound for a full 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, there were some whispers, but no one continued to bid. This price has exceeded the price of the same mother chip last time. At the same time, the black curtain wall outside box number 15 opened, revealing Li Jingtun and his subordinates sitting in it, and many people immediately recognized it. It's Li Jingtun, the chief industrial officer of the Fury Thunder Legion. At this time, a young man in box number 7, who was sitting quietly and looking at the light curtain in front of him, paused when he heard the voice outside, looked up at the middle-aged man in the main seat and asked, "Brother, where is this Li Jingtun from?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "I heard that they are the direct descendants of the Qinghe Li family." The young man frowned, moved his fingers to move the long silver hair hanging by his ears, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice, "Brother, we don't seem to have a mother chip for the plasma cannon, do we?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "It is true that there is no, but the frequency of use of plasma cannon is not high, and it is not in our auction plan." "That's a good price. Do you have any enmity with the Fury Thunder Legion?" "No, it's just a little grievance with Qinghe Li." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, hesitated a bit and said, "Our relationship between Sky Strike and Nule is not bad." Yi Xiao smiled slightly and said, "We also need this, and it's normal to offer a first-hand price." Yi Lingfeng thought about it and said, "I will make an offer only once." After quoting a price and uploading it, the voice of the auctioneer calling out the price soon came from outside. "The bid for box No. 7 is 11 trillion yuan. Is there a higher price?" Li Jingtun frowned when he heard the new bid. After thinking about it, he opened the communication and sent a question mark to someone, and the other party quickly responded, "Sorry, we also need this, but don't worry, this is not in our budget. As long as you add another 100 million, I will not bid again." Li Jingtun's expression eased, and he replied, "Thanks, let's eat after we're done." Before he finished speaking, suddenly there was a bidding sound outside. Mr. Number 233 bid 12 trillion yuan. It seems that this gentleman knows the goods. I don't know if there is a higher bid. Li Jing stood up hesitantly and looked at the focus of everyone's attention, but he was stunned for a moment, rubbing his eyes in surprise, thinking that he had made a mistake. Occasionally, he sends a message to a name on his friends list that he doesn't seem to have contacted yet. Li Qing, who was sitting on his seat waiting for the auction to end, lowered his head and saw a name that was also beyond his expectations, Li Jingtun. "Aren't you in the Zutar Star Field? Why did you come here? The territory over there is already on the right track, and the Shadow United Empire is accumulating strength. It is estimated that there will be a large-scale war in 3 or 4 years. I will take advantage of these few years to earn some money and buy something to improve my strength. By the way, is your active area right here?" Li Jingtun nodded. "Yes, the Nule Legion 1 joined is just north of Shanhaiguan." Well, then fell silent. The two met in the family before, and they were still in a competitive relationship. They were not familiar with each other, so they had nothing to talk about. At this moment, Li Qing, who felt cold and was thinking about how to persuade his cousin to withdraw from the bidding, suddenly sensed something raised his head, saw a familiar figure crouching on the edge of one of the boxes above, and subconsciously shouted, "Yi Xiao, why are you here?" Yi Xiao didn't respond at all, turned around and said to Yi Lingfeng, "Brother, do me a favor." He turned around and pointed at Li Qing, gritted his teeth and said, "From now on, no matter how much he pays, he will increase the price, and give him a hard time." However, Yi Lingfeng looked at him like a fool and said, "Are you stupid? Do I spend more than 10 trillion yuan for just one 3-generation plasma projector?" Yi Xiao pointed at Li Qing and said coldly, "Do you know who he is? He is Li Qing. He is the cause." Chapter 191 Unexpected Acting Style. "I don't care who he is." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the unbearable Yi Lingfeng. "You think we don't know what you guys did, and your foul was reversed, and you still look unwilling to be here, and it also caused Yi Yuan to be implicated by you, and the top-ranked legion was implicated and destroyed by you. Do you know that if it wasn't for your actions, with the accumulation of aura and the support of the family, Yi Yuan could easily win a living planet over there and become the lord of one side? He has always hated this fellow, not only because he is shameless for making mistakes and not regretting, but also for other reasons. He used to accept him for the sake of being a fellow, but now he repeatedly instigates himself, and he doesn't want to bear it anymore. Remember, you are only living in my Sky Strike Legion now. You are not a core member of my Sky Strike Legion. You are not qualified to dictate the decision-making of the Legion. You think you can do whatever you want because you are favored by your ancestors, you are not a son yet. Yi Lingfeng pointed directly outside and said unceremoniously. Now, leave me as soon as possible, and don't use the name of my Sky Strike Legion to cause trouble outside. Anything you do, the Sky Strike Legion will not recognize. Yi Xiao froze on the spot, his face flushed red, and the other members of the Sky Strike Legion in the box looked at him strangely. After a few seconds, he took a long breath and turned around to leave. Then Yi Lingfeng received a reminder from Yi Xiao to quit the army, and said with a cold snort. I took you in as a greeting on behalf of the patriarch. I thought I was as easy talking as Yi Yuan's cousin, with such a character of vengeance. I still don't know the situation. How can I be the eldest son of my Yi family in Nanshan? After finishing speaking, he rubbed his face, walked to the window and waved to Li Qing who was looking up, and used spiritual energy to sound transmission in his ear. Sorry, I have nothing to do with his actions. Li Qing nodded with a smile, and the voice appeared directly in Yi Lingfeng's ears. I know that Yi Xiao's behavior has always been his personal behavior, and has nothing to do with Nan Tianyi. With his current powerful psychic power, he can clearly see the situation in the box, and of course he knows Yi Lingfeng's attitude. As he said, Yi Xiao belongs to Yi Xiao, and Nanshan Yi's belongs to Nanshan Yi's, he will not confuse them. Just like many wealthy families have prodigal sons, such a huge Star Sea Lord family has countless descendants, and it is not uncommon to have a few stupid comparisons. It is impossible for him to anger the entire family because of his personal behavior. It may be an apology, and then the number 7 box did not continue to bid, and Li Jingtun did not continue to bid, let alone the others, the price was already a huge premium. After the auctioneer rang several times in a row, a gong sounded, and Li Qing bid 12 trillion to win the mother chip of the 3rd generation plasma cannon. Although there is a bit of a premium, it is still worth it to Li Qing, there is always a time when it is needed. For the next auction, Li Qing didn't get distracted, and continued to wait for each item to appear. There were many good things he needed. Now auction a set of 200 blueprints for a complete set of battleships. The starting price is 1.2 trillion, and the price increase is not less than 1 billion each time. Li Qing directly raised the sign to bid. Mr. Number 233 bid 1.250 billion. Is there a higher price? Mr. Number 248 bid 1.3 trillion. Miss Number 547 bid 1.350 billion. Mr. No 1547 bid 1.4 trillion. The price rose alternately, and stopped when it reached 1.6 trillion after about 2 minutes. No one bid for about 10 seconds. Li Qing bid again for 1.65 billion. No one made any more bids this time. 15 seconds later, the auctioneer asked 3 times and struck the golden gong. Then a staff member came over and paid a part of the deposit first, and paid the balance when the auction ended or when he left. Next came another set of 200 sets of battleship blueprints. Li Qing directly bid 1.650 billion and overwhelmed all competitors. Battleship blueprints are not uncommon here, but there are rarely so many complete sets. The market price of 200 sets is 1.4 trillion, and the premium of 250 billion at the auction is already a lot. If there are more, no one will want it. There are 7 sets of battleship blueprints in total, 200 in each set, a total of 1,400 sets of battleship blueprints. Li Qing took them all and spent a total of 1.155 trillion star dollars. Bought this batch, Li Qing now has 3,900 plus 487 plus 785 equals 5,172 battleship blueprints on hand, which is enough to build for a long time. After buying these, he kept a low profile in the next auction, and didn't continue to bid if it wasn't necessary. Time passed slowly, and one lot was auctioned off. As you go to the back, the value of the items sold is getting higher and higher. Even if it is not the finale auction, there are many items of very high value. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is a blueprint for the construction of a super stargate. This stargate has been designed by the master and is equipped with a teleportation enhancement device. It has a penetrating ability of up to 7 levels and can travel through extremely complex starry sky environments. The starting price 1,000 billion star dollars, with each price increase not less than 5 billion. Li Qing's eyes lit up when he was closing his eyes and resting his mind. Isn't this stuff tailor-made for your own territory? With this enhanced version of Nebula installed in your own territory, you can directly transfer to the transfer base, and then transfer to the Jinmen Galaxy. Must buy it. Li Qing made up his mind that no matter how high the price was, he expected to win as long as it did not exceed 10 trillion yuan. However, when the auctioneer called out to start, there was no bid for a while. Li Qing thought there were too many people fighting and was still waiting, but he received a message from Li Jingtun. Don't you want this? Li Qing replied. Of course, I'm waiting for your bid, and I'll see the situation before I say it. Li Jingtun said speechlessly. Don't look at it, if no one bids, the auction will fail. Li Qingqi said. You seem to be able to use this kind of good thing, why no one bids? Li Jingtun replied immediately. Of course we want to, but all player bases on the northern border of the empire are not allowed to install stargates. Even if they are installed, it's useless, and they can't connect to the Stargate network on the three major fortresses. Why? Thousands of years ago, there was a big event. After the Bruin Union captured a player's territory, they used some technology to use the Stargate of the territory, and directly led the fleet to the Yanmen Pass of the three fortresses, and cooperated with the army outside the pass. Quote. Although the Yanmen Pass was not captured that time, it was also suffered a huge blow and loss. Since then, the Empire has cut off all Stargate connections outside the northern border. Even if you build a Stargate, you will not be able to connect to the Stargate network. So it is. Li Qing suddenly realized. Then you think that if there is no limit for this kind of good thing, a bunch of people have already bid for it, and why the starting price of this thing is so high, I just didn't think about how many people bid, and it would be good if it could be sold at the reserve price. All right. Li Qing held up the sign, and then heard the auctioneer's obviously surprised voice. Okay, the gentleman from number 233 bid 1,000 billion. Has anyone else offered a higher price? Then asked 3 times in a row at an extremely fast speed, and impatiently hammered on the golden gong to confirm the deal, as if afraid that he would go back on his word. Fine. Things are completely suitable for you, and both parties get what they need, so it can't be said that they are at a disadvantage. The next few items in the auction were also of extremely high value. 2 groups of 1,000 finished cruisers, 2 groups of 5,000 finished destroyers, and 1 group of 500 finished battleships. He just looked at them and did not buy them. It's not that I don't like it, the main reason is that there are too many people competing, and there are bids for several boxes. The normal market price of a group of 5,000 finished destroyers is only 3,500 billion star dollars. Here, the premium can easily reach more than 5,000 billion, and there is still competition. Why bother with almost double the price? It's better to make the calculations yourself, and the cost is lower. A group of finished battleships was scrambled for, and each group had a premium of between 50% and 100%. Especially for the group of 500 finished battleships, the market was as high as 37.5 trillion. There were several large armies bidding with each other here. It was only when it reached 65 trillion that it was taken down by the second box. Gentlemen and ladies, all the regular lots of this auction have been sold, and the next 5 finale lots are for me to introduce. The first finale is a flagship aircraft carrier, which has been equipped with 360,000 fifth the first-generation deep space ghost fighter, equipped with a standard halo, and equipped with all clone crews and captains, can immediately go into battle as long as it is photographed. According to the requirements of the owner of the auction, the starting price of this flagship aircraft carrier is 10 trillion yuan, and the price increase is no less than 10 billion star yuan each time. The auction is now starting. With the sound of a gong, 7 or 8 bids sounded at the same time in an instant. The auctioneer adjusted it, and the highest price directly reached 14 trillion. Outrageous. The old Li Qing was watching them bid, and among the many bidders was the number 7 box where Li Jingtun and Yiling Feng from the Sky Strike Corps were located. In just 2 minutes of fierce bidding, the price has jumped to 21 trillion stars, and it seems that there are still people bidding. This is a bit outrageous. Li Qing sent a message to Li Jingtun. Is this thing so expensive? Li Jingtun happened to discuss a price with his companion at this time, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and bid, and saw Li Qing's letter with a wry smile. It's so expensive. The competition here is too fierce. In addition, you will often encounter Bruin's mopping fleet, and the big mopping up once every 10 years is coming soon. If you don't have enough strength to stop any mopping up fleet, the territory we have worked so hard to build will be plundered. But it's too expensive. No way. Most of the pioneers of the United Empire of Mankind have been in the northern border for thousands of years. The range of more than 14,000 light years is crowded with player teams and legions, as well as hundreds of lords of all sizes. The demand is very high. Li Qing's attention was immediately attracted by a word in his words, and he asked. There are hundreds of lords here in the northern border. Are there so many living planets here? Li Jingtun shook his head and said. Of course, there are not so many living planets. In this star field that is more than 14,000 light years from east to west, 4 to 5,000 light years north and south, and more than 3,000 light years thick, there are only a dozen or so real-life planets. Transformed from 4 types of planets. Li Qingqi said, "Didn't you say that you must have a living planet to be promoted to a lord? It is a military lord. Only lords with living planets can be promoted to military lords. 4 types of transformed planets like this can only become lords, and cannot be promoted to military lords." Li Qing was stunned, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. To be promoted to a military leader, one must occupy a living planet. The Lord did not see the express regulations, but he subconsciously assumed that the Lord also needed to occupy a living planet. I used to wonder why the Empire has so many ordinary lords and so many life planets without owners. Now I know that most of them are transformed planets, not life planets. After understanding this, Li Qing recalled his original thoughts, and said to Li Jingtun, "Do you really need a flagship?" Li Jingtun rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Isn't this nonsense? There is no shortage of anyone now." "Then do you have the flagship blueprint?" "No." "No, why are you asking this?" Li Qing smiled and said, "It's like this. I have a super dock on hand, which can build flagships, and the construction speed is very fast. The flagships are out of the factory for 1 year. If you have the blueprints for the flagships, I can do it for you. I only charge you 10 trillion construction fees and labor costs. It is a lucrative business, the profit is ridiculously high." Li Qing is very interested. "Anyway, I don't have a few blueprints on hand, and now I'm building 2 dreadnoughts and 2 aircraft carriers, and there are 2 flagship engineers who have nothing to do, and there are several flagship engineers among the Hull people. The servants are not enlightened. They can be enlightened at any time, and there will be at most 10 flagship engineers at that time. It is too wasteful to be empty here, it is better to go out and earn some extra money. Ordinary flagships only have 9 months to build. Even with other weapon accessories and ores added, a batch can be shipped in no more than a year at most, which is a profit of more than 100 trillion. Maz, what a loss." He suddenly remembered that the batch of warships that Yu Qingzi had made before, especially the Titan super flag, made a total of less than 15 trillion yuan, and he was afraid that he had lost tens of trillions. He was annoyed here, and Li Jingtun in the box was stunned at this moment, thinking for a moment that he had heard it wrong. Picking his ears, he specifically asked, "If I heard correctly, you said you have a super dock that can build flagships?" Li Qing nodded and said, "Yes, as you can see, I have a super dock that can manufacture flagships and leave the factory in 1 year." 1 year, true or false? I have already manufactured 2 flagships and a Titan super flagship on behalf of Commander Yu Qingzi of the Zutar Expeditionary Force. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. No need to check. Li Jingtun already believed it in his heart. There is no way to hide this kind of thing. Just go home and ask the family to know the situation of the Expeditionary Force. There is no way to hide such a thing as a new Titan and 2 flagships. It took half a minute to digest this indescribable news. Li Jingtun's mind turned quickly, thinking about the benefits that this news could bring to him. Xiao Xiao said, "I don't have a flagship blueprint on hand right now, but I can buy one at a high price if you give me a while." "Only one," Li Jingtun said with a speechless face. "What is only one piece? At least 7 or 8 trillion yuan, okay, plus 10 trillion in OEM fees, and material costs. I won't be able to get more than 20 trillion yuan in a while, okay." Li Qing was also speechless, but after listening to Li Jingtun's complaints, he also realized that others can't use the unlimited refined ore in the casting furnace of light to convert rare ore like him, and the ability to make money is indeed not as outrageous as him. Chapter 192 Neutron Light Spear Mother Chip. The ability to make money is still too strong. Holding dozens of trillions of cash in hand, and adding materials to nearly 2 trillions, suddenly a little inflated, thinking that any top player can easily make up tens of trillions. In fact, it is not the case. Even the money of large legions is slowly saved. At this moment, Li Jingtun spoke again. "Brother, if you have this need, you can actually cooperate with the family. There are more or less 1 or 2 blueprints for flagships and even super flagships in each branch of the family, but you have not been able to line up and build them. Although you can recruit more partners, but this kind of thing can be cooperated with outsiders, why not cooperate with the family? In this way, you can not only meet the goal of making money, but also increase the strength of the family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." "Ah, why didn't I think of this?" Li Qing suddenly realized, nodded quickly and said, Don't say I really didn't realize this, I'll go back to the family when I'm done. You don't need to go back to the family. The family has offices in the 3 core fortresses, and all the core members of the family are resident. I will take you there later. That's good for you. While the two of them were chatting, the first flagship aircraft carrier was won by an unknown VIP in the number 1 box after bidding back and forth for a high price of 26 trillion yuan. Li Jingtun did not continue to bid, not even the second final dreadnought. Knowing that Li Qing can build a flagship, and it only takes 1 year to launch it, he is not interested in spending more than 5 trillion yuan to buy it at the auction. He is going to use all his connections to buy a few flagship blueprints. Now the entire New Lei Legion has only 1 aircraft carrier flagship. If he can have 2 or even 3 flagships in his hand, he can immediately overwhelm the other 2 main corps of the Legion, and his status will immediately be different. On the northern side, because Bruin's sweeping fleets are often seen, the hard power of the core members of the team or Legion is very important. With 2 or 3 flagships in hand, the strength exceeds the other 2 main corps, so the original shares of the Legion will also be adjusted according to the strength. I can definitely become the largest shareholder of the Legion with the combat power of 2 or 3 flagships. The second lot was quickly sold, and soon it was the third finale, the 5th generation frigate mother chip, with a starting price of 10 trillion yuan. In the past, Li Qing would definitely fight to the end, but now he already has a 5th generation frigate mother chip. Although there is no limit to owning multiple pieces of this thing, many warlords have multiple pieces to ensure that there are enough frigate blueprints to use, but if there are multiple mother chips, copying the blueprints with additional mother chips will cost civilization points. Although a little bit of civilization can copy a lot, it is needed after all. He currently has enough frigate blueprints, and his demand for civilization points is very high, and he has enough ways to make money, so there is no need to do this. So, in the midst of fierce competition among many big bosses, he sat there and watched the battle between dragons and tigers in his spare time. During the 6-minute competition, the starting price of this mother chip rose wildly from 10 trillion yuan, and finally doubled to a super high price of 38 trillion yuan, which is astounding. And then, there is the 4th finale, the X-slot main gun neutron light spear mother chip. The starting price is 20 trillion yuan, and each increase is at least 10 billion yuan. When the auction started, no one bid within 10 seconds, but this time Li Qing was sure that it wasn't that no one wanted it, but the calm before the storm. Waiting for a few more seconds, he smiled and filled in a number on the sign, and raised the sign. The sharp-eyed auctioneer immediately stretched out his hand to signal his direction and shouted. Okay, our Mr. Number 233 directly bid 30 trillion. Almost instantly sensed that all the eyes of the audience were looking over, including many eyes in the 20 boxes. A few seconds later, the lights in box number 5 turned on, and a number of 32 trillion suddenly appeared, and then Yi Lingfeng's voice appeared in Li Qing's ears. Sorry, we need this too. Li Qing nodded in response. This is an auction, the highest bidder wins. As he spoke, he filled in a number on the sign and held it up. Mr. Number 233 bid another 40 trillion yuan. It seems that this gentleman is bound to win this item today. Li Jingtun in box number 15 smiled when he saw this scene, and did not bid. Their legion had no demand for this. He opened the address book, thought about it, and contacted the family elder who is resident in Shanhaiguan, and planned to make an appointment. Go to have a meal with Li Qing. Mr. Box number 7 bids 41 trillion yuan. Okay, the gentleman in the third box bids 4.2 billion, and... Before the auctioneer finished speaking, Li Qing directly raised his placard. His auctions have always been so direct. Okay, Mr. Number 233 has bid 50 trillion yuan, which is really too powerful. Fuck, is this person here to disrupt the situation? How could he make such an offer? The two men in the third box frowned at the same time. One of the bald men suddenly pressed a green bell. The man said directly. I suspect that someone bid maliciously. The man in the suit froze for a moment, then said with a smile. Sir, do you mean the one who is bidding now? Don't worry, although he is not in the box, he has already auctioned a lot of items just now, and he has paid a deposit and has certain financial resources. The bald man said in a deep voice. How much can the deposit be, if he is your competitor who destroys it, so what if he loses some of the deposit? This. The man in the suit hesitated a bit, then said. This should be unlikely, but rest assured, we will ensure that the auction goes on normally. The bald man nodded, and when he was about to sit down, another man beside him added. Actually, you can check your capital. The man in the suit didn't say much, he just said he would think about it and disconnected. The bald man looked up at Li Qing again, and snorted coldly. If you don't even have a private room, you dare to bid at will, and blindly bid to disrupt the market. Li Qing, who was bidding soon, felt something. Turning around, he saw a man in a suit walking straight towards him, and said in a low voice with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, sir. The two guests in the third box questioned your random bids to disrupt the market. In order to ensure the normal progress of the auction, I will delay your time a little. Li Qing raised his head and took a look at box number 3, understood something roughly, and asked. Do you want to verify capital or verify identity? No capital verification is required, just verify that the identity is not our competitor. How to verify? Please sir share your identification code for us to check. At this time, many people have noticed the change here, and the auction host also noticed this, and immediately smoothed things over and said. I'm sorry to make you wait a moment, there is a small change, and it will be dealt with soon. Yi Lingfeng in box number 5 was quite surprised to see this scene, and his subordinates asked. Brother, should we help and ease the relationship? Yi Lingfeng shook his head and said. How can we help? The third box is the leader of Xuanshuang. He is powerful and has always acted in a domineering style. He has a normal relationship with us and will not sell our face. But don't worry, as long as you verify your identity, the people from Xuanshuang will be embarrassed instead. I'll see how they apologize then. That's right, he Xuanshuang leader needs a vote from the Imperial Senate to do a major event recently. Although Li Qing is only a new lord, he can affect the Li family of Qinghe and the Yu family of Jinmen, as well as the votes to make friends with them. This will offend, the two of them will be eaten raw by Lord Xuanshuang when they go back. Compared to the two of them knowing Li Qing's identity, other people in the venue did not. Although the auctioneer didn't say what was going on, players who often come and go to the auction venue know what's going on. Someone laughed and explained to his companion immediately. It should be that the auction house has discovered an abnormal capital verification. Usually, someone has no money in their hands but deliberately raises the price. What happens if you find out? It's nothing, let's show it to the public and drive it out. I remember that he has paid a deposit for several items just now. It is unlikely that he bid randomly. It can be said that if the peers deliberately sabotage, some deposits are nothing. Although the voices of the crowd were low, there were many people who couldn't hold back their whispers. Although Li Qing understood the behavior of the auction house, he also felt very uncomfortable being discussed with strange eyes under the watchful eyes of thousands of people. At this moment, Li Jingtun, who was communicating with the elder, was awakened by his subordinates. When he saw the scene in front of him and the cause and effect told by his subordinates, he immediately apologized to the elder and shut down the communication. He stood up, opened the window and shouted loudly. What are you doing? The auction director was a little embarrassed. Instead, Li Qing waved his hand. It's okay to test it, it's their responsibility. Li Jingtun is also aware of this, and instead of continuing to trouble the auction house, he looked at the third box and shouted. Zan Shuang collar, you can't afford it or have no money, dare to be so disgusting my brother. Boom. The window of box number 3 was pushed open forcefully, and the bald man came out of the window and said sharply. Li Jingtun, do you dare to talk to me like this after eating a leopard, or do you feel that you are strong enough to challenge my Xuanshuang collar? Li Jingtun came back to his senses, subconsciously felt a little guilty when he thought of the strength of the Xuanshuang collar, but he thought of something, gritted his teeth and said without flinching. He is my cousin, I can vouch for him. The director of the auction house who was standing next to Li Qing felt a little happy when he heard this, and immediately said. Since there is a guarantee from the industrial chief of the Fury Thunder Legion, we believe that you have sufficient funds. The bald man in front of box number 3 was a little displeased when he heard this. His usual domineering made him subconsciously snort. Wait a minute, I think. At this moment, the middle-aged supervisor suddenly heard the nervous voice of the background verification employee. Director, authentication succeeded. The director of the auction asked in a low voice. What's wrong with your voice? Is there a problem? What is the problem? See for yourself. A light curtain popped up, showing Li Qing's photo on it, with his identity data beside it, and his eyes were attracted by a golden badge on it at first sight. Hiss. Members of the Imperial Senate. He raised his head and looked at Li Qing in disbelief. To be honest, he had thought about many identities of Li Qing, including the direct line of the military master and the leader of the legion, but he never thought that this was actually a lord who was ranked in the imperial senate, and he was still such a young lord. No, the director of the auction raised his head and directly interrupted the bald man. Mr. Shaw, if you have grievances between you and your business, don't use this auction house to suppress your opponent. After a pause, he considered the conflict between the two territories in this auction and feared that his Chamber of Commerce would be affected in the future, so he specifically said to the bald man, "Your Excellency Li Qing is a lord recognized by the Empire, and he is as honorable as your Lord Xuanzhuang." Wow, there was an exclamation all around, and everyone looked at Li Qing with disbelief in their eyes. Really? Such a young lord? When did such a young lord appear in the Empire? Why haven't I heard of it? Could it be fake? It's unlikely. The auction cannot talk nonsense. At this moment, the director of the auction said apologetically to Li Qing, "I'm sorry for delaying your time, and I will waive all your handling fees later as an apology." Li Qing nodded, and looked up at the bald man who looked unruly in the window of the third box. He and Xuanzhuang had already kept him and Xuanzhuang in mind, and he must make them look good when they have the opportunity. By this time, the bald man was already dumbfounded. The rebelliousness just now had long since disappeared, replaced by obvious uneasiness. If I knew this earlier, why did I do it in the first place? The director of the auction house shook his head and loudly announced that the auction would continue. He only guarantees that the auction will continue in a fair and just manner, and what happens later has nothing to do with him, let alone favoring any party. They are just a chamber of commerce, and they dare not get involved in the disputes between lords with powerful force. A farce is over, and the auction continues. But I don't know if it was the reason just now, or the price exceeded everyone's bottom line. After Li Qing bid 5 billion, no one bid again. But he guessed it should be the top price. After waiting for almost a minute, the auction host continued to provoke emotions and no one bid, so he had to knock on the golden gong to confirm the transaction. After the transaction was completed, Li Qing got up and left the venue. The fifth finale was 11% original stock of a living planet that he didn't need. The king of the finale was 91 points of civilization, and the starting price was 910 trillion. He wanted it, but couldn't afford it. The director of the auction has been waiting here, and said respectfully, "Is Mr. Li Qing ready to pay?" "Here please." Li Qing nodded, and under his guidance, he went to the back of the auction house to start the handover. He traded the first few lots in cash, and the last neutron light spear mother chip was exchanged for other materials. He directly sold all the rare crystals and some high-value ores on hand to the Westlake Trading Company, which belongs to the auction house, with a total value of 56.5 trillion. After deducting 50 trillion, he returned 6.5 trillion. On this point, Li Qing had already sorted out the goods and stored them in a warehouse in a nearby galaxy before the auction. The two parties only need to confirm that they can trade directly. Half an hour later, Li Qing took a crystal VIP card from the auction and left the auction venue, found a roadside shop in the nearby pedestrian street, ordered some food, and sent a message to Li Jingtun by the way. Li Jingtun quickly responded, 15 minutes. I'm waiting for you. By the way, two people came together and said they wanted to apologize to you. Chapter 193 Opening up new ideas in the field. You too. 15 minutes later, Li Qing looked at the two men who came with Li Jingtun. The bald man walking in the middle lowered his head and looked anxious, not at all as arrogant as before. What are you doing here? Why, do you feel uncomfortable and want to humiliate me again in person? No. The man on the left twitched his mouth, cupped his fists and said, "It was our Twitch who accidentally offended His Excellency Li Qing, and we are here to apologize to His Excellency Li Qing." Li Qing looked at them with a blank expression and didn't say a word, which made the two of them even more nervous and uneasy. If it was someone else, they would dare to humiliate them face to face again, but this person in front of them is different. The two of them are arrogant, but they are not stupid. They know who can be messed with and who must not be messed with. The person in front of them is one of the very few who must not be messed with. Although the strength of the Xuanzhuang collar is very strong, it has been honed by the alien mopping fleet in this northern border, and its force is not inferior to some weakened Star Navy lords, but it is not a military lord after all. Moreover, during this period of time, Xuanzhuangling needs to seek a major event, which requires the consent of the Imperial Senate. This matter itself has nothing to do with the military leaders in the empire. It is only a matter of disagreement. If you are in a good mood, you agree, but if you are in a bad mood, you disagree. They didn't expect to offend a new lord in any ordinary auction. As a member of the Imperial Senate, Li Qing has the right to vote, although he may not necessarily vote. Besides, he is also a member of the Qinghe Li family, and he is also married to the Jinmin Yu family. These two military leaders have their own friendly military leaders, which can affect a large part of the votes. Under such circumstances, Xuanzhuang leader provoked him for no reason. If they don't want to go back and be severely punished by the Lord, they must obtain Li Qing's understanding. Although Li Qing didn't know why they were so arrogant before and how humble they were now, he roughly realized what it was. Thought for a while and said, "It's okay to apologize, let's serve tea." The bald man Sha Roizong immediately showed joy on his face, nodded immediately and said, "This is what it should be. I will apologize to you on the main channel of the fortress later, and I would like to ask Your Excellency Li Qing to respond." As he spoke, he quickly summoned the waiter for a pot of tea, poured it himself and handed it to Li Qing. He took the tea and nodded. Don't bother the two of you, let's take our leave first." As he spoke, he took out a small palm-sized crystal box and placed it gently on the table. "This is an apology from both of us, please accept it." Li Qing nodded, and the two left with humble smiles on their faces. He was really annoyed at the beginning, but they were so sensible, and they came over to apologize as soon as it was over, and the anger disappeared. It's just some small conflicts, you can't just refuse to let go, let alone provoke me like in some Long Ocean's novels, I'll kill your whole family. After they walked away, Li Jingtun said with a smile. The sincerity seems to be quite sufficient, but I don't know that the sincerity is insufficient. Li Qing glanced at the small crystal box and said, "You'll know if you don't see it." Li Jingtun picked it up and opened it, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "I am quite satisfied with the unregistered central bank card, which contains 10 trillion cash. Well, it's okay. One thing to say, there is really no fault with this kind of intention, and he can easily earn 10 trillion yuan for such a trivial matter. What can he say? If he can, he would like to be offended a few more times." Closer to home, Li Jingtun pushed the bank card in front of him and said, "I've already made an appointment with Uncle Wei, he's free around 6 p.m., let's go and sit down." Li Qing nodded. "Do you need to prepare anything?" "There is no need to prepare anything. Uncle Wei is not only the representative of the family in Shanhaiguan, but also leads the family's resident division in Shanhaiguan. He is a major general in the Shanhaiguan fortress system. If you have anything to do here, you can contact Uncle Wei." Quote. Li Qing nodded. The two didn't chat for long, mainly introducing Li Qing's family's local situation, as well as the situation and location of the Nule Legion, and reminded him to remember to visit the elders in the afternoon and not to go too far, then left in a hurry. As the industrial chief of a legion, he is very busy. This Thunderbolt Legion is a veteran legion that has been established for more than 20 years. Although Li Jingtun is of his generation, he is actually more than 40 years old, but he does not look old through genetic surgery. This kind of senior army has extremely complicated internal relations and many things, but it is not like him who is directly in charge of it, and rarely pays attention to Jalan's internal affairs. Watching Li Jingtun leave, Li Qing opened the Shanhaiguan regional main channel, and sure enough, he saw an apology post marked as Xuanzhuangling. When he opened it, he saw that it was posted by Sha Roizong. The post has been locked, and others cannot answer it. He thought about it and responded in the post. "I have accepted Xuanzhuangling's apology, and the matter is over." Sha Roizong, who was located in a room on the other side of Star City, let out a long breath when he saw the response, turned his head and said to the companion next to him, "It's done, the boss shouldn't be angry. Don't say if you are angry or not, go back and report to the boss first." Fine. After dealing with this matter, Li Qing seemed to have nothing else to do today except to meet the elder in the afternoon. Another auction is tomorrow. Opened the address book and thought about it, then closed it again. Originally, I wanted to contact the Westlake Trading Company to discuss a business deal. The company that can open an auction house has a strong scale and relationship. In addition, they handled the matter quite fairly in the previous auction house, which impressed him very well. Maybe the next business of reselling supplies can find them. But after thinking about it, I should meet the elder first, and ask him if he is interested. The sale of a large number of rare resources is actually an opportunity. He wants to see if he can establish a relationship with the Shanhaiguan fortress through this elder. Trading with an ordinary chamber of commerce is different from becoming a rare metal supplier in Shanhaiguan Fortress. Although Li Qing's territory is on the Zotar side, there is a Shadow United Empire civilization on the Zotar side. If this civilization is defeated, basically there will be no opponents in the subsequent territories. It is impossible for him to stay there all the time, and he must open up other fields. Although the Empire may prepare to launch an attack on the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire in the south after opening up the regular jump channels of the two star fields of Zutar and Tianjin, it will take a long time to wait until the southward attack, at least 200 or 300 years of preparation. First of all, it is necessary to blow the wind inside the Empire and call on a large number of new pioneers to develop there, and then establish an equally strong line of defense there to prevent the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire's counterattack from the failure of the strategy. The natural mode of the Zutar star field can block ordinary civilizations, but it is difficult to block such a powerful civilization as the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. In the past, the distance across two star fields was too far, the supply line was too long, and Nebula did have a lot of influence. The most important thing is that the United Empire of Mankind is not weak. There is no decent line of defense in southern Xinjiang, and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire has never thought of a full-scale war with human civilization. So even if the Empire has this idea, it will take hundreds of years to shift the focus. During this period, he can only hang around in the northern border of the Empire. You don't need to do anything else, you don't even need to build a base, just put the fleet or something directly in the Palm universe. The main thing is to open up the situation here, get some prestige, use the Canaan collar and the internal resources of the Palm universe to exchange war resources from here, to enhance their own strength. In the following time, he spent most of his time thinking about planning and browsing various channels to learn about the situation of Shanhaiguan Fortress and nearby star fields. Time passed unknowingly, and soon in the afternoon, Li Jingtun contacted him again. You go to Star City number 171 first, and meet up then. It is good. Looking at the star map, Star City 171 is not very far from here. It is located in one of the many star cities on the edge of this planet, and it can be reached in 1.5 hours at a normal speed. But there is a faster way. There is a small teleportation system inside the star city, which allows individuals to teleport between star cities. Li Qing did not use the internal teleportation, since he was not in a hurry anyway. Slowly came to the vicinity of number 171 Star City, 8 something, Li Jingtun contacted again. He directly sent his battleship identification signal, and after a while, he sent a location, and the frigate was berthed at the target anchorage of Star City. Li Jingtun was already waiting by the side. When he got off the boat, the two of them boarded an unmanned aerial vehicle, set the position and flew over automatically. After about 10 minutes, the small unmanned aerial vehicle came to a high-end residential area and stopped at the entrance of a small manor consisting of 5 villas and a high-rise building. Li Jingtun pointed to the manor and said, "This is the family's office in Shanhaiguan. You can write down the address, and you can come here at any time in the future." Li Qing looked up at the manor and nodded. There were several armed robot guards at the door, and Li Jingtun showed a sign and the aircraft entered and stopped before reaching the villa in the center. Immediately, a middle-aged man in a suit came up and opened the door, and said to Li Jingtun, "Major General Wei Xin is already waiting for you in the study on the 3rd floor." Li Jingtun nodded. "Let's go up by ourselves." "This is a family-style villa," Li Jingtun introduced as he walked. "This building is the private residence of Major General Li Weixin. Usually, other tribesmen can live in that building temporarily if necessary. If you stay here for a long time in the future, you will also share a house." Li Qing nodded. "By the way, Major General Li Weixin is a generation older than us, and he ranks 2nd in his lineage. You can call him Erbo, or Major General Weixin." The two came to the 3rd floor. Li Jingtun skillfully pushed the study away, and saw a middle-aged man with a serious expression sitting behind a long desk in the spacious study. It seemed that he sensed their arrival. He looked up and saw the two of them, and immediately put the documents in his hands aside, and stood up with a smile on his serious face and said, "Whale Tun is here, sit wherever you want." Looking at Li Qing again, he asked, "Is it Li Qing's nephew?" He immediately replied, "Second uncle, I'm Li Qing." He suddenly walked over with a smile on his face, and praised, "I have heard of your name a long time ago. Grandpa said that you are the most outstanding descendant of my Qinghe Li family in the past few generations. When I saw you today, you are indeed very heroic. Second Bo Liao Zan. Excellence is excellence, don't be humble, come and sit first." Li Weixin doesn't have the airs of an elder at all, and it's not easy to put on. After all, Li Qing is not another junior. Even Li Jingtun dares to put on airs, but Li Qing, who is already a lord, has surpassed him in terms of status and the force he currently has. He rang the doorbell in front of his desk and asked a few servants to prepare tea. He asked straight to the point. I heard that Whale Tun said that you have a super dock that can build a large number of flagships at the same time. Is this true? Li Qing nodded. Exactly. How many ships can be built at one time? Can the regular flagship be built in 1 year? Li Qing nodded again. Yes, in fact, the second uncle can go and have a look now. Oh, what do you think? Li Qing stood up, stretched out his hand, and a black hole door opened. He stretched out his hand weakly and pointed at the black hole door and said, "This is a treasure I own, which contains a huge independent space, and my super dock is in it." Li Weixin and Li Jingtun both stood up and looked at the door of the black hole carefully, both showing surprise. Li Qing didn't give in, and went straight to the door of the black hole. Now the dock is building 4 flagships, you can refer to them. The two looked at each other and mustered up the courage to walk into it. In the next second, the space in front of the two of them changed, and their own study room appeared in a huge corridor, with white unknown metal handrails on the edge, and a very huge dock outside. A huge battleship keel frame was hanging in the dock. Countless mechanical arms are working back and forth in the keel frame. The speed is fast but not messy, and there is a strange beauty like flowing clouds and flowing water. No need to ask, just seeing the size of the keel frame, you know that this is definitely a flagship. Li Qing recruited a small aircraft to take them to another flagship construction site not far away, and spent almost an hour browsing the 4 flagship construction sites, as well as some large and small battleship construction sites. Turned around and came to the same place. The two were still in shock. Xiao Qing came back to his senses. The second uncle opened his mouth, waved and said, "Let's go back first." The door of the black hole opened, and Li Weixin walked in first. Waiting for Li Qing to come out last, he saw Li Weixin drinking a large cup of tea, slowly calming down his shock and excitement. It's normal. So far, everyone who has seen the inner dock of the Palm universe has been shocked. Even those who are in high positions are the same. Even the higher the position, the more they can know what his super dock represents. A flagship that takes 5 years to build can serve in 1 year, a battleship in 3 months, a cruiser in 1 month, a destroyer in 20 days, and a frigate in 10 days. What is this efficiency? What does that mean? This means that, with the shipbuilding capacity he currently has, as long as there are enough naval architects, and enough blueprints and materials, he can complete the construction of a complete division-level fleet in only 2 or 3 years. Chapter 194 Cohesion of Escort Mother Chip. What is the concept of the shipbuilding capacity of 70,040? The shipbuilding capacity of battleships is 20. If there are enough engineers, blueprints and materials, it means that the construction of 3,500 battleships can be started at the same time. 4 rounds a year, 8 rounds in 2 years, that is 28,000 battleships, and a standard division has about 10,000 battleships. If you switch to a frigate, with enough engineers, blueprints and materials, you can build 70,000 ships in 10 days, and 210,000 ships in 3 rounds a month. Li Weixin and Li Jingtun calculated this equation almost instantly, and they didn't know what to say for a while. It took a while for the two of them to recover, and began to think about how to play the role of this super doc. A little bit of him raised his head solemnly and said, "It's a good thing for you to think about the family, and I'm not afraid to tell you that there are so many branches of the family, and each branch has more or less set up some flagship blueprints over the past few hundred years, but the entire United Empire of mankind can build flagship shipyards. Limited, always in queue, blueprints are useless. Well now, you have such a huge super dock, and you can build more than 30 flagships or even super flagships for the family in just 2 or 3 years, status and right to speak." Li Weixin stood up suddenly, clasped his hands together and saluted Li Qing solemnly. He was startled and quickly got up to support him. "On behalf of my family, I would like to express my gratitude to you for your dedication." Li Qing repeatedly shook his head and said, "I am a member of the family. When I was weak, I was protected and supported by the family. Now that I have achieved something, I should give back to the family." Li Wei said happily, "Having said that, you have helped the family too much, far exceeding the support the family has given you." He said seriously, "Don't worry, the family will never let you suffer. You build a flagship for the family, and the family will pay you whatever price you need to pay to order one from outsiders. Every time you build a flagship, you will be paid 15 trillion yuan. Labor charges. Li Qing quickly waved his hands and said, "You don't need so much, you just need to prepare a full set of blueprints and pay another 10 trillion. Li Weixin was about to object when Li Qing said, "Second uncle, listen to me first, just 1 billion is enough. I want to use this to make money. After 2 or 3 years, I will free up space to receive orders outside. At that time, I will directly charge 20 trillion in OEM fees, and it will be easy to earn back." Quote. This. If the second uncle feels sorry, you can help me find some chief engineers of battleships or flagships, as many as you want. Li Wei thought for a while, nodded and said, "Since this is the case, then I won't force you. Don't worry, I will pass the news back to the family and mobilize everyone's connections to help you collect these talents. So much the better." An agreement was reached, and everyone was happy. Then Li Weixin immediately took out 3 blueprints of dreadnoughts and 1 blueprint of an aircraft carrier. Li Jingtun also took a full set of blueprints of a dreadnought and an aircraft carrier, and asked him to build a total of 6 flagships. Considering that Li Qing paid the material fee himself, they settled the OEM fee in advance, totaling 60 trillion in cash. I have to say that these senior elite players who hold heavy troops or power have indeed a lot of assets, and tens of trillions of cash can be taken out as soon as they are said. However, he is not bad either. With the exclusive secret formula in his hand, he can make money equally quickly. The pure cash he holds now exceeds 100 trillion. Then they chatted for a while, and Weixin arranged a residence for him, a 2-story duplex located on the top floor of the building in the manor, with a single floor of more than 800 square meters, which has been decorated and ready to move in at any time. After canceling the previously reserved room online, Li Qing directly entered the Palm universe. First went to Yiqian Scientific Research Area, thought a small group of Hull people, and then used all the 18 servants of light that had been enlightened before. Including the 5 chief engineers of the flagship, who are also all the chief engineers of the flagships among the more than 100 Hull people, plus the 6 previously owned, and Long Yun, the negative star, there are a total of 11 chief engineers of the flagship and 1 super battleship chief engineer. Designer. It is worth mentioning that this batch of flagship master projects can build flagships as well as Titan super flags. At the same time, Li Qing also arranged learning tasks for them to learn flagship design. With the golden name talent of the Servants of Light, they all have this qualification. In addition to this, 6 more battleship chief engineers were enlightened, and these are also the chief engineers of all battleship construction among the more than 100 Hull people. Putting it all together, he now has a total of 26 battleship chief engineers, and can build up to 260 battleships at a time. The remaining 7 servants of light enlightened an administrator who is responsible for the management of the super livable area. The remaining 6 servants of light are all turned into scientists, with 2 each in physics, sociobiology and engineering. After enlightening all the servants of light, Li Qing immediately went to the engineering science research area to check the design of the destroyer mother chip. It's still about half a month away. Zhao Feng, who presided over the upgrade of this mother chip, responded in this way. Can it be accelerated? Needs a little civilization. Then use it. He is too lazy to wait, and now wants to see the design of the frigate. Zhao Feng didn't suggest anything, and said directly, "Your authorization is required." Li Qing nodded, but with a thought, he somehow sensed that the 32 points of civilization he possessed had disappeared a bit, and then streams of light gathered in front of his eyes, condensing into a chip surrounded by strands of light. The 5th generation destroyer mother chip. He waved to Zhao Feng and asked, "Can we start the frigate design now?" Zhao Feng responded immediately. "It's not a design, it's a reverse derivation. This is a technology that has been used by the negative stars but has been eliminated. It can be directly deduced in reverse. Can you still speed up? 100 civilization points are condensed immediately." Li Qing, what if there are not so many civilization points? It will take 5 to 10 years. It's so long, can it be slightly accelerated? Every 10 civilization points consumed speeds up by 100%. Li Qing thought about it, and said decisively, "Accelerate by 300% first." With a thought, 30 of the remaining 31 civilization points instantly turned into nothingness, and then a feeling of loss came to my heart. No other abnormalities. 30 civilization points have been used, but it feels like nothing happened, extremely empty. It's really like wasting money for nothing. Li Qing felt a little emotional, looked at Zhao Feng, and she responded, "The study will be completed within 1 to 3 years." Li Qing nodded, and assigned several servants of light to preside over the upgrade of the third-generation plasma emitter mother chip purchased earlier. As for the neutron light spear I bought before, it is already the main gun of the most advanced battleship. If I want to be promoted again, I must master advanced technology beyond level 5 to be promoted again. Of course, it is also possible to use civilization points to become the 6th-generation neutron light spear, but Li Qing thinks it is meaningless. He wants to directly research the advanced energy such as dark matter and dark energy, and master the real advanced technology, which is stronger and more powerful, have a future. So, the first step starts with the ship. It is said to be 1 to 3 years, but in fact, because it is presided over by many negative stars, and a large number of servants of light collaborate in the research, it will definitely be reversed within 1 year. In addition, the accumulation of civilization points can be used to accelerate within this year, and it is estimated that it can be reversed within half a year. It is worth mentioning that his ship is a technology that has been eliminated by the star-negative people long ago. The ship is a special frigate for advanced civilizations. The specifications and designs of the ships of each civilization version are different. Very advanced, definitely stronger than the ships of ordinary advanced civilizations. Almost all Star Sea Lords are researching this kind of thing, but the conditions required to research it from scratch are too harsh. It is estimated that no Star Sea Lord in the entire United Human Empire has researched it. This is not to say that 100 civilization points can be achieved in one step, or that it can be researched in 1 to 3 years, but that it belongs to the original reverse derivation, plus negative stars plus a bunch of golden super scientists. It doesn't mean that other Star Sea Lords can research it in one step with just 100 civilization points, that's impossible. Having said that, the plan can't keep up with the changes, and Li Qing's original plan has to be changed now. Warships still need to be built, but not for their own use, but for sale for money. It is worth mentioning that after using the cruiser, destroyer and frigate mother chips to push back and condense the frigate mother chips, these 3 types of battleship mother chips will not disappear, and will still exist. Don't worry about not being able to build them in the future. It means that in the future, after these 3 kinds of battleship mother chips, he will also have the unique mother chip of the ship. If this is the case, the originally scheduled transformation plan of the Cuerda Defense Division can actually be postponed for a while. There is no need to renovate. In fact, you can directly start a new stove and rebuild a standard human division with all 5 generations of warships and weapons to replace the Quelta Division, and the original Quelta Division warships can be split as patrol fleets, or the garrison fleets everywhere. From now on, the fleet mainly composed of ships as the main fleet, and the fleet composed of conventional cruisers, destroyers and frigates as the secondary fleet. It has been 2 days since I came out of the Palm universe, and the second auction that I bought tickets for earlier has ended yesterday, and the tickets were wasted. Second Bo Li Weixin is no longer in the manor. He is a serious major general officer in the Shanhaiguan fortress, so it is impossible to stay here forever. The family probably hasn't received the news yet, so there is no need to worry. He didn't go out. He opened the regional channel directly in his residence, browsed it, found 3 large mining companies at random, and placed orders of 30 trillion respectively, specializing in the purchase of cheap raw ore such as limestone. Then rented a large warehouse in a galaxy 15 hops away from Shanhaiguan, indicating that they should store the raw ore directly in the warehouse. Specialized mining companies like this collect ore all the year round, and they store a large amount of raw ore, and they can be directly pulled by transport ships when needed. After only waiting for half a month, about 26 trillion cubic meters of raw ore was put in place, and according to his needs, it was packed in a large trailer and stored in that large warehouse. It is said to be a warehouse, but it is actually located in the orbit between a gaseous planet and a satellite, and the trailer cabin is directly left in that area. Then Li Qing rushed to this galaxy, and used an industrial ship to drag these trailers into the universe in the palm of his hand, and put them directly into the casting furnace of light to transform them into rare crystals. Every 50,000 cubic meters of raw ore can be converted into 1 square of rare crystals, and 26 trillion cubic meters can be converted into 520 million cubic meters of rare crystals. The price of each cubic crystal is 800,000 yuan, and the total value is 416 trillion yuan. The cost is 90 trillion yuan. The selling price after conversion is 416 trillion yuan. The profit is as high as 326 trillion yuan, and the profit rate has reached an exaggerated 362%. It's outrageous. This super outrageous profit only took him less than a month. Keep going. He directly contacted his second uncle Li Weixin, who was far away in Shanhaiguan. Second uncle, I have a large batch of rare crystals here. Do you want the fortress military? The regional channels of the three major fortresses in the northern border of the empire have invested a large number of civilization points, and the effect radiation range is very large. Even if they are hundreds of galaxies away from the fortress, they can still communicate in real time within hundreds of thousands of light years. Li Weixin, who was chatting with his colleagues, didn't take the news seriously, and asked casually. Shanhaiguan Fortress is a rare resource necessary for advanced weapons and warships, of course, but the demand is high. How much do you have? If not, I will buy it for you. 520 million cubic meters. Li Wei's heart trembled, and the teacup fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. Another major general on the opposite side wondered. What's the matter? Is the tea so hot? He quickly waved his hand. Not hot, slippery. The major general on the opposite side obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't press on. How do you have so many rare crystals? Li Qing replied. Don't ask me this, do you want it? Li Weixin smiled bitterly and said. Of course I can't afford it. I thought there were only a few. I never thought there would be so many. I can't afford more than 400 trillion in cash. However, rare crystals of more than 100 million square meters are considered a large transaction. You can directly trade with the fortress military. By the way, you don't want to trade in your own name, you can trade directly in the name of Jia Lanaling, so that even in terms of your support for the empire, although there will be no real benefits, if the transaction volume is large enough in the future, it will be able to upgrade the fortress. The favor of the veterans of the Military Veterans Association will be of great use in the future. Okay. Not long after disconnection, Li Weixin sent a message from the military logistics department named Meng Zihua, with a postscript. Zihua is my friend. In the future, if you want to sell any materials, contact him directly, and he will give you the best treatment. Okay. The second uncle obviously greeted in advance. Li Qing just said hello first and then replied. I heard from Wei Xin that you can ship whatever you want to sell at any time. Don't go to the Shanhaiguan Fortress Galaxy, go directly to the number 5 subsidiary galaxy. Okay. After disconnecting, Li Qing reloaded the transformed rare crystals, and then drove out the fleet to jump directly. During non-combat times, plus his major general authority and the identification code given by the fortress, he can directly jump over there. Shanhaiguan number 5 subsidiary galaxy belongs to the Shanhaiguan Fortress Galaxy Group, and is managed by the logistics department. Its main duty is to store various military supplies. Chapter 195 The Arrival of the Legendary Patriarch. There is only one channel leading to the Shanhaiguan Fortress in the entire galaxy, and there is no other way. An identification code is required to enter and exit, otherwise it is impossible to enter or leave through the ubiquitous interference and interception system in the entire galaxy. The huge fleet jumped to an open area, and then a series of Star City force fields were suppressed, and then a fleet sailed over, and began to scan in all directions. This is a necessary procedure. Even if there is a guarantee from an internal senior military officer, it is useless. It is to prevent cooperation between inside and outside. Although this possibility is unlikely, it is not completely impossible. After all, there are many evil beings that can control the mind in the universe. But after the scanning is completed, the relationship comes in handy, and the logistics department completes the inventory of the goods with extremely fast efficiency, and then trades. The goods are poured into a starry sky, and the money also arrives. A total of 416 trillion star dollars in one-time payment in cash. After deducting 90 trillion in capital, the net profit is 326 trillion. It's so cool. Of course, the money for renting the warehouse has to be deducted, as well as a big red envelope for Major General Meng Zihua in private, a total of 1 trillion stars. His business is not a one-shot deal, and has to be done for a long time. After all, this relationship belongs to the second uncle. He has to turn this relationship into his own. Every transaction can get some benefits, and they will also be friends in the future. We are all friends now, so of course I won't ask you where the source of the goods comes from, which can save him a lot of trouble. In addition, 10% of the commercial tax has to be deducted for a total of 41.6 trillion yuan, leaving 384.6 trillion yuan. In the United Empire of Mankind, there are very few taxes on players among the major army lords, and commercial tax is one of them. There will be no commercial tax for transactions between players, but Li Qing's current behavior at this time is a commercial trade behavior. Whether he buys raw ore from a mining company or sells it to a military leader, it is not a personal behavior of the player and naturally has to pay tax. The commercial tax is unified at 10% for the entire United Human Empire, including Li Qing's Jialan collar, which is also the default. It's just that there are not many serious commercial and trading companies in Jialan collar, and don't expect to receive much tax from the players. In addition, the Orb people have just immigrated from the planet Jialan to Orbu planet. They don't have to expect to collect taxes for at least 5 years, and they don't have to expect to receive much tax in 10 years. Unless the Shadow United Empire is defeated in the future, and the passage to the Zutar star field is opened up, and the center of gravity of the Empire moves south in the future, then a large number of businessmen will go south, and the territory will develop, and then a certain tax will be received. Adding the previous remaining 10 trillion in cash, a total of 394.6 trillion in cash, Li Qing contacted the previous mining companies again after a few days of rest to collect the ore. However, no more mines, or the types of mines he needs are not enough. Boss, how can there be so many of this kind of worthless cheap mine? I sold you half of it before, but now you want so much. I don't have so much raw ore at the moment, so I have to transfer it from other places, or you can wait a month or two, raise. And this is not a complaint to him, several other mining companies are the same, there is not enough limestone and limestone. Oh okay, it was an accident, but also within reason. Mines like gray spar and limestone are the cheapest. Ordinary individual players have limited transportation capacity at one time, and they generally don't like to dig such cheap mines. Just like Li Qing, if he didn't have infinite space in the Palm universe, he would not be willing to dig such a cheap mine. More than 400 trillion yuan can at least get tens of billions of cubic meters of raw ore. How much does it have to be? That gives you a month to raise money. 1 month is a bit too much, but we try our best. By the way, boss, are you interested in receiving some other mines, such as iron-like ore 3.9 squares, copper-like mines 5.6 squares, gneiss 5.8 squares, and silver spar only 5.2 squares? Well, Li Qing shook his head and said, iron-like ore can be added, and the others are ignored. For a moment, he had the idea that if more types were added, these mining companies would probably have stock in stock, but after thinking about the price carefully, he decided to forget it. Forget about this wave, let's add more in the next wave. After earning this wave, the next wave of cash is estimated to exceed trillions. At that time, it may take several months or even half a year to buy only these 2 cheap ores, which is too long. However, it took a full 2.5 months before several mining companies gathered enough raw ore. A total of 390 trillion yuan of raw ore, calculated based on the average price of gray spar, iron-like ore and limestone at 3.4 star yuan per side, a total of 114.7 trillion cubic meters of cheap raw ore was purchased. 114.7 trillion cubic meters of raw ore, every 50,000 cubic meters is converted into a square of rare crystals, a total of 2.294 billion cubic meters. The market price of each rare crystal is 800,000, and the total value will be as high as 0.1835.2 trillion. Good guy. Li Qing felt his heart beating a little hard. This rate of making money is a bit outrageous, and it feels unreal. The next day, he contacted Major General Meng Zihua again. Brother Meng, I have another batch of rare crystals here. Meng Zihua was checking the account book at this time, and asked casually. Another batch so soon? Is it still that much? A little more than last time. How much more? About 23 trillion square meters. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Meng Zihua paused in his hands, and asked in surprise. 23 trillion cubic meters. Li Qing nodded. It's a little more than last time, can I accept it? Acceptable, but, Meng Zihua thought for a while, and thought that this young man was quite a man, and he was the nephew of a good friend, so he said. This time the transaction is over, you should stop for a while. Before Li Qing could speak, he took the initiative to explain. Just released 5.2 trillion cubic meters, and took out 23 trillion cubic meters in just 2 months. Are you digging up a planet made of rare crystals? It's too high profile, and it will definitely attract attention. What? Li Qing was surprised and said. Shanhaiguan covers such a large area, and the water flows in trillions every day. Is this considered high profile? Isn't that high profile? Major General Meng Zihua said speechlessly. It doesn't matter if you do it once a year. If you come once every 2 months, everyone will be interested. You need to know what you are selling. Rare crystals are rare resources and strategic resources. If you sell so many in a row, you will definitely be noticed. You are lucky. You are a lord yourself, and you were born in the Li family of Qinghe. In addition, you can be a man, so you are fine now, but if you sell it directly on the market, there will definitely be caring people paying attention to you. Li Qing was silent, nodded for a while and said, Okay, but it's okay. This is the last batch. They are all from the previous batch. It will take a year or two for the next batch. That's no problem, you wait another half a month before trading. Okay. After turning off the communication, Li Qing wiped his face speechlessly. That is helpless, but also within reason. Regardless of whether anyone has an idea, the sudden sale of too many rare resources will definitely attract attention. My head hurts. After earning 2 rounds, I had to stop. Next, as before, Li Qingte waited for half a month before going back to Shanhaiguan to find Major General Meng Zihua for a deal. He sold all the rare crystals and got 1835.2 trillion yuan. After deducting 10% tax of 183.5 trillion yuan, the remaining 1,651.7 trillion yuan was given to him. Meng Zihua wrapped a super big red envelope of 10 trillion yuan. Facts have proved that the money is well spent. If he doesn't remind, he will invest all the 16.5 trillion yuan to start the third round of acquisitions. At that time, rare crystals of 60 to 70 trillion square meters will appear on the market. Even if they are sold to the Shanhaiguan fortress, they will definitely attract the attention of visitors. As long as someone investigates, his behavior during this period can easily be investigated to the bottom of the sky, and there will definitely be a lot of trouble when the time comes. In fact, someone will investigate after this time, but as long as he keeps a low profile and doesn't continue, nothing will happen. What kind of strength and status can make money? With his current strength and status, it won't be a big problem to make these two sums. If he wants to continue to make money, either he can become more famous and stronger. Either try it first, wait for the limelight to pass and then do a big one, and then try again. But even though he can't do anything now, Li Qing didn't do nothing. Instead, he found a consulting company and entrusted him to register a trading company. The registered name was supposed to be Jialan, but it turned out to be the same name, so he had to change it. Chengyalan number 233 Trading Company, Limited. Then I found a galaxy behind Shanhaiguan, rented a barren planet and the surrounding starry sky as the company's resident and warehouse, and then went to the talent market to recruit a group of staff and managers, and the commercial company's shelves were set up. Don't say anything. First set up the company shelf, buy slowly, wait for a year or so to collect a batch, then sell it for a big profit, and then continue to buy. The task Li Qing gave them was very simple, which was to buy all kinds of cheap ores, but the monthly quota was only 10 trillion. Put 200 trillion in the company's account, which is enough for them for a long time. At the same time, in order to ensure that they would not misuse or embezzle public funds, he hired a third-party accounting company with a good reputation to check the accounts every month, and then entrusted his second uncle Li Weixin to help take care of them. 200 trillion in cash is a huge amount of money for a large army, not to mention for ordinary people. Without supervision methods, someone will definitely take risks. There is no need for the second uncle to pay attention to it personally. As a major general in Shanhaiguan, he has many subordinates. He only needs to assign an assistant or secretary of the same clan to pay attention to it every month. I believe that there should be no problem with a major general with real power personally paying attention. Just like asking Major General Meng Zihua for help, how can he be empty-handed if he asks the second uncle for help? He directly explained to Li Weixin that 5% of the company's next transaction's total profit would be used as labor fees. Li Weixin was a little more polite and stopped declining. Of course he knew that Li Qing made a lot of money in the previous 2 waves. Although he didn't know the exact amount, he generally knew that it was a super lucrative income, which he couldn't refuse. After finishing these, Li Qing returned to Shanhaiguan. Nothing to do now, you can go back to Jilanling first, but you have to wait a while before. Some time ago, Li Weixin sent him a newsletter, saying that the old patriarch would come over to discuss with him in person, but he had to wait. Li Qing was refreshed immediately, and he was not in a hurry to go back. This old patriarch is not his great-grandfather, nor is he the modern acting patriarch of the Qinghe Li family, but the legendary figure who led the Qinghe Li family to be promoted to the military master. Any military leader is a legend, any living military leader is a living legend, and their life experience is an epic. Li Qing had never met the old patriarch before, not even when he married the Jinmin Yu family last time. This time he thought it was the acting patriarch of the family or his great-grandfather, but he didn't expect the old patriarch to come in person. No wonder he waited several months for news. It took another week or so to wait, and when he woke up early this morning, he received a message from Lee Weixen, asking him to come to the central villa, and he immediately realized that the old patriarch had arrived. Before arriving at the villa, he saw two more powerful psychers at the door, with a psychic strength of about 600,000 to 700,000. At the same time, he sensed the aura of 5 psychers in the villa, one of which was psychic. With a strength of over 10 million, he has been included in the ranks of super psychers, and no accident is the old patriarch. At the same time that he sensed the powerful psyker in the villa, a silver-haired old man in the villa holding a dark gold eagle cane suddenly raised his head and looked outside the door in surprise, and said without looking back, "Wei Shen, is there any important person visiting recently?" Lee Weixen, who was accompanying him in person, froze for a moment, shook his head and said, "No, no outsiders have been guests recently." The silver-haired old man stood up with a cane and said, "Then there should be guests coming." Speaking, he got up and walked towards the door. It seemed that he was going to greet him at the door. Lee Weixen and several other accompanying clansmen immediately stood up and followed behind. Li Jingtun was also among them, and followed cautiously at the end. A group of people came to the door, just in time to see Li Qing, who was walking up to the steps. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Erbo raised his head and looked around, ready to find the guest that the ancestor mentioned. Li Jingtun also looked around cautiously. He was also curious about who the guest the ancestor was talking about. However, he didn't realize that the silver-haired old man was holding the dark golden eagle-headed cane tightly in his hand, and the silver psionic energy rippled in his pupils. The shock in the eyes of the torch-like young figure has disappeared, replaced by uncontrollable surprise. "Good, very good." The silver-haired old man lightly paused the cane in his hand, looked at Li Qing lovingly and said, "Son, you are Li Qing." Li Qing quickly bowed his head and said respectfully, "Grandson Li Qing, met the ancestor." "Very good." The silver-haired old man looked Li Qing up and down, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He stretched out his hand and beckoned. "Come here and let the ancestor see." Li Qing got up and walked in front of the silver-haired old man, looking at this own legend with the same curiosity. According to the history he knows, the Li family of Qinghe was just an ordinary family before it made a fortune more than 300 years ago. The comprehensive strength of the whole family is not as strong as the current Li Jingtun. It can be said that it is self-made. You must know that today is different from the past, and the chances will be smaller at any time. During the first few thousand years of human expansion, the opportunities were relatively greater at that time, but when the United Human Empire expanded its power to the entire Emperor Seat starfield, the southern border came to an abrupt end in the Zutar starfield, and the northern border after the joint contact with Bruven, the territory of the United Empire of Mankind at that time was fixed. Since then, new star marine lords have rarely been born within the United Empire of Mankind. Patriarch Li Yongcheng was able to seize that incomparably small opportunity to become a new military leader in an era when there were almost no opportunities. It can be said that both his ability and means are superb, and he is definitely a legend. Such a boss is a real boss, relying entirely on his own ability. Some experiences are even more cheating than cheating, and novels dare not write like that. Chapter 196: A group of star frigates with powerful attributes. The patriarch looked at Li Qing carefully, and ordinary people only felt that he was extraordinary, but the super psyker who also possessed the strength of over 10 million psychic powers could feel the faint coercion on him. At this moment, he was full of surprises and doubts in his heart, and couldn't help but knock the ground with his cane, saying, "Child, you come with me." As he spoke, he turned and went up to the second floor. Li Qing hesitated for a moment and followed. The others looked at each other, not daring to follow. Li Qing came to the second floor and saw the ancestor standing alone in the middle of the hall. When he came up, he turned around and couldn't help being puzzled anymore, and asked, "Are you really my grandson Li Qing?" Li Qing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the first sentence that the ancestor came up was this sentence. But after thinking about it seriously, it's not surprising to have this suspicion. It's true that a young man in his early 20s actually possesses tens of millions of strengths, which is comparable to the powers of super psychics who have lived for thousands of years. Unusual. This problem, Li Qing actually thought about it a long time ago. He had two different answers, one for outsiders, and one for his clansmen. The answer at this time is the rhetoric for his clansmen. The ancestors should know that I once obtained a space relic by chance. Li Yongcheng nodded and said, I have heard that it is a very magical relic, with a huge space inside and a super dock. Li Qing continued, actually, that's just an external rhetoric. In fact, not only is the space in the space relics larger than what was announced to the public, but there is not only one super dock inside. Li Yongcheng's expression became more serious, and his eyes became sharper, with a hint of expectation. Li Qing paused, organized his language, and continued. The treasure of space is actually a palm world, which contains a huge space as large as a galaxy, and contains a legacy from a high civilization in ancient times. Boom. The old ancestor held the cane tightly and couldn't help patting the ground. I knew you were hiding something, keep talking. The legacy of the advanced civilization one inherited contained a one-time treasure. After I inherited it, I gained unimaginably powerful spiritual power. In addition, there is a super dock, a livable world of the Star River miracle level. The livability level is similar to the second type of super livable world, which contains a very complete ecological area and can be directly immigrated. How big is this ultra-livable world? Li Qing paused for a moment, then stretched out a finger with a serious face. 1,000 super livable zones with a length, width and height of 1,000 kilometers. Each livable zone has been divided into 10 layers, which is equivalent to 10,000 super livable zones with a length, width and height of 100 kilometers. Equivalent to 20 to 30 living planets. In addition, there is an ultimate weapon inside, but the energy furnace has been damaged and needs to be powered by itself, so it cannot exert its powerful power. These are not important. The most important thing is, have you inherited the technology of that super civilization? Li Qing nodded, but shook his head again. It can be said that there is, but it can also be said that there is no. What's the meaning? That advanced civilization has advanced technology left behind, but there is no conventional technology. I need to complete all conventional technology to reach the upper limit of conventional technology before I can start to unlock dark matter technology. It can also be said that I have to be promoted to the military leader before I have the authority to unlock advanced technology. Well, Li Yongcheng turned around holding his cane, and Li Qing immediately stepped forward to help him sit down on the sofa. After pondering for a while, Li Yongcheng looked down at Li Qing, touched his head lovingly, and said, Don't worry, there is a reason for the inheritance method to be set up like this. There is an old saying that everyone is innocent and guilty. If you can show off the unconventional high-level civilization technology from the beginning, it will definitely attract many coveted eyes. You don't necessarily grow up safe. You don't need to say anything about it. Don't tell anyone about the truth in your hands. Even if your father asks, don't tell it. In the future, you can just use the previous rhetoric. This is your secret. Sit here, kid. The once legendary figure is now just a seemingly ordinary old man. Like other people's grandfathers, he thought a little and said, Your potential has exceeded my expectations. You will definitely surpass me in the future and become a true Star Sea Lord. If you can become a Star Sea Lord, the family will also be honored. Li Qing couldn't answer these words. The military masters are still far away, let alone the Qinghai lords. At this time, the ancestor continued. Originally, the old man wanted to support you in terms of funds, but you have made a lot of money during this period, and you should not be short of money. Tell me what you want. Li Qing touched his chin, and said unceremoniously. What my grandson lacks most now are various mother chips. Now I already have mother chips for frigates, destroyers, and cruisers. I already have a mother chip for plasma launchers and a mother chip for neutron light spears. I'm missing everything else. In addition, Sunner still lacks a large number of battleship chief engineers and flagship chief engineers. Besides, my mother chips are still being upgraded. It would be better if I could provide some civilization points. Li Yongcheng nodded and said, These ancestors came to find a way. Is there anything else? Well, there seems to be nothing else. Being able to solve these mother chips has already helped a lot, and the rest is accumulated slowly over time. The ancestor didn't stay here for too long. He left after only 2 days, but instead of going home, he heard that he was going to visit some old friends, and he gave Li Qing 1,000 civilization points when he left. For this, he can only say that the boss made a move, and it really is extraordinary. These 1,000 points of civilization are estimated to be all of Qinghai Li's current inventory. However, after Li Qing opened the exchange list of Stargazer technology in the Palm universe with great anticipation, he found that the 1,000 civilization points are still poor here, and there are only a few that can be exchanged at this stage. The first type, 1 point of civilization points, a servant of light, which is useless. The second type, 1000 civilization points, a static streamer that can attune the negative star. The third type, 50 civilization points, can be exchanged for a 7-star holy guard. This is a super soldier with a strength of 1 million plus spiritual power, which is comparable to the strength of the Leviathan monster. It is the lowest civilization of the negative star. The super cannon fodder troops have a series of super abilities, such as super strength, super speed, super endurance, immortal body, and other abilities, referred to as Superman. Moreover, Li Qing looked carefully at the introduction of the Holy Guard. The initial 1 million plus spiritual power and all the superpowers are only initial abilities, and they can also become stronger with the passage of time and continuous fighting. After countless battles, will be promoted to immortal. The fourth type, 500 civilization points, can be exchanged for an initial 10 million plus psychic energy strength, a super existence with a huge body up to 1,000 meters high at the beginning, and a part of the star negative traits that can control the power of light, the name of the fearless god of war. This kind of existence is the backbone ground force of the negative star civilization. Not only is it stronger than the Holy Guard at the beginning, but also the upper limit is stronger, because all fearless gods of war have a star core in their bodies, which can continuously absorb energy in the void, including direct absorption stellar energy and the ubiquitous dark matter and dark energy in the void. When it reaches its peak state, it can have the terrifying energy of a whole star in its body, releasing indescribably terrifying power with every gesture. Li Qing read the introduction carefully, especially the appearance, and the first thing he thought was Ultraman. But its strength is stronger than that of Ultraman. After all, there are more than 10 million psionic strengths at the beginning. A wave of psionic storms can wipe out all life on a planet. How can a mere little monster be his opponent? 1000 civilization points can be exchanged for 2 Ultraman, or 20 Superman. They are all disposable, and they are gone when they die. Of course, this thing also has complete technology, which can be artificially created through a series of operations that ordinary people can't imagine. Among them, the complete technology of the Holy Guard needs 100,000 civilization points, and the complete technology of Ultraman needs 1 million civilization points. Complete technology is no need to think, but one-time exchange. After serious consideration, Li Qing decided to forget it. Now he does not lack ground troops, and for the time being, there are no super powerful opponents that need to dispatch such super fighters to deal with. But he didn't exchange for static streamer either. He still has a star negative conversion quota, but he doesn't have any subordinates who meet the conditions. Although the static streamer can transform a new star negativer regardless of the conditions, but at this stage, the civilization points are limited, so it still has to be used on the steel blade. In the palm of the universe, he directly consumed 30 points of civilization on the chip of the ship that was being reversed. He already consumed 30 points of civilization, plus several star negatives and more than a dozen servants of light to jointly research. After more than 3 months, the frigate mother chip was almost condensed, and with the stimulation of these 30 civilization points, it was successfully condensed immediately. And it doesn't need to be as limited in power as the frigate mother chip condensed for the first time by a normal advanced civilization, but the original peak version of the negative star directly reversed. Li Qing held it in his hand and inspected it at the first moment when the chip was formed. Escort mother chip. High civilization exclusive frigate warship. Escort group of stars, the conventional warships used by the Stargazer civilization. They are used for patrolling, escorting, reconnaissance, alerting, laying mines, and supporting landing operations on planets. Basic hull, 500,000. Basic armor, 500,000. Basic shield, 500,000. Base speed, 220,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic, escort tactic. Ship slot size, 10. Stars central heavy artillery module default, stars left salvo module default, stars right salvo module default. Components: energy core, superluminal components, thrusters, detectors, combat computers. Weapon slots: L30, M60, S120, P80. General slot: L100, A12. After a long silence, Li Qing opened the attribute template of the cruiser. Cruiser Ranger class cruiser is a large deep space battleship with strong firepower, wide range of uses, and powerful offensive and defensive weapons. Basic hull, 60,000. Basic armor, 60,000. Basic shield, 60,000. Base speed, 110,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic, line tactic. Fleet slot size, 5. Bow core default, central salvo core default, salvo stern core default. Components: energy core, superluminal components, thrusters, detectors, combat computers. Weapon slots: L8, G6, M16. General slot: L20, M20, A3. The size of the Group Star frigate is similar to that of the cruiser, about 600 meters, but the cruiser is horizontal, like a swimming fish, and the frigate looks like an angel standing upright in the starry sky, with the central core module and the left and right wing modules like angel wings. Star Negator's starships do not have weapons such as missiles, only L large, M medium, S small, and P slot point defense weapons. L slots are all main gun slots, and there are a lot of them, which can be used perfectly. Compatible with all responsibilities of the 3 warships. 80P slot point defense systems can perfectly intercept space fleets. The 30L main gun slots can be equipped with L slot main guns that are second only to the X battle main guns. The non-battle conventional combat effectiveness is very powerful, and it can crush cruisers head-on. With the same weapon equipment, it can violently attack several cruisers at the same time. Coupled with faster speed than destroyers, more flexible steering and acceleration than frigates, all combined, it is no wonder that those advanced civilizations have eliminated 3 types of warships, and combined their advantages to design escorts, which are special for advanced civilizations. Ship type. After reading the attributes, Li Qing looked at the construction requirements of the frigate again, and breathed a sigh of relief in the next second. Any chief engineer of cruiser construction can be competent as long as a brief training is needed, and there is no need to train the chief engineer of frigate construction from scratch. The construction time of a normal frigate is 300 days, the talent is accelerated by 500%, the super dock of the high-dimensional fortress is accelerated by 100%, a total of 600% construction speed bonus, and the construction can be completed in only 42 days, even if it is 1.5 months. The copy speed of the Starship is 500 copies per day, 182,500 copies per year. The material required for construction is equivalent to that of a cruiser, but the general standard alloy cannot meet its design structure. It requires a stronger but more expensive titanium steel alloy, so the overall price will be more expensive. The standard alloy price is 820 star yuan per side. The price of titanium steel alloy is 1460 star yuan, which is about 78% more expensive. The material cost of a cruiser with standard 5th-generation human technology is about 2.6 billion, with an additional cost of 78%, that is about 4.6 billion. Cost of 4.6 billion, just sell it. No, this is not for sale. But if you really want to sell it, you can sell it for 15 billion, and many people will want it. Get to work now. Li Qing immediately copied a batch of blueprints, and then handed them over to the cruiser engineers in the dock, letting them try to build them first. The first batch doesn't expect to succeed, even if it is scrapped, it doesn't matter, let's accumulate experience first. Coming out of the universe in the palm, the ancestor had already left. Li Qing considered that he had been away for a long time this time, and it would be impossible for the ancestor to get those mother chips in a while, and he had already made money, so he decided to go back first. The development speed of a territory is closely related to money. If you have more money, you will develop faster, and if you have less money, you will develop slowly. In the past, the territory only had tens of trillions of funds, and they did not dare to let it go for development. For example, the immigrants in Orbstar were detained because they had no money. They could only immigrate a few at a time, and they could only immigrate a few at a time. The speed was too slow. Chapter 197 Blackmailed. Going home this time, Li Qing plans to spend 1 trillion yuan to fully develop Orbustar, and develop hundreds of cities in one go for large-scale immigration. It was originally estimated that the development time of 5 to 10 years can be completed in only 1 or 2 years. Infrastructure construction and re-immigration. Complete the immigration of Orb Star, and then start the comprehensive transformation of Jalan Star. It is estimated that it will take several years to wait until the comprehensive renovation is completed before immigrating. But Li Qing is not in a hurry. It happens to be 4 or 5 years to raise funds. After 4 or 5 years, he will save tens of billions, and then buy people all over the world. There is an upper limit to the population of a single military leader who can immigrate. It is impossible to catch a military leader and buy him billions of people. Other military leaders will not agree. Generally speaking, a military leader can immigrate within a certain period of time. The population is determined by a certain percentage of the total population, and the upper limit cannot exceed 1% in a short period of time. That is to say, a territory under the command of a military master has a total population of 50 billion, so within a year, no more than 500 million people can immigrate at most. The main purpose is to ensure the stability of the population structure of the territory. After all the immigrants are fertile people. It is impossible for others to spend a lot of money to buy hundreds of millions of old people who cannot have children and cannot work. If there is such a big grievance, any lord is willing to sell all the old people to you at a low price. If Li Qing wants to quickly develop Jollencollar, he can only spend a lot of money to buy immigrants from all over the country, purely with money. According to the calculation that one immigrant needs to spend 1 million, 100 million people is 100 trillion, and 1 billion people need to spend 1 trillion. Li Qing plans to make a lot of 50 billion in the next few years for immigration. It is worth mentioning that the immigrants who spent money to buy were all immigrants from the planet of life, with the minimum white name or above. It is not the kind of gray population born and bred in a large number in the residence station. This kind of immigrant has basic talents, can directly find many occupations, and can immediately invest in the internal construction of the territory. A population of 5 billion is enough to barely support a territory. After more than 10 or 20 years, a new generation will be born in the super livable zone inside the universe in the palm of my hand. It was born in a super livable zone comparable to a second type life planet, and at least it is a white name talent. At that time, it can expand to other layers in the super livable zone, or migrate to Jollen planet. In spite of the fact that there are 21 super livable zones, each of the 10 floors adds up to 210. It seems very large, but in fact it only covers an area of 210 million square kilometers. The total area of the Jollen star is 660 million square kilometers, which is more than 3 times the existing super habitable zone. The land area of Jollen star accounts for 44% of the total area, which is 290 million square kilometers, which is larger than the total area of the existing super habitable zone. That is to say, before more super habitable zones are unlocked, the role of a living planet is still very large. Li Qing currently has no other policy requirements for the Cybertronians in the super livable zone. The only requirement is to give birth, encourage birth, directly use money to encourage, and impose a single tax on those who have reached the specified grade and have not given birth. Of course, he will not impose a single tax directly, which will arouse the resentment of young people. He changed the way to collect. That is, as long as one offspring is born, the annual tax rebate is 50%. Give birth to 2 offspring, full personal income tax refund. Bring 3 offspring, not only full tax rebate, but also a monthly subsidy equivalent to the local basic salary, and all kinds of baby supplies, including school fees, etc. are free. Bring more than 4 offspring, all have a variety of generous benefits. It can be said that even if you don't work, the subsidies from the world government are enough for everyone in the family to live comfortably. Anyway, don't say anything, just let you die, the more the better. A family has 5 or 6, 7 or 8 children, or even a football team, trying to multiply the population within 2 generations. Although the financial pressure will be great, it will not be too great. After all, the Cybertronians were originally in a dictatorial society and lived a life of cattle and horses. As long as the welfare can keep up and the supply of basic materials can keep up, the problem will not be big. Half a month later, Li Qing's frigate appeared in the southern border of the empire, and after a transit, it was sent again to the border galaxy from which it came. However, as soon as he entered the frontier galaxy, he received an unfamiliar message just after registration. When he opened it, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was revealed. He said to Li Qing expressionlessly, "I am Luo Zhen, the director of Sanhua Trading Group's branch in the south of the town. A few months ago, a caravan disappeared in the ZN-248 galaxy. My people found yours in the ZN-248 galaxy. At the scene of the incident, please stop the ship and wait for our investigation." Quote? Did I hear it wrong or did you say it wrong? Li Qing was suddenly amused, a little confused. In a situation like that, after the fleet accidentally wrecked in the wild and everyone on board died, and after sending a distress signal to the surroundings, it is strictly speaking considered unowned. If their own people come to discover it in advance, it will naturally belong to them. But during the period, outsiders discovered in advance and eliminated the danger, and no one in the fleet survived during the period, and no one belonging to the fleet was present. Naturally, this fleet came to the rescue. This is the wilderness outside the Empire's territory. The default gauge of the star field. Of course, gauges are dead, but people are alive. If the original owner of the fleet encounters them when they leave after salvage, the fleet can still be returned to the original owner after the owner pays a satisfactory remuneration for both parties. But whether it is returned or not, there is no problem, and neither party is at fault. But again, there is nothing wrong with all kinds of wrangling on the issue of whether to return or not, and even war. There are not so many gauges in the wild starry sky outside the Empire's territory, and the canon is the truth. Not to mention that the fleet and the ore in it have been used by Li Qing, he naturally can't return it. Their attitude alone is irritating, and Li Qing doesn't want to talk to them at all. They didn't pay any attention to it at all, let alone responded. They pulled the blacklist directly, and then the Black Hawk frigate set sail to leave. When he turned off the communication, the executive of the Sanhua trading group on the other side was stunned for a moment, then became furious, opened the internal channel and said, "The investigation target is preparing to flee, and the investigation fleet is preparing to intercept." At the same time, it was another operation. In less than a minute, Li Qing received an automatic pop-up message from the regional channel. When he saw that this was an official arrest warrant for him, he was stunned for a moment, and he was very surprised. Such a strong relationship. His expression became serious, not daring to underestimate him like before. There are only two possibilities for the general order to be completed so easily. One is that the Sanhua Trading Group belongs to the official Chamber of Commerce of Zhenan Province. The power of those super financial groups can indeed do this. The so-called Trust Super Consortium refers to the top super capital power within the empire. Trust means monopoly, that is to say, only a consortium that monopolizes an industry can be called a super consortium. With the huge territory and strength of the United Empire of Mankind, many military lords and lords are themselves dictatorship. In this environment, they can complete the monopoly of an industry, and their strength is terrifying. In other words, it may be the spokesperson of a certain army lord or Star Sea Lord. Maz. At this moment, Li Qing had the idea of going back and returning the things. It is really too troublesome to offend a super consortium at this stage. It will definitely affect the development of the territory, and maybe even put the territory in danger. The strength and influence of such a super consortium is really terrifying. Each super consortium is a super huge collection of interests. It is not just a consortium, but may be combined by a bunch of large corporate consortia, which even includes there are a lot of military lords' interests in it. Offending one representative offended a lot of interest groups. Thinking about it, considering that the territory is in the early stage of development, if there is less trouble, it will be less, so I decided to take a step back. Li Qing sighed, re-communicated with the supervisor named Luo Zhen just now and said, "I just happened to pass by that galaxy, and I express my deep sympathy for the death of your company's caravan. In the spirit of humanitarianism, I am willing to give some main humanitarian support to the dead crew members, a total of 10 billion. Of course it is impossible for him to admit it directly. Wouldn't that be equivalent to giving the handle to others? But, it really is you." Luo Zhen sneered, with a cold light in his eyes, and said to Li Qing with a superior attitude, "No one can escape our intelligence network. I know who you are, the Lord of Canaan. As a member of the Senate of the Empire, you actually did something like stealing and spreading the word. And many more." Li Qing interrupted him directly and said, "You have to figure it out. I didn't sink the fleet. Just my few ships can't even beat your caravan fleet. I'm just out of humanitarianism." His words were also interrupted by Luo Zhen, and he said arrogantly, "Your fleet is the only one in the entire galaxy. There is no one else but you. The rules are set by us. I said you stole our things, and you stole our things." Li Qing was getting more and more angry, but he didn't think about contacting him immediately. He heard the meaning of forcing the blame from Luo Zhen's tone, and he wanted to see what the other party wanted to say. Luo Zhen adjusted his glasses and said, "In view of your theft, I have the right to claim compensation for the stolen property and reputation, according to your identity." He looked at Li Qing coldly. The cold light in his eyes was like a poisonous snake staring at its prey, and said slowly, "Either pay twice the compensation for the goods, or make a solemn written apology to our Sanhua Trading Group in the Imperial Senate for your theft." Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, there is a problem. How can a normal person enter the Imperial Senate? He must already know his identity. At this moment, Luo Zhen continued, "The goods we stole are worth 1,500 trillion. Li Qing opened his mouth, shocked by his lion's wide mouth. And Luo Zhen continued. Our conversation has been recorded, and you have admitted the theft. You must either pay twice the compensation for a total of 3,000 trillion stars, or apologize to us in writing in the Senate of the United Empire of Mankind. Of course, if you don't have money, you can use other things instead. We found out that you are the Lord of Jalan Collar, and you own about 50% of Jalan Collar's shares, with a total value of about 1,600 trillion. If you are willing to use this instead, in view of this excellent asset, we can let you directly use half of the shares to replace the compensation. The communication was cut off directly. Moz. Li Qing suddenly slapped himself. I'm so stupid that I still want to reason with the greedy consortium. After hearing the charges that Luo Zhen had imposed on himself without any evidence, he wasn't even interested in explaining. It was meaningless. They don't want evidence at all, they just want an excuse. He took a long breath, opened the door of the black hole, summoned the crew to enter it for shelter, and then took a step forward, and the people had disappeared on the battleship, leaving only an empty frigate floating near the star city in the border galaxy. On the other side, Luo Zhen was not surprised but happy after he disconnected. He slapped the table and stood up laughing. Very good. The dignified lord stole property and fled in fear of crime. The evidence is solid. Let me see how you deny it. Immediately ordered. The investigative fleet intercepted him, and he must not let him escape. However, the smile did not last for a few seconds. When he received the news that it was just an empty ship, the smile on his face froze immediately, and immediately ordered after a few seconds. He must have escaped with psionic teleportation, and he won't be too far away. Let me chase him immediately. Then he opened the communication again, contacted the name at the top of the address book, and said carefully, Chief. He escaped with a psionic leap. After a while, an invisible projection appeared, and said coldly, Don't worry about it, the monk can't run away from the temple, and his territory can't run away. Next, the consortium will take over this matter. You just need to cooperate with the propaganda. Luo Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately responded. At this time, Li Qing was more than 200 light-years away from the border galaxy. In the star ring of a huge gas giant planet, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the star ring composed of countless tiny meteorites, a star with a diameter of more than 500 meters on top of a meteorite, sit and watch the violently tumbling atmosphere inside a gas giant. After a brief moment of annoyance, he came back to his senses and began to think about the subsequent impact of this matter. He is still too young. He has been going smoothly since the beginning of development. He underestimated the dangers of people's hearts, and at the beginning he never thought that this Sanhua trading group would be so powerful, and he could rely on the slightest clues just by a few short contacts. And find out your identity, and then formulate a series of traps for yourself. Sure enough, this is the reality of the world. It turned out that he had been staying in the Zutar star field to develop, and there were too many dangers in the world that he had no chance to see. Now that he left the Zutar star field for the first time, reality gave himself a good experience class. From a certain point of view, this is actually a good thing. Now that I have seen it, there is still room for reaction. If the development restrictions are lifted in the future, if those big forces want to target themselves, they will definitely do their best, and in many cases there is no reason at all. It is because you are weak and want to seize your inheritance, and you are shameless bullying the younger. What can you do? Without sufficient strength, you can only watch your foundation being taken away. Human beings have explored history for tens of thousands of years, accumulating trillions of pioneers, and at least hundreds of millions of elites have emerged, but even if the masters of the Star Marines include those who have weakened and perished over tens of thousands of years, there are only a few hundred in total. During this period, there are definitely many legendary elites with incredible ability and good luck. Except for having no golden fingers, they are better than Li Qing in terms of ability and means. Chapter 198 The Legendary Touchstone of the Star Sea, Trust Super Consortium. So, what I have to do now is to immediately go back and investigate the super consortium behind the Sanhua Trading Company, and then be prepared to face all possible conspiracies. Negotiation. Li Qing has given up. There is no possibility of such a forced rejection without evidence. They let Li Qing lose face in the Senate of the United Empire, and choose between half of the shares of Jia Lanaling, but they don't know. He can neither apologize nor lose money. If he wants to take my inheritance, he has the ability to do so. Now that their purpose has been determined, of course he will not still follow the routine foolishly, but must reverse the routine. Next, he leapt continuously, even the battleship was useless, and he jumped directly with his own spiritual energy. The powerful spiritual energy protected his body, and he could leap hundreds of light years at a time. With his level of psychic power, most of the existences in the subspace are not as strong as him. Those existences can wander around in the universe by themselves, and so can a super psychic like him. It's just that most super psychers don't have the leisure to run around by themselves. Jumping continuously for almost a week, abruptly spanning thousands of light years, finally came to the depths of Zutar, and the star map showed that it was close to the original outpost. Only at this time did a frigate come out and jump back again Jalan Starfield. After he came back, he contacted Yu Qingzi immediately and made an appointment for an interview. Then he returned to the territory, and asked the two sisters Yu Yufei, Yu Yuyao, and Ding Yoren to come back to discuss immediately. No time to be gentle. He first told them the whole story of the Sanhua Consortium, and then told them some things they might face in the future, so that they would be mentally prepared. After listening to his narration, Yu Yuyao said, "You handled this matter wrongly. When you notice that something is wrong, you don't need to pay attention to them. Once you pay attention to it, they have room to make a fuss. It can be foreseen that their appetite is not just a part of the territory ownership, but the entire territory. It is not that they are kind to ask for a part first, but that you will definitely not give it if you want it all. As long as you have a part, you can slowly plan later." Quote. In the tens of thousands of years of human history, a large number of super elites have worked hard to seize a living planet and establish their own territory. However, after establishing a territory, they will receive all kinds of coveting eyes. This kind of super trust consortium is like a greedy giant crocodile. It likes to prey on this kind of small territory that has potential but has not yet grown up, and we are obviously being targeted. Even if there is no such thing, they will use other excuses and methods to slowly join in. In fact, we are quite fortunate that the territory was established too quickly, and the territory was established in the 5th year of development. In addition, it is far away from the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind. Quote. When the development period expires in a few years or 10 years, there will definitely be a lot of tentacles of capital contacting us, and they will try their best to infiltrate. Li Qing sat in the main seat and remained silent. After she finished speaking, he asked, "How much do you know about the super consortia in the empire? If such a trust super consortium attacks us, what methods will they use?" Yu Yuyao shook her head and said, "I just learned about it incidentally when I was studying economics, and I didn't know about it specifically. I don't know how many super consortiums there are in the empire, and I don't know which consortium is behind the Sanhua Trading Company, but I do understand them means. First of all, it is foreseeable that they will contact the Yu family to test their words, and then use various economic means to suppress the Yu family, forcing them to provide help in this matter, or remain neutral. Then no matter what the Yu family's attitude and position is, they will start to mobilize capital and start to erode the power of the outpost base, or win over, or invest in cooperation, or directly acquire teams of all sizes, and first secretly acquire collective forces and wait for the opportunity. On the other hand, it is the capital operation they are good at. They can gradually invade the outpost base, including the business field of Jalan Collar, through normal commercial means, occupy the market with huge capital without considering losses, and squeeze the living space of other small and medium-sized capitals, or capital injection or control and other means to slowly monopolize local businesses in the dark. When these conditions are all ripe, suddenly do it at a good opportunity. There is a very small probability that it will be directly seized by force, which will cause panic and public anger, and the lords of the Xinghai are the rule makers and will not allow it. There is a high probability that they will cooperate and forcibly buy shares by controlling all the lifeline materials in the local area, various means to achieve their goals. This kind of super consortium has more capital than you and I can imagine. When they do one thing with all their strength, they can easily use trillions of cash flow and unimaginable connections. They are like a greedy prophet Vedin devours all. Similarly, these trust super consortiums are also known as the touchstones of military masters. Before each lord is promoted to Star Navy Master, he needs to face the coveting and prying of these trust super consortiums. It is the legend of the Star Sea, and everything that cannot be carried is used as a wedding dress for others. At this time, Yu Yufei, who had been silent all this time, said softly, "We need to make early preparations. You first invite Uncle Qing to talk to the other elders in the expeditionary army, and then you and I will go back to Jinmen to inform the ancestors about this. At the same time, we must inform Qinghaili so that they can make early preparations. In addition, you also need to prepare more funds and prepare more basic living materials in advance, at least to ensure that there will be no shortage of basic materials in the territory within 10 or 20 years. Li Qing nodded and said, "Don't be afraid of basic supplies. There is enough food in the universe in my palm, including all kinds of meat, enough to meet the needs of our entire territory and the entire population of Jinmen. You can rest assured about this. As for funds." Li Qing raised his head and said, "In the past this time, I made a large sum of money, and now I have 17.5 trillion cash in hand, which is enough for the development of the territory." The three women raised their heads at the same time, with surprise on their faces. "So much? Yes, 1750 trillion. Ding Yoren relaxed the tension on his face, and said with a smile. "Then there is no problem. As long as there is no shortage of basic living materials and money, they will do nothing to us if we work together." The two sisters, Yu Yuyao and Yu Yuefei, also showed relaxed expressions on their faces. Sure enough, money is cowardly. When you have enough cash in hand, many problems can be easily solved. Although the Trust Super Consortium is powerful, they do not cover the sky with one hand after all. They also have competitors, and it is impossible to completely block all their channels. As long as they have money, they can buy all kinds of materials. Combined with his ability, it is impossible to block the route, which means that they basically cannot rely on economic blockade, and they can only use other means. Li Qing first handed over 1,000 trillion in cash to Yu Yuyao for her to use as she sees fit. Then hand over 100 trillion in cash to Ding Yoren, which is a development fund for her, and officially announce her withdrawal from Jolin Collar as soon as possible. Anyway, she wants to withdraw from Jolin Collar to seize a planet. It's okay to withdraw now. If the unknown Super Trust Consortium enters the market later, she will definitely look for their various weaknesses. What should I do if I forcefully ask for the acquisition of her shares? She will definitely not agree, but with the means of this super consortium, it is completely possible to start from the family and parents behind her, and there are many ways to force her to give up her shares. Rather than being caught in a dilemma in the future, it is better to plan ahead now and withdraw from the establishment of established facts first. In addition, Li Qing will also talk to Li Lai and Li Qi's subordinates who still own the original shares later, and buy the original shares in their hands first, so we can't give them a chance. Anyway, in the end, the couple owns shares in the territory. If you want to use equity, you must not bypass them. 2 hours later, Li Qing came to Xingcheng, where the expeditionary army was located, and had a detailed discussion with Commander Yu Qingzi for almost an hour, before reaching a verbal agreement. Then, he and Yu Yuyao went back to Jinmen together, met the legendary ancestor of the Yu clan in Jinmen, gained his support, and solved the worries of the Yu clan. At the same time, I learned from Jinmen that the Sanhua trading group belongs to a super trust consortium called Baji. This consortium is composed of 3 veteran military leaders and 5 top capitals. Combined, the strength is extremely terrifying. But they are not bad here, and they are not in vain with the support of the Li family of Qinghe and the Yu family of Jinmen. It was already half a month when he came back to the territory again, and Li Qing relaxed a lot at this time. Everything that needs to be done has been done. With the full support of the Jinmen Yu clan, the expeditionary force will have no problems. The territory has sufficient funds, basic living supplies, and internal and external factors that may be infiltrated have all been resolved. Now if you want to make small moves, you can only secretly unite with the player team near the outpost and stab a knife in the back at a certain critical moment. So he only needs to do one thing next, to increase his force. As long as there is enough force to sweep the entire Zutar starfield, all problems will be solved. Next, Li Qing stayed in the territory for a while, and agreed with several other subordinates in the territory who owned the original shares to take back the shares, and then repaid the debts owed by several former Legion members, a total of 120 trillion, and the foreign debts were about the same at once. Only the Leian team's 2 trillion yuan remained. But it's strange, they haven't come back, and they don't know where they went. They haven't come back since the last time we met, so he has no chance to pay back the money. Fortunately, this problem is not a big one. At the beginning, I thought it was an astronomical figure of 2 trillion stars, but now it is just a small amount of money. Even if he is not in the territory, Yu Yuefei can help to pay them back when they come back. With money, many operations that were originally done without money can now be prepared. First of all, they obtained a set of blueprints for the construction of the Star City before. They had no money and no one mentioned it before. Now that they have money, they can start building. At the same time, they will install the enhanced version of the Stargate that was auctioned at the Shanhaiguan auction. When the time comes, you can directly open up the channel with Jinmin and teleport directly through the Stargate. In addition, he gave Ding Yoren the pure psionic essence that he refined before. Yu Yufa has been staying in the territory, and her demand for this is not very high. Ding Yoren is going out now, and he doesn't have much time to take care of her. It will be easier to increase her spiritual strength. It is worth mentioning that in order to make her more competitive outside, Li Qing specially enlightened her with 2 female servants of light to assist her. One is a naval commander and the other is an administrative servant of light. In addition, Yu Yufa did not favor one over the other, and also enlightened her with 2 female administrative servants of light to assist in managing the territory. The affairs of the territory were presided over by Yu Yufa. Li Qing didn't stay in the territory for long, and there was a new trouble. Prepared a large number of frigate blueprints for the cruiser chief engineer under him to learn to build, but wasted thousands of frigate blueprints for so long, and less than 10 completed learning and trying to build them. The efficiency was so low that he was speechless. After careful investigation, Li Qing made a decision, spent a full 500 civilization points, and turned the 500 cruiser chief engineers into servants of light in one breath. After being promoted to the servant of Jin Mingguang, his ability soared instantly. As if he was enlightened, they completed the successful analysis of the first ship and began to build ships. No way, there is no time for them to learn slowly. Anyway, the servant of light has an infinite lifespan, and can continue to serve himself for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. The consumption of these civilization points is still worthwhile. The construction of frigates is the same as that of ordinary warships. One chief engineer can preside over 10 groups, and 500 frigate chief engineers can preside over 5,000 groups. With enough shipbuilding capacity, 5,000 naked frigates can be built in 1.5 months. There are not enough weapon accessories yet, most of them are just bare boats. But it's not a big problem. As long as you have money, you can buy ordinary weapon accessory chips. Back then, 2 mother chips could be seen in the auction house of any chamber of commerce. The entire United Empire of mankind is as big as it is. As long as you have the heart and enough money, it is not difficult to get a set. After all the servants of light were enlightened, the construction of the frigate began, and he went to the super livable zone again, and the development inside was normal. The major cities have been built one after another. Although the degree of prosperity is not as good as that in the Cybertron fortress, and some of the cities in the livable layer that surrendered later are just basic construction sites, everyone is in a good state of mind. The future is full of bright expectations. At the same time, Li Qing also received good news. The first batch of immigrant newborns were born in October, which confirmed his guess. The first batch of more than 50,000 newborn babies were all above white names. The probability of having a green name or higher is more than 10%. Among the more than 50,000 newborn babies, there are 2 purple named talents. This is a statistic that surprised him. In addition, there is another statistic that shocked him. Among these newborn babies, more than 500 have player talents, and the 2 purple named talents have player identities. This data completely exceeded Li Qing's expectations, which means that the super livable area in this high-dimensional fortress is not only very suitable for immigrants, but also has a higher coefficient of life than he imagined. Chapter 199 Higher Civilization, The Rumor of the Guardian of Cervantes. According to some data from the United Empire of Mankind, even on a second-class super-livable planet, it is impossible for all newborn babies to have a white name or above. There will always be some gray names, and the talent rate of their green names and above is generally less than 1%. The babies born in Li Qing's high-dimensional fortress are not only all white named, but the birth rate of the most important player is as high as 1%. Every 100 newborns will have a player identity. At first glance, most players will not notice anything special, and some even say that this is too low. There are billions of players in the major provinces of the United Human Empire, like the Li family of Qinghe who ruled 8 with a population of more than 10 billion, there are 200 to 300 million players, which is a ratio of 1 in 2%. But you must know that this is the beginning, and the parents of these newborns are all gray names. The offspring born with a gray name have a high probability of being a gray name. Even if they are born on a living planet, there is a high probability that they will be a gray name. Only the offspring born after living on a living planet for a long time have a very small probability of being born with a white name. It is almost impossible for him to directly give birth to offspring with the identity of a player. Even if both parents have player status, offspring born on a non-living planet have a high probability that the offspring will not be able to inherit the player status. Normal parents are both players, and the offspring will have a player status with a 99% probability. So there are so many players in the United Empire of Mankind, all of which were accumulated during the time of internal peace, and most of those players in the Empire are ordinary civilians, and not all of them drive warships around the universe. The birth of Li Qing's first batch of newborns at this time confirmed one thing. The super habitable zone in his high-dimensional fortress is definitely not the standard second-class habitable planet, and it has a high probability of exceeding the second-class habitable planet. However, the possibility of a first-class livable planet is very small. Refer to the psychic planet of all psychers, which is the real first-class planet. Therefore, his high-dimensional fortress should belong to the second class beyond, but it is far from the first class. There are some gaps in the middle class. Very good. It doesn't matter whether it is considered as a first class or not, but it is definitely stronger than the second class. The first generation of all gray-named descendants are so good. When the second and third generations are reproduced, wouldn't they be green-named or even stronger blue-named at the beginning? Talent. Li Qing expressed great expectations for this. Coming out of the universe in the palm of his hand, he left the territory to go to the isolated star field within a few days. Long Yu, who was in charge of the repair work of the Cybertron fortress in the isolated star field, sent him a communication, asking him to go there when he had time. He just wanted to go and have a look. This time he went out for almost half a year, and he didn't know how the fortress was built. There will be no incidents in the territory for the time being. Even if the Super Consortium wants to attack him, it must be well prepared. With such a long distance, there will be no major incidents in a while. Entering the isolated star field again, jumping to the target starry sky, one can see at a glance that the huge Cybertron fortress is surrounded by densely packed industrial ships, and countless maintenance robots are crawling on the tattered armor outside the fortress. One of the areas of the outer armor is gradually being repaired. Li Qing clicked his tongue and entered the fortress along one of the passages. This channel should be the access channel of the battleship, which is very wide enough to accommodate a battleship to enter the interior. A high-end mobile fortress with a size of thousands of kilometers in diameter has not only a hangar inside, but also an independent space that can accommodate a large number of warships. A large number of warships can be accommodated in the fortress, or sheltered, or repaired. The internal space of such a super-sized mobile fortress is too large. In addition to the densely packed weapons and hangars all over the fortress, it also includes docks where warships can be built on site, a large number of warehouses, and even industrial bases. As long as there are enough materials, it can be self-sufficient. The frigate drove into the interior along the long passage, and saw a huge space, which should belong to a part of the original dock of the fortress. It was transformed into a huge urban agglomeration, and now it has been dismantled and rebuilt into a dock. However, this dock will not be used for shipbuilding, but only for maintenance, to make room for more weapon accessories, and to increase its strength as much as possible. Li Qing asked Long Yu, the star bearer, to personally repair and recast this high-level mobile fortress. The main reason is that this thing was changed into a world similar to a living station before, and the combat system was completely dismantled, leaving only a bare shell. There is actually not much difference between repair and reconstruction. He simply took the opportunity to redesign directly, just using the Dragon Yun's powerful talent, the ultimate designer. Final Designer Immortal designed battleship basic hull, armor, shield attributes plus 200%, shipbuilding speed plus 500%, ability, final design. Ultimate design. After meeting the requirements of having the 5th generation frigate mother chip, the 5th generation destroyer mother chip, the 5th generation cruiser mother chip, the 5th generation battleship mother chip, the flagship mother chip, and the super flagship mother chip, you can design your own supernormal, the ultimate weapon of war. The battleship designed by the star-negative Dragon Meteor, its basic hull, armor and shield increase by an additional 200%. The attributes of a mobile fortress with a specification of thousands of kilometers are outrageous. Now if it is strengthened by 200%, it will be an outrageous mother opening the door for an outrageous son, and outrageous home. Coupled with the 500% increase in its shipbuilding speed, and the 500% bonus of Li Qing's talent, a total of 1000% speed bonus, this means that the super mobile fortress that used to take decades to complete now only takes a few years to complete. Finished. It has been exactly 1 year since the maintenance started. After conquering a part of the inner group of the fortress of Cybertron, the external maintenance has actually been started. It has been exactly 1 year now, and most of the inner cities have been shoveled out and abandoned. All the metals were shipped out, and the waste was remelted into the required alloys for fortress maintenance. Inside the fortress, Li Qing saw Long Yun, who was checking the internal structure diagram of the fortress with several of his men in the temporary maintenance center. The huge projection of the fortress appeared in front of Li Qing, with dense and complex structures inside. Even with his current ability, he couldn't see the structure clearly for a while. It took almost 4 seconds for his powerful memory and perception to analyze the super complex structure of the fortress. The entire fortress was already clear to him, and an equally complex model was reconstructed in his mind. Long Yu stretched out his hands and pressed the model slightly to adjust an angle. He pointed to one of the black areas and said to Li Qing, "Your Majesty, this should be the original core area of the fortress. I need to open it and rebuild the core command center of the fortress here. But as far as we know, there is a powerful mechanical ascension while sleeping in it. I don't know how to deal with it." Li Qing thought for a while, stretched out his hand to open the door of the black hole, and communicated with Qingluan in the universe in his hand with a thought. A stream of light flew out of the door of the black hole, turning into a golden figure. "Qingluan, how much do you know about Cybertron God General?" Qingluan looked up and looked around, sighed softly, and said, "He is a steadfast mechanical ascendant and the most powerful general under His Majesty's command. He once had a brilliant record of leading the Cybertron fleet alone against a Star Sea Lord from the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire." "Oh, so powerful." Li Qing was quite surprised. Qingluan nodded and said, "In fact, Your Majesty's 3 generals are very powerful, and the strength of each of them is not inferior to that of the General Star Sea Lord." Back then, with the support of the 3 generals, His Majesty Sen Luo confronted the entire United Human Empire head-on. The war lasted for hundreds of years, only to lose. Li Qing clicked his tongue and sighed a little. So powerful, Lord Senluo should have been the #1 lord of mankind back then, right? However, Qingluan shook her head and said, "No, His Majesty Sen Luo is not the #1 lord of mankind. It should be said that he is only ranked 3rd. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Because the 2 Star Sea Lords who ranked 1st and 2nd did not participate in the battle." Li Qing wondered suddenly. Then why didn't they go to war? Because the First Lord of the United Human Empire was recruited by a high-level civilization named Servanti Guardian in the Yingxin, and led the fleet to apply for it. In fact, this is an obligation that all civilizations in the galaxy need to fulfill. It is said that that advanced civilization needs to guard a super stargate leading to an extragalactic galaxy to resist a threat from an extragalactic galaxy. As long as the technology level of all civilizations in the galaxy reaches level 5, they will be subject to enlist. A Legion-level fleet must be sent to apply for the enlistment. At that time, the decision of the United Empire of Mankind was that the top 3 Star Sea Lords would take turns to enlist, each serving for 100 years. At that time, the First Lord happened to be in the period of enlistment and was not in the territory. What about the Second Lord? The Second Lord was opening up overseas battlefields. There is an ancient stargate in his territory, which can lead to other spiral arms. He was attacking a powerful civilization in other spiral arms, and he couldn't escape for a while. All right, this can be regarded as a secret, but it has nothing to do with the current situation. He said to Qingluan, "You are not familiar with this Cybertron general, can you persuade him to surrender?" If it is not necessary, he does not want to confront this powerful mechanical ascendant head-on. If possible, it is best to persuade them to surrender, and then transform into a negative star. If it is not expected, this Cybertron general whose hard power is comparable to that of ordinary Star Sea Lords should be a golden statue. Even if it is not that, it is also a 3rd stage mechanical ascendant, which meets the conditions for transforming into a negative star. He now has a star negative transformation quota on hand, but there are no eligible candidates. In another half a year, the 2nd star negative conversion quota will also appear, and there will be 2 empty quotas at that time. This is a proper one that is easy to get for thousands of troops, but hard to find for one general. Facing his question, Qingluan shook her head directly. The god of Cybertron has a hostile relationship with my father, and I cannot persuade him to surrender. Well, okay then. Li Qing turned to Long Yun and said, "Open the door with violence." Long Yu nodded and began to issue a series of orders, while Li Qing led Qingluan to the destination first, and Long Yun came later. He didn't pull people anymore. With the strength of their 3-star destroyers, it was no problem to suppress a general who had been sleeping for more than 7,000 years. Especially this will be a mechanical ascendant. Without a fleet in hand, the only force he can rely on is the defense system in the core area and his own strong will. Mechanical ascendants have no spiritual power, but have a strong will. Only with a strong will can they control a more powerful mechanical ascension body, or control a huge fleet. And the will is the embodiment of the spirit. When the will is strong enough, it can interfere with reality and form a powerful spiritual impact. Of course, this is just the last desperate means of the mechanical ascendant. Under normal circumstances, the mechanical ascensioner will not use will to attack the opponent, because once the opponent is too strong and the will is damaged, it is difficult to recover. After all, they are not psychics, and there are not many studies on this aspect. When Li Qing and Qingluan came to the core gate of the fortress, they happened to see 2 large machines emitting dazzling lasers cutting the unknown metal gate. Billions of degrees of high-temperature laser cutting. The metal door continued to explode with sparks, but the door did not move at all, and only faint traces could be seen on the door. It shows that laser cutting with billions of degrees is effective, but the effect is very low. It seems that if you want to rely on this cutting, the efficiency is not enough. After cutting for half a minute, the laser was turned off and the machine drove away. After a while, 2 new cutting machines were replaced. This time it was water jet cutting. Water is ejected from the small nozzle in the container with super water pressure to form a water jet. Its cutting ability depends on the pressure and the size of the nozzle. With the current technology of human beings, its cutting ability is terrifyingly high. But this door does not know what material it is made of, and such a powerful water jet cannot penetrate it. Soon the third cutting method appeared, shooting a blue flame on the metal gate, and after 10 seconds, a small pit appeared and gradually expanded. Effective is effective, but the efficiency is still too low. It lasted only 1 minute before the machine stopped. After almost 10 minutes, the second machine moved over, and a launcher similar to the previous laser cutter moved over. Beam. Then, unknown metals that cannot be penetrated by billions of degrees of high temperature or easily penetrated. Gamma penetrating beam, a penetrating light imitating a gamma ray burst, has extremely strong penetrating power. Gamma penetrating beam is an energy weapon unique to conventional 6th generation technology. It has extremely strong penetrating power and has a super high correction bonus to armor and hull. As the light beam continued, the holes continued to melt into it, and it penetrated the 1 meter thick unknown metal gate in just about 20 seconds, and then began to cut laterally to the right. With the gradual cutting, Li Qing suddenly became serious, waved his hand, and ordered the nearby maintenance personnel to retreat. As the door was cut open, something seemed to be triggered. An inexplicable will was slowly waking up. Through the small gap of the cut, a powerful will was slowly waking up inside. Woke up by me. Li Qing looked at the door expectantly, not much worried about the awakening of the powerful will inside. The third stage mechanical ascendant is equivalent to the level of a super psyker, and its will is weaker than that of a psychic of the same level, not to mention the immortal will of a negative star. Even if it is only you, you will not be afraid. Not to mention the presence of 3-star negatives. Not to mention the presence of 3-star negatives. Not to mention the presence of 3-star negatives. Not to mention the presence